Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis Waniek. I'm part of the executive board of AIESEC in Germany, and I have the pleasure to welcome you to our first Youth Leadership Day in Germany. And for this, is a platform for you to connect as young people and thought leaders all across Germany to actually see what it means to take responsibility for issues that move us in Germany, for youth that takes responsibility, and for thought leaders telling us what they learned in their tenure through their projects, through their experiences, through the effort they invested in the past in order to help us move the future. And with this, I again highly welcome you to the Youth Leadership Day, and I want to introduce to you a person that I actually approached for this event. When building the Youth Leadership Day, I was looking for a person that would be perfect for what this day embodies. I was looking for a person who represents what it means to take over responsibility, be a leader for youth, at the same time demonstrating entrepreneurial mindset and showing where he wants to move in, and also showing us what it means to be connected to a leadership-driven organization and moving forward and bringing his experience in the future. And for this, I would like to introduce to you a person that I was privileged to be part of the team of, and that had a lot of experience in Germany, abroad, globally. I give it to Christian Ulot.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Thank you, Dennis, for this introduction. Super grateful that you didn't raise the expectations too high. But yes, I'm great. I'm grateful to be here. Really looking forward. I've been part of many forums where youth and business came together. And for me, those were always the most valuable events because they were enabling communication between companies and between young people. And that is what is supporting the drive of our society. I will show you a few examples of that later on. But maybe just to introduce you a little bit to who I am or where I come from. I want to just give you a quick overview. And maybe to start off, I studied in Goethe University in Frankfurt. I don't know if people from that university are here in the stream, but I deeply believe it's a super great university and I was happy to be part of it. And while I was still part of that university, studying finance there, I became the president of AIESEC in Frankfurt. I was leading that local chapter in AIESEC voluntarily next to my studies and had a super amazing time there. I will tell you more about it in the closing later on. But making it short, afterwards, I went to an incredible entity, an incredible country, and that is AIESEC in Colombia. The AIESEC in Colombia was nice enough to host me as a volunteer there for a social project that I did with AIESEC. You can actually see one of the pictures I took there in the background here. I will tell you a little bit more about my experience there because it has shaped me so much, and I really believe it's an essential part for the foundation. Yeah, I became actually the president of AIESEC in Germany. Leading AIESEC in Germany for 1 year. So AIESEC has 1 year terms to develop as much young people as possible. And I had the incredible pleasure and honor to lead this entity for a year with its 1,500 volunteers. And that time has shaped me incredibly. It has given me what we call in AIESEC the 4 leadership qualities that I'll be talking about later on. And that inspired me, that experience inspired me so much about the organization that I thought afterwards, all right, I have to move on. I have to continue here. So I decided to join AIESEC International. And in AIESEC International, I was part of the global board of AIESEC and was responsible for our partnerships with external companies. And I think this is the time that has shaped me a lot and helped me understand how important it is to drive purposeful partnerships between organizations like AIESEC or other organizations even, and between companies, and how, if the social sector and the business sector work together, how much incredible impact that can create on our society. And I'll actually share one example of what I was able, what I had the pleasure to do with other companies here in this opening. That time in ISEC International rounded up my experience with ISEC and has actually enabled me to be an essential leader as ISEC wants to develop it, because in the end the idea is to be a voice for young people and help young people build coalitions that drive society to the better. And because of the skills that I learned throughout this time and how it shaped me, I was able to join another organization, another company after my ISEC time, and that company was and still is LinkedIn. And in LinkedIn, I am also responsible for partnerships. While in ISEC, I was driving partnerships between organizations and businesses. Now I drive partnerships between businesses and businesses, also for the better, as our purpose is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. And that is what I do with our partners at LinkedIn every day. And actually, there's a little question mark here that I will refer to in the closing, because I am about to take another step now, and I'm going to move to a new role, but I don't want to talk too much about it because that's what's coming up in the closing, and I think it's clearly rounding this experience up. Now, this is who I am, the experiences I went through, just so that you have an understanding who I am as your moderator today, as your chair maybe for this day, because this day is all about youth leadership and the combination of how youth leadership can shape society for the better, also in the continuous conversation and coordination, cooperation with businesses. Why does youth leadership matter? And that's a question I have been asking myself for all of the stations before, and I'm still asking myself a lot. And I actually brought a video here that we will watch in a few seconds, where I want you to keep this question in mind. Keep this question in mind and type examples that you see in this video in the chat. If you see any example of where youth leadership has mattered for society in the video that is about to come, please type this in the chat. We will be seeing in this video a recap of every major event that happened in last year, the year of 2019, and how this year shaped the course of history. And I believe young people played a big role there, but let's see what you think. And again, when you see an example of young people taking over leadership for society, write it in the chat. All right, let's go with the video.
The Arab Spring blossomed across North Africa and the Middle East.
Barack Obama has been re-elected. The leader Edward Snowden.
This award is for those forgotten children who want education.
Charlie Hebdo.
Marriage equality.
The British people have voted to leave the European Union.
Worst refugee crisis.
Fight for your lives before it's someone else's job.
No.
Well, TikTok, ADHD in F form.
Old Town Road became the longest running
number one single in Billboard's history.
Avengers Endgame, officially the highest grossing movie of all time.
The Emmy goes to Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
The United States of America, champions of the world.
Okay, Boomer.
Trump
is now ordering federal government workers to go back to work without getting paid.
It's official. The government shutdown is now the longest in U.S. history.
There's no sense that there's any room for the two sides to really find a compromise. Both are digging in.
We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like.
The reason we did this is because of the shutdown. We need border security. We have to have it.
Despicable living conditions. Migrants left in standing room cells for a week.
The United States is running concentration camps on our southern border.
Special counsel Robert Mueller has delivered his final report.
If we had had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so.
We're going to impeach the motherfucker.
President Trump is maintaining that there was no wrongdoing on his part in his phone call with the president of Ukraine.
A history-making headline, the third time in history a sitting U.S. president impeached.
The 2020 presidential race is heating up.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Who can beat Donald Trump?
Oh, me. No one is above the law, and that includes the President of the United States.
Hoy les anuncio que estaré renunciando
a mi cargo de presidencia.
I have not been able to deliver Brexit.
بالتالي الاستقالة أصبحت أمر مطلوب كجزء من التهدئة.
India is counting votes for the world's biggest democratic election.
Narendra Modi has swept to a crushing general election win.
Tensions rising between India and Pakistan over Kashmir.
The long-planned Turkish military operation in northeast Syria has been launched.
Chaos in Venezuela. Both the opposition leader and President Maduro are calling for supporters to protest.
Partizano, porta mi vida, oh, vela ciao, vela ciao, ciao, ciao.
We are witnessing a wave of demonstrations around the world. From the Middle East to Latin America and the Caribbean.
Bienvenido a la generación del yo no me dejo, los quiero Puerto Rico.
From Europe to Africa and Asia. It is clear that there is a growing deficit of trust between people and political establishments and rising threats to the social contract.
The young could see what's in store.
Yo sí quiero un cambio y yo no voy a dejar que los demás hablen por mí.
What's lurking around the corners.
其实民主的基础本来就是建立在人民上。
طلعت الطالب ابسط حقوقي فلعل الحكومه ان شاء الله تستجيب لحقوقنا واحنا مستمرين بالمظاهرات.
It's their future. They have every right to fight it.
A teenager from Sweden called the Voice of the Planet is ready to cross the Atlantic on a mission to fight climate change.
The eyes of all future generations are upon you. And if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you.
This is the start of a day of global climate strikes inspired by teen activist Greta Thunberg.
You are failing us, but the young people are starting to understand your betrayal.
A new United Nations report warns the impacts of climate change are increasing and inevitable.
An environmental disaster with global implications.
The Amazon rainforest is burning at record rates.
New Delhi, air pollution is putting the health of millions of people at risk there.
Cyclone that has swept across southern Africa.
Kerala, for a second consecutive year, is battling floods in some districts.
Hurricane Dorian devastated the Bahamas.
Please pray for us. Please pray for us, everyone. Please pray for us.
We have seen what we thought was unseeable.
We can get married in Taiwan.
Taiwan will be the first Asian country to legalize same-sex marriage.
We are not immune to the viruses of hate, of fear, of other. We never have been. But we can be the nation that discovers the cure. The answer lies in our humanity.
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking. The first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours
We are here, and we have to do something nurturing that we respect before we go. To love somebody, to take care of somebody.
Exactly what I was thinking.
To make one other person feel good. And that just seems to make life not just livable, but a gallant event.
Okay, well, that was the video, and I'm super curious to hear your thoughts. Type in the chat whatever your thoughts are. Where did you see youth leadership? How does it matter? For myself, when I saw this video for the first time, I was impressed because it gave me the feeling that young people are taking over and are speaking up a lot more now than maybe 10 years ago. We see young people in Hong Kong standing up against the politics they experience there. We see the whole Fridays for Future movement and how much impact it has in its conversation with the United Nations and in its conversation with businesses. And you know, when I look today on where we are in regards to climate change and where we are in terms of policies implemented, we are definitely not where we should be yet, but we are a lot further than where we would have been without that young movement. That's what I truly believe. And I thought this video is a super good symbolization of how young people are standing up for their specific societies. And the comments that you posted in the chat actually reflect that. When I asked you, why does youth leadership matter? You were saying, because the future of any country depends on their youth. If they are able to handle things better than your country, then your country is in good hands. Because we have to act now to build up a better future. The youth is the future, and that is so true. Because by engaging youth, we ensure a future with leaders that have positive values and are good role models. And that is very true. I would even go a step further here, and I would say, let's develop young people to become the futures of tomorrow and build that better future ourselves with our partners in business and in society and in politics. And that is why I think this combination, this conversation with businesses and with organizations, politics is so important. The Fridays for Future movement is the best possible example that I can think of. I wanted to give you a much smaller example about a project that I was able to talk about and implement with our partner. So when I was in my role of being responsible for our company partnerships in ISEC International, I had the pleasure to manage Electrolux as a partner. And Electrolux is one of the biggest partners that ISEC globally has. And it's been known especially because of the professional internships that we do with Electrolux. And those are going very successful. We had between 100 and 200 internships every year with Electrolux. And it was great. So what was expected from me as a partnership manager was to go to Electrolux, keep the relationship as good as it was, and maintain the partnership. But I had also my own views on ISEC, where ISEC could go in the future and what else ISEC could do besides the professional internships. And my thought was, we are super good in that internships because we are delivering great talent to organizations. But what if we could also do more? And what if we could leverage ISEC to have a social impact on society, for example, through the Sustainable Development Goals? So what I did on my first visit at Electrolux in Sweden, I went to the office and I tried to talk to as many people as possible because I really wanted to understand a holistic picture of the whole company. And what I heard there in one of the conversations was that Electrolux is building up the food foundation because Electrolux is a very sustainable business and everything they do is around the idea of sustainability. They thought, let's put this in action with our sustainability strategy and our CSR. Hi everyone, super sorry, there were some technical issues, but I hope you can hear me now. I was just about to talk about the project I was talking with Electrolux. So what I did, I was there, heard about their new CSR strategy and how Electrolux is implementing the Food Foundation in order to educate young people around sustainability. So I was digging more and I was asking them a few more questions, was asking, what is it that you're trying to achieve? What goals are you measuring? And one of the goals they said they would be measuring is they are measuring the amount of young people being educated on responsible consumption. It was actually Marlon here, together with Kate, that you see in this picture, that I had this conversation with, and they told me, you know, we want young people to understand how can they change their behavior just by a little bit to make the world a lot more sustainable. How can we, for example, reduce plastic waste in our food consumption? How can we consume better with a lower carbon emission and a better impact on society? How does our food need to change? And so I had this conversation with them, and we had an idea that we were thinking, what if ISEC could send volunteers in several countries? In fact, it turned out to be 14 different countries, where we would educate young children from these countries about how social impact works and how responsible consumption can be fostered. And that is what we did. And in the end, we ended up sending 300 volunteers in 14 different countries. And in only 1 year, educated 30,000 children on responsible consumption. And that is the whole point that I wanted to talk about here, because in the end, how this happened is both Electrolux and I, we were clear about our purpose, what we want to achieve. We communicated effectively, and to communicate effectively, you need to listen first, understand the partner, and then communicate your own purpose to find the sweet spot, which is the common ground. And that is everything we do here in this Youth Leadership Day today. Because today, it's all about you as young people being together with companies and seeing where is that sweet spot? What can we do to improve society? And these conversations, I hope, will be super valuable for both you and the companies you're talking with. And with this, I'm giving it over to Dennis to give you a little overview of how the agenda looks like.
Okay, now I want to welcome you back, and I want to walk you through the agenda that we have. And for this, going through the first keynote, you will have one where you have a great speech, also represented by the Deutsche Bahn. It's about corporate entrepreneurship, so you have the opportunity to actually know what it means to be an entrepreneur in a big company and see how you can explain this. Next, going with PwC, it's finding your passion and purpose. So you can see what it means to actually build this. Afterwards, we will have a very intriguing interview with Puma when it comes to following your passion, navigating through times of uncertainty. Then you will have the opportunity to be part of the panel, which is taking responsibility for topics that move Germany. Then the role of youth leadership within today's society. Next, in the interview, we have a very intriguing one when it comes to leadership and digitalization. Afterwards, you will have the opportunity to actually participate in a game that is called Impact Heroes, where you have the opportunity to see what it means to have an impact in a very fun way. Afterwards, we will have an intriguing interview with Kirsten Wagner about female leadership, diversity, and inclusion. And then the last keynote from Teach First will be about taking responsibility for change. So it will be your opportunity to actually participate with all these amazing partners, which I really want to thank for what they do. You will get to know them in the next slots. And pick out the topics, think about questions that you may have, and think about things you would like to learn in this conversation. And for this, now I already want to introduce to you to the first slot that is coming. It will be, as you can see in the agenda, delivered by Deutsche Bahn. It will be delivered by Florian Messner-Schmidt, which is the leader of the Corporate Entrepreneurship Department of DB. He will deliver a keynote based on corporate entrepreneurship, and youth leadership for him means to be a driver of social change and innovation, shape the future of the world, and especially the current times that show us the importance that it can have to follow new paths. So this is what you have, and now you will have a break for 4 minutes to wait for the slot that is coming. You can look forward to it. It will be a great space. Thank you very much. See you in 4 minutes.
So, Min, du müsstest mir da nochmal ein kurzes Zeichen geben, weil ich ja den Chat nicht sehe.
Okay, werde ich machen.
Genau.
Du bist live.
Okay, perfekt. Los geht's. Also, herzlich willkommen zur Keynote. Mein Name ist Florian Messner-Schmidt und ich habe heute die Ehre und darf euch einen kleinen Einblick darüber geben, was Corporate Entrepreneurship bedeutet und wie wir das bei der Deutschen Bahn leben. Bevor wir dann gleich in den Vortrag reingehen, ein paar Facts noch zu meiner Person. Ich bin ein Bahneigengewächs seit 10 Jahren hier jetzt im Konzern. Hätte mir auch niemals gedacht, dass das Ganze so lange hier wirklich wird. Ich kann nur sagen, Bahn ist ein cooler und vielfältiger Arbeitgeber. Deshalb bin ich immer noch da, habe nach dem Studium als Trainee hier angefangen und dann über verschiedene Stationen, erst im Logistikbereich bei DB Schenker mit Stationen im Silicon Valley und in Singapur, dann den Weg in die Konzernstrategie gewählt und dann dort Digitalthemen vorangetrieben, neue Geschäftsmodelle in der Logistik und darüber dann den Weg in den CDO-Bereich der Deutschen Bahn gefunden, wo ich den mit aufgebaut habe und dort auch unter anderem für die Gründung der Deutschen Bahn Digital Ventures verantwortlich war. Und seit 4 Jahren dreht sich bei mir alles um das Thema Corporate Entrepreneurship. Und dadurch, dass ich hier bei der Deutschen Bahn unternehmerisch jeden Tag handele, hat tatsächlich vor 2 Jahren der Reiz bei mir sich auch ergeben, selber zu gründen und parallel zu meiner Aufgabe bei der Deutschen Bahn ich Co-Founder von Routinery bin und wir da eine Hyaluron-Kosmetikserie vertreiben. So, heute habe ich jetzt die Ehre, euch auf eine Reise rund um das Thema Corporate Entrepreneurship mitzunehmen. Vielleicht, wenn jetzt im Rahmen des Vortrags bei euch Fragen hochkommen, postet sie einfach im Chat. Min von ISEC wird das Ganze dann vorlesen und ich werde dann einfach im Laufe des Vortrags hier drauf eingehen. Zu Start das Wichtigste überhaupt. Was ist eigentlich Corporate Entrepreneurship? Also der wichtigste Baustein des Ganzen ist Entrepreneurship, das bedeutet Unternehmertum. Und wenn man hier so dieses schöne Bild sieht, kann man auf der linken Seite so den Astronaut sein, der im Weltall ist. Das ist so unser Symbol für den Unternehmer, der am freien Markt aktiv ist, mit einem sehr, sehr hohen Risiko. Oder wir haben rechts auf der anderen Seite den Unternehmer, der in einem geschützten Umfeld innerhalb einer Organisation aktiv ist. Und das nutzen wir immer so ein bisschen, um das Bild zu beschreiben. So, aber was ist Unternehmertum denn jetzt in Summe? Was bedeutet das? Das ist ja jetzt von Englisch auf Deutsch übersetzt. Für uns ist Unternehmertum ein Abenteuer, was eine Vision verfolgt. Im Rahmen dieses Abenteuers gibt es halt noch keine vorgezeichneten Routen und Wege, die es gibt, wo man sagen kann, hey, hier musst du langlaufen, dann kannst du entsprechend irgendwie deine Vision, die du hast, erreichen. Und so sind halt so ganz klassische Wörter wie so Aufbruch, Pioniergeist, Innovation, Exploration, das Ganze, was Unternehmertum ausmacht. Und für uns jetzt bei der Deutschen Bahn und insbesondere bei DB Intrapreneurs ist ganz klar, so unsere Werte, es ist irgendwie so mutig sein, Rückschläge überwinden, Veränderungen gestalten und auf jeden Fall einen Nutzen zu stiften für die Organisation. Wir sehen Unternehmertum als extrem wichtig, die Zukunft von Konzernen proaktiv zu gestalten und insbesondere das ist halt das, was uns bei der Deutschen Bahn hier auch antreibt. Und klar, euch als Studenten brauche ich das alles nicht im Detail zu erzählen. Warum ist es halt denn jetzt wichtig, besonders auf Veränderung reagieren zu können. Wir haben einerseits natürlich die große Disruption, die durch Technologien auf uns zukommt. Wir haben dynamische Kundenerwartungen, als das es vielleicht in der Vergangenheit war. Und neue Wettbewerber kommen einfach in etablierte Märkte hinein. Und einfaches Beispiel für uns ist dann einfach zum Beispiel auch der Flixbus, der in den deutschen Markt eingetreten ist. Und warum wir so an Corporate Entrepreneurship glauben, ist, dass wir sagen, es ist halt ein sehr charmanter Weg, um Veränderungen zu gestalten, weil wir das halt mit unseren eigenen Mitarbeitenden machen können. Wir haben hier das Know-how bereits in-house, wenn es um Mobilität, Logistik, Infrastruktur geht und müssen zum Beispiel dann keine großen Investments in externe Startups machen, um dieses Know-how vielleicht extern einzukaufen. Und wenn wir natürlich dort mal reingucken, wie funktioniert das denn eigentlich, ist natürlich der Mensch ein elementarer Bestandteil des Ganzen und es gibt natürlich die große Frage, werden Unternehmer geboren? Also sind die da und von Anfang an weiß man, du bist Unternehmer oder nicht? Und es ist tatsächlich ein Mythos. Also da kann man wirklich sagen, das steht häufig im Raum, aber jeder wirklich statistischen und wissenschaftlichen Erkenntnisse sagen, dass das Ganze nicht stimmt. Unternehmertum hat aber einen Aspekt, dass man ihn wirklich nicht aus einem Buch theoretisch lernen kann, sondern es ist tatsächlich, muss man dazu sagen, Leben und Erleben des Ganzen und das ist auch das, was uns hier in der Bahn besonders wichtig ist. Und das zeigt entsprechend dann auch die nächste Folie, die das Ganze mal wirklich auf den Punkt bringt, indem wir halt sagen, Unternehmertum kann man wirklich lernen. Seit 4 Jahren haben wir es uns jetzt zur Mission gemacht, so unternehmerisches Denken und Handeln in die Deutsche Bahn zu bringen und hier mit unseren Kolleginnen und Kollegen wirklich unternehmerisch denken und zu handeln, um Unternehmertum zu leben. Und warum machen wir das? Das ist ja auch nochmal eine wichtige Frage. Was ist unser Ziel? Unser Ziel ist es halt wirklich, Bottom-up Innovation zu ermöglichen mit Mitarbeitenden und damit neue Geschäftsmodelle zu entwickeln. Auch jetzt wirklich nochmal betont, immer nicht theoretisch, also wir machen keine E-Learning-Kurse, sondern wirklich mit Ihnen gemeinsam treten wir eine Reise an und die kann bis zu einem Jahr dauern, um an Geschäftsmodellen zu arbeiten. Und wie muss ich mir das vorstellen? Wir haben ein strukturiertes Programm. Da geht es wirklich zu Beginn los, einfach mal um Inspiration zu sehen in unseren verschiedenen Themenfeldern, in denen wir als Deutsche Bahn aktiv sind. Und dann starten wir mit Problemstellungen. Problemstellungen in der Mobilität, Logistik, Infrastruktur und gucken da mal wirklich rein, wie valide diese Problemstellungen sind und entwickeln im ersten Schritt dann wirklich einen Problem-Solution-Fit, gehen dann weiter in einen Product-Market-Fit. Und wenn wir da überall unser Häkchen gesetzt haben, ist es dann entsprechend auch ein großes Ziel, das Ganze zu skalieren. Und das kann unterschiedliche Wege haben. Entweder ist es in der Organisation, also ich werde als Team vielleicht ein eigener Bereich, oder tatsächlich ich trete den Weg vielleicht nach extern an. Und wenn wir jetzt nochmal darüber sprechen, was sind denn die 3 Elemente, die Unternehmertum ausmachen und die das Ganze auch erfolgreich machen? Und für uns haben wir eigentlich gelernt, dass das, was wir hier vermitteln wollen und das, was wir angehen wollen, im Prinzip 3-Klang ist. Das allererste, was wir im Rahmen unseres Programms vermitteln, sind die richtigen Fähigkeiten. Also wir wollen wirklich Leute dazu befähigen, dass sie verstehen und herausfinden können, was Märkte und Kunden brauchen. Also wirklich nutzerzentrierte Arbeitsweisen. Und das anwenden, um dann wirklich wirtschaftlich tragfähige Lösungen zu entwickeln. Und wie machen wir das? Wir haben tatsächlich so einen Methoden-Toolbaukasten, haben wir agile Arbeitsweisen zum Beispiel drin, nutzerorientiertes Arbeiten. Also das geht von irgendwie Methoden rund um Lean Startup, Value Proposition Canvases, Customer Journeys, die wir mit den verschiedenen Teams nach und nach dann durchgehen, erklären, aber auch immer, und das ist das Wichtigste, theoretisch anwenden. Dann ist auch noch ein Teil, wenn wir von den richtigen Fähigkeiten sprechen, dass wir mit den Teams halt ihnen beibringen, wirklich kalkulierte Risiken einzugehen und schnelle Entscheidungen zu treffen, weil wir entsprechend hier in dem entsprechenden Zeitraum auch schnell Lösungen, Probleme verstehen müssen, erste Proof of Concepts entwickeln müssen, um das Ganze entsprechend hier auch zum Fliegen zu bringen. Und hier auf dem Bild sehen wir zum Beispiel eine Rakete von Rocket Lab, die sich irgendwie gegen tatsächlich hier die NASA und SpaceX durchgesetzt hat, weil die entsprechend gesehen haben, dass es einfach einen Bedarf gibt, kleine Satelliten in den Orbit zu schießen und das einfach auf einem günstigeren Weg machen können. Und so gehen wir auch, losgelöst von unseren Deutschen Bahn-Assets aus, wo können wir dann mit Kunden, mit unseren Assets neue Lösungen, neue Geschäftsmodelle konzipieren. Es war so der erste große Baustein. Der zweite große Baustein, den wir im Rahmen des Programms angehen, ist das richtige Mindset zu vermitteln. Und das ist auch so ein bisschen etwas, wo wir auch stolz sind, dass wir im Rahmen dieses Programms zum Kulturwandel bei der Deutschen Bahn beitragen. Also hier im Programm geht es wirklich darum zu sagen, mit Scheitern umzugehen. Zu sagen, und das in einem positiven Sinne, eine gewisse Iterationskompetenz auch wirklich aufzubauen, indem man irgendwie sagt, Mensch, wir sind hier irgendwie eine Einbahnstraße im Rahmen unserer Analysen gelaufen. Jetzt müssen wir wieder ein paar Schritte zurückgehen und entsprechend irgendwie nochmal woanders abbiegen. Das ist etwas, das uns sehr wichtig ist, aber man muss auch tatsächlich im Rahmen von unserem Unternehmertum-Projekt eine große Resilienz irgendwie mitbringen. Es werden viele Einbahnstraßen irgendwie auf einen zukommen und da muss man halt entsprechend dafür sorgen, dass man nicht direkt, wenn man einmal in die falsche Richtung läuft, direkt frustriert ist. Das muss man erleben, erlernen und was auch sehr, sehr wichtig ist und das, was wir von Anfang an klar machen, ist, dass man eine hohe Lernbereitschaft mitbringen muss. Also hier kommen wirklich super viele neue Sachen auf einen zu und entsprechend hier muss man sehr, sehr offen sein und das irgendwie mitbringen. Und der letzte große Punkt ist so Selbstmanagement, also tatsächlich achtsam irgendwie mit sich selber umgehen und aber auch eine hohe emotionale Intelligenz für sein Team entsprechend mitbringen. Und das kann man, wie ich es vorhin schon angesprochen habe, natürlich alles schön viel in Büchern irgendwie lesen und sagen, ja, ich brauche eine hohe Lernbereitschaft und klasse, Haken dran, das habe ich. Wenn man tatsächlich mal in so einer Stresssituation entsprechend ist und der Coach oder der Venture Architekt einen zum 4. Mal irgendwie seine Idee irgendwie zusammenstaucht, dann muss man da wirklich anders mit umgehen. Und das ist etwas, wo wir glauben, dass wir da auch als DB Intrapreneurs einen hohen Beitrag leisten können, weil das in Zukunft immer wichtiger wird. Und dieses Bild, was wir hier sehen, ist so eine Rakete von Blue Origin, die auf einer ihrer Jungfernflüge entsprechend irgendwie explodiert ist. Und wenn man im Prinzip so eine Explosion erlebt, dann macht es ein Unternehmer entsprechend aus, dass man im Prinzip danach sagt, okay, was lernen wir da draus, warum hat es entsprechend irgendwie nicht geklappt und dann entsprechend wieder losgeht. Der dritte große Punkt, der uns sehr, sehr wichtig ist und wo wir entsprechend sagen, hey, das müssen wir auch noch größer entsprechend aufbauen, ist das Thema Aufbau und Nutzen eines Netzwerks. Also wirklich zu sagen, liebe DB-Mitarbeiter, es ist essentieller Skill, dass man ein großes Netzwerk hat. Es ist wirklich ein Irrglaube, dass man irgendwie sagt, hey, ich mache das jetzt alleine, ich bin der hier irgendwie das Wissen hat, sondern da rausgehen, mit Menschen sprechen, Menschen kennenlernen, in der Berliner Startup-Welt sich verbinden, innerhalb der DB und insbesondere dann über auch verschiedene Geschäftsbereiche hinaus zu sagen, hey, ich verbinde mich, ich sage, hey, kann mir jemand helfen, ich rufe bei Leuten irgendwie an, weil nur so schafft man es tatsächlich, die ganzen Aufgaben, die auf einen dazukommen, zu bewältigen. Und wir bei DB Intrapreneurs haben hier auch eine große Community in den letzten 4 Jahren aufgebaut, die besteht auf Mentoren, Ambassadoren, Alumni, die wir dann jedem, der hier in diesem Programm teilnimmt, dann auch einen Zugang, kein Exit, sondern einen Zugang dazu gibt, dass man hier nicht selber bei Null startet, sondern von jetzt auf gleich mal direkt so ein bisschen Beschleunigung hat, um dieses Netzwerk anzugehen. Was wir hier auf diesem Bild irgendwie sehen, ist im Prinzip Blue Origin, die hier vor einem großen Problem standen für ihre Kunden, dass sie irgendwie den Payload irgendwie für die Rakete optimieren wollten und das Ganze im Prinzip in so einem Netzwerkansatz gelöst haben, dass wir mit Universitäten, Regierungen, Startups entsprechend aufgerufen haben, das entsprechend alles zu lösen. Und das ist so der Spirit, den wir auch vermitteln wollen und entsprechend da alles dran setzen, dass den Leuten das auch bewusst wird. So, abschließend, wie sehen wir uns denn hier vielleicht als DB Intrapreneurs und was ist hier die Aufgabe von mir und meinem Team? Wir sind so das Mission Control Center. Im Prinzip, wir geben so den Rahmen. Wir haben hier alles vorbereitet, haben uns über den Ablauf Gedanken gemacht, haben auch schon irgendwie die ersten 2, 3 Abstürze irgendwie erlebt und sorgen entsprechend jetzt dafür, dass unsere Unternehmer, unsere Corporate-Unternehmer hier einen guten Raum entsprechend haben, um ihre Reise hier anzutreten. Und das haben über die letzten 4 Jahre mittlerweile über 70 Teams gemacht. Wir haben entsprechend pro Halbjahr 10 Startplätze, um Teams aufzunehmen und entsprechend hier dieser Reise anzutreten. Und unser Bewerbungsfrist ist letzte Woche ausgelaufen für das 2. Halbjahr und haben jetzt auch wieder 30 Bewerbungen dabei, wo wir jetzt gerade dabei sind, das Ganze zu sichten und zu sagen, hey, wer hat denn da jetzt das höchste Potenzial, bei uns in dieses Programm zu kommen? So, ich kann euch nur ermutigen, sei es innerhalb der Bahn ein Intrapreneur womöglich irgendwann mal zu werden oder den eigenen Weg womöglich anzutreten und eine unternehmerische Reise anzugehen. Ich glaube, das ist ein Skillset und ein Level, wo jeder von euch nach dem Studium nur von profitieren kann. Was ich euch jetzt abschließend noch anbieten kann, wenn ihr so ein bisschen angefixt wurdet hier von meinem Vortrag, ist, wir haben ein Trainee-Programm bei der Deutschen Bahn. Nicht nur irgendein Trainee-Programm, sondern ein digitales Trainee-Programm. Das gab es vor 10 Jahren, als ich hier angefangen habe, noch nicht. Sehr, sehr spannend, weil sich alles rund um digital dreht und man im Rahmen dieses Trainee-Programms auch eine Chance bekommt, ein eigenes digitales Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Das ist so ein bisschen das Intrapreneurship Light in einer kleineren Version. Und was kommt da auf einen zu? Das ist mal so dieser Ablauf. Vielleicht für euch, wir haben im September Start unseres 4. Batches des digitalen Trainee-Programms und im Dezember startet dann wieder die Bewerbungsfrist für Batch 5, die Mitte nächsten Jahres losgeht. Und es ist immer so aufgeteilt, man hat ein sehr umfangreiches Onboarding von 3 Wochen, in der man die Deutsche Bahn kennenlernt, die anderen Trainees kennenlernt. Und dann in diesem Programm gibt es 3 Praxisstationen, die man in seiner Heimatstation macht, in einer Station Geschäftsfeld, die man sich aussuchen kann und im CDO-Bereich. Und dann gibt es zwischen den Stationen immer noch eine Projektarbeit, um an seinem Geschäftsmodell mit seinem Trainee-Team zu arbeiten. Und am Ende gibt es entsprechend dann einen Pitch, um zu sagen, hey, wer hat denn jetzt mit seinem Geschäftsmodell gewonnen? Und was besonders charmant ist, ein Trainee-Team, das beim letzten Jahrgang am Schluss gepitcht hat, hat jetzt auch diesen Weg ins Intrapreneurship-Programm gefunden und verwirklichen hier jetzt gerade entsprechend ihre Idee. So, jetzt haben wir nochmal ein Video mitgebracht. Da kriegt ihr nochmal so einen Eindruck, wie so ein Pitch Day bei der Deutschen Bahn aussieht, wenn so ein Team 3 Monate hinter sich hat und für ein Funding und eine Vollzeitfreistellung pitcht. Und im Nachgang haben wir dann auf jeden Fall auch nochmal ein paar Minuten Zeit, um die eine oder andere Frage zu beantworten, die bei euch vielleicht im Raum steht.
Eins der wichtigsten Sachen, dass wir auch für uns festgestellt haben, dass Intrapreneurship einfach noch Pionierarbeit ist. Unternehmertum in die Bahn bringen, Innovation fördern, das ist unser großes Ziel, neue Geschäftsmodelle zu bauen. Damit sind wir vor 2,5 Jahren an den Start gegangen und das ist auch das, was wir weiterhin machen wollen.
Was für beeindruckende Präsentationen und was für spannende Geschäftsmodelle ihr uns hier vorgestellt habt. Im Grunde ging es erstmal darum, Problemstellungen zu validieren. Ihr habt den Markt betrachtet, ihr habt die Wettbewerber betrachtet. Ihr wurdet durch eure Coaches hart gechallenged. Also Hut ab, dass ihr zu solchen grandiosen Ergebnissen gekommen seid. Wir hoffen sehr, dass ihr in dieser Designphase viel Methodenwissen mitgenommen habt. Ihr wisst zumindest, wie man so ein Geschäftsmodell aufbaut und habt das an eurem eigenen Geschäftsmodell validiert. Für uns selber war es ein cooler Pitch. Ganz herzlichen Dank an euch 4 Teams.
Hello, we are back here. Weil wir gerade bei Deutsch sind, können wir gerne mit Deutsch erstmal weitermachen. Florian, großes Dankeschön. Und bevor wir weitergehen, noch ein letzter Punkt an dich. Was ist noch eine letzte Sache, die du gerne unseren Zuschauern mitgeben möchtest, die dir besonders wichtig ist nochmal?
Okay, also Min hat mir gerade, ich beantworte beide Fragen, die ich jetzt gerade gestellt habe. Erstmal die von dir kommt. Also Nummer 1, was mir besonders wichtig ist, wenn ihr nach dem Studium auf der Suche nach einem Arbeitgeber seid, ein Blick auf die Website der Deutschen Bahn lohnt sich auf jeden Fall, kann ich nur aus Erfahrung sprechen. Sehr, sehr viel Spaß, die letzten 10 Jahre hier gearbeitet, sehr, sehr vielfältig. Und ich glaube, das Thema Corporate Entrepreneurship ist bei der Deutschen Bahn in so einem Ausmaß tatsächlich einmalig. Und wenn es einen nicht in die Start-up-Welt verschlägt, sondern man in einem anderen Umfeld agieren will, die Bahn da tatsächlich super, super Möglichkeiten hat. Und die Frage, die Min mir noch gestellt hat, die im Chat kam, wie wir Ideen validieren. Im Endeffekt haben wir einen entsprechenden Dreiklang, den wir im Rahmen des Programms abarbeiten. Desirability, Feasibility, Viability. In der Desirability geht es darum, mit vielen Kunden zu sprechen. Ist das Problem tatsächlich da? Haben wir einen Markt und analysieren und untersuchen das? Der zweite Punkt ist im Prinzip die Viability. Können wir mit dieser Idee und auch der Lösung, die wir angedacht haben, Geld verdienen? Und der dritte Punkt ist die Feasibility. Können wir das technisch umsetzen? Kann verschiedene Richtungen haben, also einmal wirklich technologisch, andererseits zum Beispiel aber auch rechtlich. Und wenn wir in allen drei im Prinzip dann einen grünen Haken setzen, dann haben wir so diesen Sweet Spot für eine gute Innovation entsprechend gefunden.
Mhm. Gut, super. Dankeschön, auf jeden Fall nochmal. War sehr schön, euch dabei zu haben, deine Geschichte zu hören. In dem Sinne, ja, danke ich dafür und wünsche noch einen schönen Resttag und vielleicht noch viel Spaß bei dem weiterfolgenden Youth Leadership Day. Und nun, I will switch back to English, so you all can see what we're talking about. So the next workshop will actually be delivered by Grace von den Steinen from PwC, and the topic is a very interesting one. It's finding your passion and purpose, a topic that is dear to us and especially relevant when being youth and finding direction where you want to go. And Grace says that youth leadership is important because youth is the future, and that each one of young talents are leaders. So you can look forward to her telling you what this means specifically, engaging together, and having fun at the workshop that is ahead. So I wish you now a very nice break of 4 minutes, and then we will see each other again.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm afraid it's nothing more than a daydream.
Kann man nicht hier dieses Multiple Participants can share simultaneously das einmal auswählen und dann kann vielleicht die Annika dann das Video abspielen? Soll ich das mal versuchen?
Seht ihr da jetzt was? Hallo?
Nein.
Könnt ihr das Video sehen?
Nein.
Das ist schlecht.
Okay. Wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, sind wir jetzt live. Ist das richtig? Und wir müssen noch die anderen muten. Manuel, kannst du mir noch mal ein Zeichen geben? Okay, so, es geht jetzt los. Vielen Dank, Manuel. Ja, herzlich willkommen zum heutigen Workshop. Finding Your Passion and Purpose. Ich freue mich, dass ESEC mich hierzu eingeladen hat. Aufgrund des unter anderem zeitlichen Formats ist der heutige Workshop eher als Vortrag zu verstehen. Wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, habt ihr dennoch die Möglichkeit, eure Fragen oder Kommentare in den Chat zu stellen. Und ich hoffe, dass ich vielleicht nochmal zum Schluss die Gelegenheit habe, darauf einzugehen, wenn da nochmal was aufploppen sollte. Ich bitte Marlene mal die nächste Seite einzublenden, bitte. Sehr schön, danke. Meine persönliche Reise zu Finding My Passion and Purpose führte mich den ganzen Weg von meinem Geburtsort Hawaii über Südkorea und Japan bis nach Deutschland. Als ich in mein Berufsleben gestartet bin, hatte ich keine Ahnung, was ich eigentlich wirklich machen wollte oder werden wollte. Meine Einstellung war damals, dass ich einen halbwegs interessanten Job nachgehe, um Geld zu verdienen, um so mein Leben zu finanzieren. Allerdings habe ich mich schnell in den jeweiligen Jobs gelangweilt und ich dachte, dass es an den jeweiligen Jobs liegt und dass ich nur so lange weiter suchen muss, bis ich den richtigen Job oder Beruf gefunden habe. So habe ich unter anderem als angehende Bibliothekarin, Vorstandsassistentin, Flugbegleiterin, Marketingmanagerin für einen berühmten deutschen Rapper gearbeitet. Dennoch hatte ich weiterhin das Gefühl, dass irgendwas fehlt. Ich habe mich lange Zeit gefragt, war es das jetzt? Ist das alles? Morgens aufstehen, zur Arbeit gehen, abends essen, duschen, schlafen, um dann wieder am nächsten Morgen gleich, dass wieder alles von vorne anfängt und jeden Tag nur auf das Wochenende zu freuen und 2 Tage nicht arbeiten zu müssen. Ich konnte und wollte mich irgendwann mit dem Zustand nicht mehr zufrieden geben und so habe ich mich auf die Suche begeben, um diese Situation zu ändern. Und diese Suche führte mich unter anderem zu meiner jetzigen Tätigkeit bei PwC, zu meinem Purpose. Und weil ich erkannt habe, dass den meisten Menschen, egal ob jung oder alt, ob Menschen, die jetzt in dem Berufsleben starten oder langjährig schon im Berufsleben bereits unterwegs sind, dass es den meisten genauso geht, wie es mir damals erging, habe ich meinen Purpose und Beruf darin gefunden, anderen Menschen zu helfen, wie man eine sinnstiftende Arbeit finden, nachgehen und Berufung in seinen Beruf einbringen kann. Wie man einen Mehrwert nicht nur für mich persönlich, sondern auch für die Gesellschaft generieren kann, in dem, was ich tue. Nächste Slide bitte. Mein Name ist Grace von den Steinen. Ich bin Senior Associate im Bereich Human Capital, People Management bei PwC und bin zuständig für die Implementierung und Umsetzung der PwC Culture and Value Strategie. Ich hoffe, dass dieser Vortrag euch als Orientierung dienen kann, euren Weg im Berufsleben zu finden. Und wir steigen jetzt ein mit einem Kurzvideo. Ich hoffe, dass es jetzt technisch irgendwie funktioniert, dass man das Video einblenden kann. Folgende Fragestellung könnt ihr schon mal für euch mitnehmen. Seid ihr der Meinung, dass der Fensterputzer seinen Job als Berufung und seinen Purpose ansehen könnte? Ich werde im Laufe des Vortrags immer mal wieder auf den Job des Fensterputzer zurückkommen, um als Beispiel heranzuziehen. Laut der Allensbach-Studie sind 87% der Menschen in Deutschland zurzeit unzufrieden mit ihrer Arbeit. Das heißt, im Klartext, wir gehen mit einer inneren Kündigung zur Arbeit. Menschen, die in ihrem Job unzufrieden sind, rufen nur 60% ihrer Leistung ab. Das heißt, sie brauchen im Endeffekt nur ihre Zeit, wir können gegen Geld. Wenn man diese Menschen fragen würde, was sie, warum sie den Job nachgehen, antworten die meisten, dass es gut ist, einen Lebenslauf aufzubauen oder weil man in diesen Beruf bewohnt hat. Und sie gehen dann davon aus, dass sie diesen Weg beschreiten müssen, um erfolgreich zu werden und Karriere zu machen. Doch was bedeutet denn eigentlich Karriere zu machen? Die meisten verstehen es so, dass man die Karriereleiter hochklettert, um mehr zu erreichen. Das ist allerdings die wenigstens von ihnen richtig definieren. Was bedeutet eigentlich überhaupt mehr? Viele definieren das mehr als mehr Geld, mehr Anerkennung, höheres Ranking und letztlich rennen sie los und wissen auch gar nicht, warum sie wirklich dieses Rennen rennen. Und wenn ihr das noch nicht vielleicht so euch bewusst gemacht habt, von innen betrachtet, kann ein Hamsterrad auch aussehen wie eine Karriereleiter. Wenn man bedenkt, dass ihr ca. 40 bis 45 Jahre noch zu arbeiten habt, je nachdem wie alt ihr jetzt gerade seid, bin ich davon überzeugt, dass jeder von euch eher einer Berufung nachgehen möchte, anstatt nur einen Job, einen Beruf. Leider wird dir aber niemand sagen können, wie. Also müssen wir etwas finden, um uns zu orientieren. Wir brauchen eine Art Kompass. Und ich werde euch heute ein Rahmenwerk, Art Kompass zeigen, welches euch dabei helfen kann, eure Berufung, vielleicht sogar Bestimmung zu finden und wie ihr Berufung in euren Beruf einbringen könnt. Nächste Seite bitte. Erstens, werde ein oder eine Selbstexpertin. Von das Zitat, wo dein Talent und die Bedürfnisse der Welt folgen. Dort liegt deine Berufung. Das heißt, wir müssen herausfinden, wo deine Talente liegen. Das können wir herausfinden, indem wir einen Self-Expert werden und erstmal selbst verstehen und kennenlernen. Denn wenn du nicht weißt, was du suchst, wirst du nicht finden können. Der erste Schritt ist also, meine einzigartigen Stärken herauszufinden. Was sind die Dinge, die wir gerne tun, egal ob bezahlt oder nicht? Etwas für Leute, die sich was bedanken. Etwas, das ich mit dem Aufstehmann nicht ich kann das nicht machen. Und ich frage nicht mal, wer bezahlt mich dafür, sondern etwas, was ich gerne tue und so nachgehen möchte, unabhängig davon, ob ich wirklich gefragt werde oder ob eine Honorierung dabei ist. Der zweite Schritt ist, meine Werte zu definieren und sie zu kennen. Was sind überhaupt Werte? Werte, was uns als Gesellschaft ausmacht, welche Ziele verfolgen, welche Ideale wir hochhalten. Werte definieren wir, wonach wir als Gesellschaft auch als Einzelne streben und welche Ziele wir verfolgen. Unsere Gesellschaft befindet sich in einem radikalen Wandel. Das haben wir alles live und hautnah erlebt, sicherlich durch Corona, Covid-19 und auch durch den Wertewandel, der auch einhergeht. Für diese rasanten Veränderungen und damit einhergehende Ungewissheit gibt es sogar mittlerweile einen eigenen Begriff, VUCA. VUCA ist ein Akronym für Brutalität, Ungewissheit, Komplexität und Vieldeutigkeit. Vor ein paar Jahren als zentral galten, müssen heute nicht mehr gelten oder verpflichtet sein. Diese Entwicklung bezeichnet man als Wertewandel. Ein klassisches Beispiel von Wertewandel ist, was zum Beispiel nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg passiert ist. Weg von materialistischen hin zu postmaterialistischen Werten. Das heißt, früher die Großelterngeneration, die haben Geld gespart, haben sich ein Auto geleistet, haben ein Häuschen gebaut. Das war so das Lebensziel. Die Generation, die nachkam, die sind davon weggekommen, ein Haus zu kaufen, ein BMW oder ein Mercedes zu kaufen, dass das nicht mehr so relevant ist. Heute gibt es eher Carsharing, heute gibt es WGs, die man eher in Frage kommen, oder auch andere Lebensformen, Lebensarten. Dass es nicht nur das Lebensziel ist, eine Eigentumswohnung oder ein Haus zu kaufen. Also wir haben jetzt mittlerweile andere Ziele, andere Werte, die wir verfolgen. Laut dem Soziologen Ronald Inglehart haben zwei Aspekte besonders Einfluss auf die Bildung und Entwicklung von Werten. Erstens, der Mangel. Der Mensch hat grundsätzlich immer das stärkste Bedürfnis nach einem Gut, wenn dieses im Moment nicht oder nur knapp verfügbar ist. Das erkennt man ganz stark zum Beispiel, wenn du einem Kind sagst, es kann kein Eis haben, was möchte das Kind am allermeisten? Ein Eis essen natürlich. Zweitens, Prägung. Die Werte, die wir von unserem Elternhaus mitbekommen haben, prägen uns am meisten. Der dritte Schritt ist, meine Erfahrungen. Jede von uns hat bisher Erfahrungen gesammelt, worin wir gut sind, worin wir schlecht sind. Wir müssen diese Erfahrungen nutzen, um aus ihnen zu lernen. Es ist hilfreich, darüber zu reflektieren. Was ist gut gelaufen, was ist weniger gut gelaufen? Wovon, was gut gelaufen ist insbesondere, will ich mehr machen? Wenn du Menschen siehst, die dich inspirieren, zum Beispiel deinen Freund, Freundin, Nachbar, Nachbarin, Kollegen gemacht haben, die dich begeistern, oder du hast das Gefühl, ich will so sein, wie er oder sie, dann notiere es dir auch. Und mit der Zeit wirst du eine Sammlung von Inspirationen haben, die du gegebenenfalls auch Tat umsetzen kannst, um etwas zu bewirken und einen Unterschied machen zu wollen oder einfach etwas leidenschaftlich nachzugehen, was du bisher vielleicht noch nicht für dich entdeckt hast. Wenn wir also diese drei zusammenbringen, können wir definieren, was Erfolg tatsächlich für uns bedeutet. Dieser Kompass, dieses Framework, kann uns dabei helfen, ein Bild davon zu bekommen, wie wir oder was wir als erfolgreich und Erfolg definieren. Ohne diesen Kompass klettern wir vermeintlich eine Karriereleiter hoch oder jagen etwas nach, ohne genau zu wissen, warum oder wofür. Und wenn wir das Warum oder Wofür beantworten können, dann ist es etwas, womit wir uns am Ende des Tages vielleicht gar nicht identifizieren können. Ich habe zum Beispiel meine Tätigkeit als Business Advisor oft meine Fach- und Führungskräfte gefragt, welches Vermächtnis sie hinterlassen möchten, außer dass sie ihre Umsatzziele geknackt haben oder ihre Bonis Jahr für Jahr die Ziele vermehrt haben, wenn sie irgendwann mal das Unternehmen verlassen. Denn Umsatzzahlen oder solche Milestones, die sind zwar natürlich notwendig, dass man natürlich auch sich verbessert in den Dingen, die man macht, aber das ist nicht nur wichtig und diese Umsatzzahlen, wenn man das Unternehmen verlässt, sind so schnell überholt und auch vergessen. Das heißt, welchen Fußabdruck hinterlasse ich eigentlich, wenn ich an einem Platz war und ich wieder diesen Ort, also diesen Platz, Berufsort verlasse. Nächste Seite bitte. Die meisten von uns können das Unmögliche nicht machen, weil wir uns entweder selbst einreden, dass wir das nicht können oder weil die Leute uns sagen, dass wir das nicht schaffen werden. Was oft dazu führt, dass wir dann glauben, wir gar nicht anfangen oder wir gehen viel zu schnell auf. Alles ist unmöglich, das ist Alle großartigen Erfindungen und Innovationen dieser Welt schienen am Anfang unmöglich. Es gibt ein großartiges Beispiel dafür, und zwar der 4-Minute-Mile-Record von Roger Bannister. Bannisters 4-Minute-Mile-Record galt als unmöglich. Was für den Sprinter die 100 Meter in 10 Sekunden sind und der 2-Stunden-Marathon für den Langstreckenspezialisten ist für den Mittelstreckenläufer die 4-Minute-Mile, also eine Meile entspricht etwa 1609 Meter, in unter 4 Minuten zu laufen. Und der Brite Sir Roger Bannister brach diesen Rekord als erster im Jahre 1954. Und bis dato waren viele der Meinung, dass Menschen so schnell laufen. Mediziner haben sogar befürchtet, dass der Körper und die Brust verlieren würde. Und was passiert ist, dass eigentlich unglaublich. 2 Monate später knacken andere Leute diesen Rekord. Und bei 60 Folgen innerhalb der nächsten Zeit. Es ist so, dass man einer sagt, hey, das ist nicht unmöglich. Und stimmt als viel bekannt bei allen anderen Leuten. Was zeigt diese Geschichte? Wenn wir das Unmögliche möglich machen wollen, müssen wir uns mit Menschen umgehen, die das Unmögliche schaffen. Jemand sagt, das geht. Denk immer daran, dass wir sagen, es ist ein kleines. Ich sage dir. Tim Ron, ein amerikanischer Innovationstrainer, macht gesagt, du bist der Produkt der 5 Personen, mit denen du die meiste Zeit verbringst. Du bist der Produkt der Personen, mit denen du die meiste Zeit verbringst. Und da hätte ich ganz viel Wahrheit drin. Jetzt von euch hat es ganz kurz von Sinnen die 5, die am meisten Zeit verbringen. Und dann wird es oder sie merken, ziemlich schnell, wie sehr man sich doch irgendwie ändert, weil vielleicht den Status nicht tragen und in den auch. Du machst wirklich die Menschen um dich herum, um das zu erreichen, was du erreichen möchtest. Es gibt so wissenschaftliche Studien und das mehrfach belegt. Zum Beispiel das Sport. Schneller in einer Gruppe fahren, die schnell fährt, als wir allein fahren. Die Umwelt, dich als Produkt, ist wichtig. Und viele Menschen, wenn sie in so einem Rennen auch übertragen Sportbereich denken, ich habe das Ganze erreicht. Und dazu ist auch schon mehrfach belegt, dass Psychologen belegt, wenn du hast das erreicht, hast du eigentlich, wenn nur 70% der Leistungsfähigkeit abgerufen. Das heißt, da geht noch was, also 30% auf jeden Fall drin. Es gibt Bereiche, wo du die Kontrolle hast. Du kannst dich selbst kennenlernen, das haben wir eben von angehört. Leid, du kannst deine Grenzen überschreiten und unmöglich schaffen. Du kannst dich inspirierende Menschen oder Menschen abwenden, dich von deinen Dingen abhalten oder dich sogar halten. Du kannst vieles nicht kontrollieren, also einen Unfall oder eine Umweltkatastrophe oder schlicht, dass du deinen Job verlierst. Also wir haben das ja auch jetzt innerhalb von diesen Corona-Zeiten gemerkt, dass wir einfach vieles nicht kontrollieren können und ja, die daraus resultierenden Konsequenzen auch nicht. Die meisten Dinge liegen komplett außerhalb unserer Kontrolle. Aber über diese Dinge, die ich gerade genannt habe, haben wir die Kontrolle und sie können und werden deine Situation und Welt verändern. Nach Viktor Frankl, ein bekannter Neurologe und Psychiater, besteht unsere Situation aus 2% Umstände und 98% ist unsere Reaktion darauf. Ein Zitat von ihm ist, zwischen Reiz und Reaktion liegt ein Raum. In diesem Raum liegt unsere Macht zur Wahl unserer Reaktion. In unserer Reaktion liegen unsere Entwicklung und Freiheit. Das heißt, du bist Bestimmer deiner Situation und deinem Leben. Du bist also ein Leader. Du hast Einfluss auf so viele Dinge. wo du vielleicht auch gar nicht dessen bewusst bist. Ich erkläre euch jetzt mal 5 Faktoren eines Leaders. Erstens, ein Leader ist immer ein Visionär. Was heißt das? Ein Visionär sieht Dinge, die andere nicht sehen können. Ein Leader, der so etwas sehen kann, ermutigt Menschen, indem er oder sie dem seinem Gegenüber sagt, was man in dem anderen sieht. Das heißt, ein Visionär, ein Leader, kann Potenziale erkennen und auch sie verbalisieren. Zweitens, ein Leader ist immer Vorbild. Lead by example. You can't be what you can't see. Das heißt, Menschen können tatsächlich Dinge übernehmen von einem. Also wenn ich jemanden als Vorbildfunktion habe, kann ich eher Dinge annehmen und umsetzen, als wenn ich die gar nicht gesehen habe, weil ich gar nicht mit dessen bewusst bin, dass solches Verhalten oder dass solche Entscheidungen überhaupt möglich sind. Drittens, ein Leader ist immer ein Influencer. Ja, also Influencer gibt es auch bei Instagram und Facebook, aber ich meine nicht diese Art von Influencer, sondern jemand, der ansteckend ist, im positiven Sinne. Habe ich einen positiven Sprach- und Gedankenmuster. Ich sollte als Leader, als Influencer Mehrwert bieten. Viertens, Leader machen immer einen Unterschied, denn sie haben Einfluss, sie haben Impact. Und fünftens, Leader sind immer Werteträger oder Werteträgerinnen. Was haben die Menschen davon, dass es mich eigentlich gibt? Wofür stehst du? Wie würden andere dich bewerten? Und es gibt auch eine sehr interessante Perspektive auch auf diese Leader. Alle Diktatoren haben diese, also 4 Eigenschaften, bis auf den 5. Und der Unterschied liegt in der Sichtweise. Ein Diktator sagt zum Beispiel, was habe ich von der Welt? Und ein Leader, ein Werteträger sagt, oder hat die Welt oder die Sichtweise, was hat die Welt von mir? Nächste Seite bitte. Da habe ich jetzt, da seht ihr die 5 Faktoren eines Leaders. Also wichtig ist zu wissen, welche Eigenschaften macht eigentlich ein Leader aus. Und ich bin davon überzeugt, dass jeder von uns ein Leader und eine Leaderin ist. Denn ich habe Einfluss auf all diese 5 Faktoren. Ich kann influenzen, ich kann Vorbild sein. Wenn ich möchte, kann ich Potenziale erkennen, nicht nur die schlechten Dinge, sondern auch das Gute und das, was hervorgebracht werden kann. Und jetzt, um auf das Video zurückzukommen, was wir am Anfang gesehen haben, ist, als ich die Frage mitgegeben habe, ob ihr der Meinung seid, dass ein Fensterputzer Berufung oder Purpose in seinem Beruf tatsächlich empfinden kann, ist meiner Meinung nach ja. Es geht nicht tatsächlich um die Tätigkeit, Fenster zu wischen. Es geht tatsächlich um den Impact, den dieser Mensch hat. Und ich bin der Meinung, dass dieser Fensterputzer die Tätigkeit nicht als seine Berufung sehen kann, sondern eher, welchen Impact er darauf hat. Und zwar auf die von den Kindern, die er gerade dort zum Lachen gebracht hat. Denn wenn man lacht, beeinflusst es natürlich den Hormonhaushalt. Wenn man Glückshormone ausschüttet zum Beispiel, hat es eine Wirkung auf das Genesungssystem. Das heißt, die Kinder können dadurch schneller genesen und auch besser schlafen. Das heißt, dieser Mensch, dieser Fensterputzer hat tatsächlich einen Einfluss auf das Kind oder auf die Kinder, auch wenn er das gerade nicht sieht. Aber er hat da tatsächlich einen Unterschied gemacht. Und ja, es geht nicht um die Dinge, die einen Gandhi oder Steve Jobs gemacht haben. Es geht darum, das zu tun, was für dich wichtig ist, einen Beitrag zu leisten, den nur du machen kannst. Standardsachen mit Begeisterung zu machen, ist bereits einen Beitrag leisten. Siehe zum Beispiel diesen Fensterputzer. Man muss nicht das Globale sehen, sondern den kleinen Punkt. Also tue Dinge, die dich inspirieren und ja, damit andere von dir inspiriert werden. Und ich danke jetzt für eure Aufmerksamkeit. Mit Blick auf die Zeit komme ich jetzt zum Abschluss. Und es war mir eine Freude, mein Wissen mit euch zu teilen und hoffe, dass ihr die eine oder andere Inspiration für euch mitnehmen konntet. Und wenn ihr euch mal auf der langen Reise verirren solltet, dann denkt bitte an das Zitat von C.S. Lewis, das ist der Autor von Chroniken von Narnia. Nächste Seite bitte, und das ist auch die letzte Seite. Nächste bitte. Sorry. Noch eine weiter. Oh, die ist gerade da. Ja, da. Danke. Du kannst nicht zurückgehen und den Anfang ändern, aber du kannst jetzt neu anfangen und das Ende ändern. Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön, Grace. Danke für das Teilen. Und auch in dem Aspekt wünsche ich dir und auch nochmal der Audienz noch viel Spaß beim Youth Leadership Day und danke für deine Teilnahme und wünsche in dem Sinne auch noch einen schönen Tag. And now I will switch back to English and address every one of you. First of all, we saw your messages. We want to apologize for the technical inconvenience. This is something we are currently working on, and we will ensure that you will have a better connection going forward. So for this, if something happened, be mindful about telling us, but we already saw what you were writing to us. So for the next spot, you can be very excited. It will be an interview that we will have, as you can see in the background, with Puma. It will be with Martin Francis Bates. He's a junior footwear designer. And well, actually, what we will be talking about is we'll be following your passion, navigating through times of uncertainty. And for him, youth leadership is relevant because it gives the opportunity to gain insights for students and into our culture, and that the experience that, for example, also Puma offers is something that greatly inspires him because it shows him the value that youth has for bringing leadership forward. So you can very much looking forward to this interview. And I hope so far you enjoyed our Youth Leadership Day, and we will see you in 5 minutes. Great. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break, and I already did in the end of the last session introduction to Martin. So welcome, Martin, to our conversation. I was really looking forward to it, and yeah, I would love to give actually you the space to. Can you please shortly introduce yourself, your profession, and what fascinates you about the topic of leadership?
Hey, Dennis. First of all, good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to lovely Isaackers out there, and everybody else that is joining us here on the stream. Yeah, as we already know, my name is Martin Francis Bates. I'm 26 years old, and I'm coming from London, England, specifically Tottenham, North London, for anybody that knows. And I'm a footwear designer here at Puma, and have been doing so for the last 2 years and 2 months or so. So yeah, really enjoyed my time here at Puma as a designer, and I come from a history of being sports obsessed and so on, so this is the perfect place for me to be at. And what excites me about the topic of leadership in general is just the fact that we can all find the qualities of leadership in itself in ourselves, essentially. So the idea of empowering yourself or taking the lead on a certain part of a project, you know, we all have this ability, and part of working in a team is also being able to lead certain areas of conversation. So yeah, the fact that we have this, you know, we have this all naturally within ourselves, I think is an interesting aspect of leadership. So,
yes. That's very nice. Thank you for introducing yourself and already giving a first impression. So tell us, what brought you to Puma, and what is the best thing about being at Puma?
Interesting, because there are many good things about being at Puma, of course. But I gave like a brief overview of my obsession or passion for sport, let's say, being, you know, coming out of London, where, you know, in England generally you get a lot of football obsessed people, and I was, you know, I'm no different to this crowd of people. So I've long been interested in footwear and so on, and I also always had a passion for art, and bringing the two together, I found myself going into a direction of being a designer, of course. And what made my journey so interesting, or what made Puma such an interesting part for my journey, is one, the way that I came about it. It was kind of interesting to be approached by like in a social media aspect. So the Puma and my manager took some faith and took the jump in me, you know, and it's also a really nice brand to, you know, start your career and help to build yourself up in some sense. So yeah, I think seeing myself at Puma was quite easy because there's kind of a family ethos or ethic around the headquarters here. And my favorite aspect of Puma, very interesting. Maybe I would say the fact that it's quite a culturally diverse place to work. Within my first internship, I worked at another brand where it was, you know, it was my first opportunity to meet many different people from different places. And again, here at Puma, I'd say it's very similar aspect. You know, you get a diverse team, many different experiences, and it's a great place to learn from. Yeah, a lot of people and their experiences. So yeah, I like the cultural diversity here.
So 2 things that you mentioned that like caught my interest was especially family and culture. So can you tell us more about this? How does this look specifically? What are the things, like maybe small actions that you discover in your everyday life and everyday work where you feel these aspects are mostly represented?
The family ethic. How does that influence the way that we work at Puma? Is that what you're saying here? Sorry.
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I think, like I say, in a family environment, you know, things are of course very friendly, but in a family, you know, you help to sort of bring each other up in some sense. So this happens at many different levels. So I'm a junior designer, and we also have some intern positions in our team, and interns in our team. And this aspect of family is, or the way this aspect of family is involved here, I think we help and encourage people to, just try new things or to, potentially make mistakes and so on. So, in your at home, of course, if you make a mistake or something goes wrong, you don't fall out with these people forever. You're always going to have this support behind you. And I think that's the same with Puma here as a brand. We help to support each other. And yeah, again, we invite those initial mistakes in some sense and help to nurture and push people in the right direction. So yeah, and also I'd just like to say, walking around the headquarters as well, it doesn't matter what role or what team you work in. I'd say there's always this, I don't know if camaraderie is the right term, but there's a friendly atmosphere in general. You don't have to have interacted with this person, but you can make friends just moving around the company. So yeah, I would say there's that real friendly interactive atmosphere here.
This sounds really nice, especially going out in an environment where you feel like comfortable and where you feel like you belong and people are friendly. Always like what I would like to say, especially when you look at how is the culture in an organization, in a company, is always identified by the things that you not necessarily see first. So for me, for example, it's looking at how do people treat each other when they are not directly co-workers or just when they walk past by. That's why it was interesting that you also mentioned this, because there you can really see like how is the company. Do they just walk past each other or do they say, hi, nice to meet you, how are you doing?
It'd be weird if I walk past somebody, especially like on a bridge or in like a narrow corridor or anything like this where you're walking by. It would be weird if we didn't interact in some way. And if I'd had interaction with that person before, it's like something nice we can sort of bounce back and help to create a bit more of a friendly atmosphere.
This is actually very interesting because this is a topic where I want to also go to the team, maybe dive deeper, and you are working in a cultural team, intercultural team, which is something we are also used to as being from many different countries within ISEC. And what do you think is so special about that from a leader's kind of view, having this kind of team?
Well, I'd say from a leader's perspective, I think having many different people in a team in general, you're going to get people that are specialists in certain areas, right? And also people of different cultures are specialists of their culture or what their personal experiences are. So being a leader of a multicultural team, I think that the interesting challenge is how can you best harness the skills or best put people in a position to help themselves grow, but also to help a team work together. So especially when you're designing product, because I'm a designer, when it comes to designing for a certain region or so on, it's best the leader's role here is to put the best people in front of in front of that opportunity who best know this or have the best expertise for these areas, let's say. So yeah, I'd say from a leader's perspective, as in like I'd say leader as a manager in this sense, that is one interesting side. And also for you can look at these different members of the team or these different people of different cultures as leaders in their own thought or vision. If you're a leader, you help to, you have to convince somebody else of your vision. And if you're taking care of a certain aspect of a certain project and you have that cultural expertise, you're leading in that sense. So I wouldn't say it's leading from a top-down sort of thing. A leader's role is to empower everyone else so they can lead the conversation in their area of expertise. Yeah.
This is very interesting. I'm very intrigued to learn more about this, as it's always interesting to have another perspective on how different organization companies handle this topic, as it makes a huge difference also from my perspective. There are so many different perspectives that come in, so many different influences as well, and also how to approach topics. So this is really interesting. And actually one thing, staying on this topic of culture. So I would actually like to know more about how this plays together with design. So which role do you think design plays in terms of culture? So which differences, for example, could you observe in different countries, different cultures? Like how do you see this from this perspective?
Well, funny enough, not funny enough, but I work in sports style footwear, but I also work in the SMU team, which stands for Special Makeups. So we work again across different, different regions and different accounts. So we target these we target with specific briefs what works best in these areas. So it's interesting because design can be reactive of a culture, and also it's interesting because design can create culture in some sense as well, because the sneaker culture in itself, yeah, fair enough, it may have come from, you know, a few cool styles, and getting this in front of the right people to wear it has created some new, has created a culture which has expanded now to take over our whole globe in some sense. But I think it's a two-way spectrum. You know, design can influence culture, and culture definitely influences design, especially in my team. Yeah, I think it's also important, let's say in our team, that if we're dealing with a brief that targets a specific region, that we have the right person in front of that brief or in front of that opportunity to best tackle it or to best influence, understand the culture of which they're targeting here.
So one thing that would interest me as well is, right now we are at uncertain times. Like, there are a lot of things that are happening very dynamically, and all of us are basically like looking, okay, what will happen next week or what will happen next month? So how do you perceive the current times we are going through, and what, let's say, role or responsibility do you see within, for example, also a big advocate like Puma that can bring strong messages across in these current times of crisis?
Well, personally, within my small team, the way that we've reacted to this crisis, and the way that I think across Puma, the way we reacted to this crisis is very dynamically. So even before coming into this interview, one thing that we were very sure of is some things may not always go to plan, or some things you cannot always account for, if you understand what I mean. So being able to react quick enough, and also to have this diverse or dynamic way of thinking, I think is important in times of crisis. But of course, you can't bank on anything. So I think in that sense, keeping that dynamic thought is very important. But also for a leader in a leadership position, I think it's very important to analyze the facts, see what we have there, and make your decisions based on that, and don't sort of wait around for some kind of change. And of course, like I say, everything is dynamic, things are changing at the time. But the most important thing for me when it comes to dealing with crisis is to just be on your feet and adaptable in some sense. So again, like in my team, one thing we've done and a lot of people are doing is work from home. And another important aspect was being transparent as well. So transparency just helps us all to understand the situation that is at hand. So again, we can make the decisions to go forward. So yeah, here at Puma, of course, and economically in general, there's been some change. But again, as long as you're well equipped with the knowledge and information you need to make these decisions, I think, yeah, it would help the dynamic nature of how you deal with things. So.
I actually got a reply that we already have a question to ask you. So I will reach out, and then I will ask you a question from the audience. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, so one thing that, well, people would like to know is what does it mean for you like to move from a different country to Germany and like experience this new cultural environment, not like only in Puma, but in general for you? How do you like acclimate to this, to a whole new culture, and how do you also perceive Germany in this context?
Okay, a very interesting question. Of course, it was a really big challenge for me. Or I say it was a big challenge. This is not the first time that I've lived here in Germany, but the first time I moved to Germany as an intern, I had nobody out here. You know, there's no family to fall back on. Of course, maybe more remotely, but you have to look at the decision that you have made, and when you're in if there's any element of doubt, you know why you've come to this decision that you've made. So you trust in your gut that you've made the right choice to move over to Germany. Or I'm trusted in my decision to move over to Germany in the first place. And also, when you come over to, let's say, a brand like this, or I think the brand has a big part in accommodating your move, that in terms of finding somewhere to live and also allowing you to integrate nicely into the culture. So I'm learning a little German at the moment. I'm not available for testing, I would say. I don't want you to test me on that. But it is, I think moving to Germany has been an interesting experience because, yeah, like you say, it's very culturally different to London, especially Nuremberg being a smaller town and so on. But you find your feet as you go along, and also the people around. There are many people in similar positions to you. So you will never be alone in that aspect, so you can sort of bounce ideas off people or share your experiences with people. So for me, moving to Germany, moving to a smaller town was tough because there's less activity or less things to do, but the more and more people you make friends with and the people you have around you, you can share more interesting experiences with them, I would say. So, yeah.
So one thing that would be actually very interesting to dive deeper in, you said like to have the courage to just move forward with decisions, but like how does the process look like? Like where do you get to making the risky decisions? Like was it for you just like a feeling, like you felt this was the step to go? Was it something where you like dove deeper and maybe getting to know what has like many different countries to offer? What is the thing that is important to me and how is this connected to a risky decision? So if you have, just say we have a person listening to you right now who's also kind of like struggling because they have to make a decision where they want to go. What is your one advice that you would give them for these kind of decisions?
My main advice, top line, is if you have made that decision already, is to trust, not to be cliche, but trust in your gut, trust in the decision that you've made, because you're less likely to have moved into or to put yourself at risk without analyzing the risk to reward, what you have going on there, what's going to actually work out there. And again, it kind of plays into this current situation with the COVID crisis, is that as much information as you have there, you have to really try your best to analyze the information that you have and understand some things will not go to plan. But maybe set yourself up best for a potential failure. And also failure in some sense is not necessarily, it's not the end of anything for sure. It's an opportunity to learn something. So there's only positive, or really change your way of thinking in some sense and see that as positive that can come out of it. I could have come here to Germany and or there could have been some weird risk involved, or I didn't find a place to live or something like this. But this stuff didn't happen, luckily for me, but I think it was just, I was always going to find my feet at some point. So even if I did make some mistakes, or if the risk that I took was, it had a negative consequence, I would have been able to bounce back and learn from it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Actually, now I will go back to the audience. So I will grab another paper and ask you another question based on it. Okay, so actually, especially the topic of design seems to be very popular. So the next question goes in this direction, is like, how do you see like the future in general of design? What kind of role do you think it will play in the future? But also, personally for yourself, where do you see yourself in the future? We can start with 5 years ahead, or maybe even further ahead.
Sweet. Well, the nature of me as a person is I have no script written prior, so I can't necessarily say where I will be in 5 years. I would say Puma is definitely a good place for me to be in 5 years, because as I said before, one of the big reasons for me joining here is because I felt there was a lot of potential avenues for career development. So yes, I think I'm pretty sure I'll still be in love with footwear and sneakers by then. I'm currently designing in the sports style department, but maybe looking around into my initial passions or initial reasons for getting into footwear, such as football, could be something interesting to me to look into. And to speak a little to the point of where do I see design going, or where do I see it evolving, and also what responsibilities do we as designers have? I think sustainability is a really big topic that I think we should really challenge as designers, because one thing is, of course, if we're creating products that have to exist in the world, we have to analyze what the world is like today. And this also comes from the whole design process. So, are we looking at some closed loop shoes or something like this? I'm not speaking on anything to do with what any companies have got going on, but maybe just a personal thought. And also the way we design, I think, will really be digitalized a lot more, I think, going forward, because a good friend of mine gave a talk on some virtual reality sketching recently, and the way that I used to sketch, or the way I came through design school, everything was on paper. And recently I got an iPad, so I'm drawing everything on the iPad, but now it's this whole world you can dive into a 3D space and sort of create forms and shapes and so on from there. So for me, where I see design going, especially in the footwear realm, is definitely going more in a digital direction, and also really trying to address designing for the world of today, which is a world that needs more sustainable products.
It's very, very intriguing. So actually, one last question that we would have to you is, if you could give one advice in general to young people based on your own experiences, what would it be?
Again, I'm trying not to be cliche here, but just like my passion has led me here to Germany to have many different experiences and learn from so many people around the world, I think it's very important to follow whatever you're passionate about and let that drive you in terms of your career or where you may live, or let that drive you forward in life in general. Because if I wasn't in love with footwear, maybe I wouldn't have gone out and met so many people. I wouldn't have had this opportunity to be here at Puma. So yeah, I would like to say, yeah, follow your passion, because also the term drive as well. If you're building a career on something, or if you're building anything in general, as long as you have this momentum, as long as you have something or topic that you're happy about, and you can see yourself not coming to work or you don't see yourself coming into work as a job, but you more see it as like, oh, this is my playground, this is something amazing. Every day is something you're going to enjoy going forward to every day. Every day is going to be something to look forward to. So yeah, really like to say follow your passion, and maybe I'd say as well for young people, do take the risk. Do take the risk. If it's something you're passionate about, you're going to learn from it, and there's loads of time to sort of bounce back and try something new as well.
Take the risk if there's something you're passionate about. I think that's a perfect way of ending our conversation for this. I really want to appreciate having you here. I think it has been, from what I saw also from the comments, people listening to you really enjoyed it. So I want to thank you for being here, sharing your story. And yeah, I'm very much wishing you a nice day. I hope you will still enjoy our Youth Leadership Day. And we will see each other in the future maybe, or hear something more of you. So feel free to also check out what Puma does, what Martin does. So there will be many interesting things ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you so much. And thank you to the ISACers for your questions and also your time. Thank you for giving me a platform.
Thank you very much. Okay, so everyone, this was the interview, and for the next part we will have a panel, which is basically the topic about moving Germany, the responsibility of youth, and it will be moderated by Christian Ulot, who you already got to know in the beginning, and we have 3 wonderful guests who will be in this panel, and it will be Grace von den Steinen, you already got to know her before. It will be Maximilian Malterer, who is currently working at Get Your Guide, but before he was actually an ISACer. He was the president of ISAC Germany in 2015. to 16. So he has a lot of interesting things to say what the youth leadership means from the context of ISEC, but also after his time with ISEC, especially as exploring globally and working at the partners he was. Then we have Fenja Hake. She was actually our last president of ISEC in Germany, and she has a very interesting perspective from now ending her experience within ISEC Germany and telling you how it is for her. So you can look forward to this. I hope you will enjoy the panel, and we will continue in 5 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear us and are still great since this morning. Welcome back to the main room for the panel discussion. Today we have three amazing individuals here with us. I heard that Dennis was already introducing them to you, and they will be introducing themselves in more detail in a second. I myself, I'm Christian. You might remember me from the opening this morning. I'm the past president of ISEG in Germany and now working for LinkedIn. And today we will have a great debate here in our panel discussion about the topics that move Germany, leadership and what leadership means to us, what skills we need in the future, and how entrepreneurship can work as a change catalyst. These are the four topics that we'll be talking about today. But before we start, let's come to the main people in the room, Max, Grace, and Fenya. Maybe ladies first. Grace, would you want to introduce yourself, who you are, what you're like trying to achieve and what you're doing? That would be nice.
My name is Grace Steinen. I have been working for 20 years, and 10 years of that in HR. In this field, I worked as an HR consultant, a recruiting manager in the area of employer branding before I joined PwC 4 years ago. Initially started off as an HR business advisor. Today, I'm responsible for the implementation and execution of the PwC culture and value strategy. So my work consists essentially of creating a corporate culture in which everyone can do meaningful work to generate added value, not only for themselves, but also for society. That's my wish and my purpose, and what I see doing.
I guess I will continue. Yes.
Exactly. No. Thank you, Grace. We'll lead up to the second lady in the room, Fenya.
Thank you. Yes, I just left ISEG after 7 years, so it has been a very long time for me that I have worked in this organization. Out of these, I have worked 3 years in the national board, and I just left exactly 2 weeks ago was my last day. And right now I'm looking for a job, but also I'm writing my master thesis about migration in Eastern Asia. And in general, I am really passionate about the topics of youth leadership and also sustainability and the responsibility that young people have in the society for moving something in the world. So I'm really excited about the panel as well.
Perfect. So last in the round, Max. Also an ISEG alumnus. Had my last role in ISEG in 2017 on an international level in Rotterdam, and then spent the last few years in Berlin working for Deutsche Bahn. I know they're also here today. Worked in the innovation department, and then moved beginning of this year to Get Your Guide, a unicorn startup from Berlin, all around travel experiences, where I'm currently leading a team that's supporting all our 16 sales offices globally with tools, tech, analytics, trainings. And what I really enjoy about Get Your Guides, I don't want to make too much promotion here when you guys travel in Germany right now, since global travel is not that recommended. But what I really love about my job is that really aim to bring incredible experiences to anybody who wants to travel and make it accessible for everyone, no matter if you travel to wander, if you travel to experience culture, if you travel for adventure, but give everybody the ability to have an incredible experience when you go abroad and make the most of the time to really broaden your horizon. Random fact about me, I had an Oktoberfest business for 7 years, so I can also make amazing Kaiserschmarrn if you ever get the chance to do that.
Well, in my history in ISEG, I always heard a lot about this Kaiserschmarrn, but unfortunately never got the chance to test it out myself. I hope one day will be the day. But thank you all for the introduction. And I think that's a perfect setup to start into the first topic. The first topic is about topics that move Germany at the moment. And what the question would be here is, we've all seen Corona as an example for a sudden issue, and that issue forced society and the economy to immediately adapt, because we didn't have time to wait. We had to immediately adapt and change our systems to manage the crisis. My question to you would be, what other issues do you think should move society and the economy equally to find new solutions and act upon them, and how as well? I would say we start again. Ladies first. We'll change the order for each question. Maybe Fenya, you would want to start with the first question, then Grace, then Max, and we will change the order afterwards.
Cool. Yes. Thank you for your question. So first of all, I think that Corona in Germany is of course a very present topic, but I think also we should think about how is it handled in other countries. For example, how does Corona affect Africa right now, and how can maybe people in Europe or institutes and organizations in Europe support other countries also in managing this. But other than this, I also see, and I'm very happy that this discussion is coming back, this whole racism discussion again. Because I think that it has been ignored for a long time, and especially in Germany, of course, I'm not happy with the circumstances of it, but I think that we should have this conversation of how we can increase intercultural understanding in our society and also in Europe, because I think that it's super crucial to have this conversation, and we have neglected it in the past, I think, and also in the context of what is happening right now, for example, in Belarus, or in China with democracy, and how are Germans themselves seeing the current state in Germany. There's people going on the street saying that Germany is not a democratic country, while in other countries we can see what it actually means having no democracy there. So I think there are a lot of issues that need to be talked about, and also how young people see themselves in this, because I think that a lot of young people think that they don't have the power to change something about it, and rather don't do anything about it, while maybe they can work in a new field and in a field that they haven't even thought about working in, to actually address those topics and speak up for what they see.
Thank you. A lot of good points. I will pick up on them later as well, but just as an opening to that question, I would like to hear all answers first. So Grace, would you go next?
I totally agree with Fenya. So there's a lot of truth and wisdom in what she just said right now. That's I can totally agree to that. Wow, there are so many topics, I guess. So currently, I guess the trade disputes is also something that we should be worried about. But also extreme political and or religious ideologies that are coming up, which we didn't have in that kind of form until now through the digitization. So digitization is also, it brings a lot of solution, but also brings a lot of new questions and challenges we need to tackle. I think those are also very crucial to think about and to tackle them right now. So for example, Corona, we always knew that there are some kind of viruses or pandemic which could break out, but we never ever had thought that it would turn out this way. So I guess that we should really think about or be aware about these topics we just picked on, and to think about solutions and not to react, but act beforehand and have the right solutions before everything is too late.
I do have a lot of thoughts there. I will bring them up later. I think what you were saying about digitalization, especially in combination with political changes, is a huge topic. I was just reading an article recently how many people actually went into hospitals due to fake news that were spread via social media about how to handle the crisis or how to heal yourself from Corona. And I think it's a big challenge. So highly agree here. Max, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would pick up on actually two things that Grace just mentioned. So I think when we look at trade disputes, I see that as a bigger trend that's also accelerated by the pandemic, and that is, well, many call it deglobalization, right? So we see a lot more trend to regional efforts, to national efforts politically, but also economically. And I think when you also look at how that affected Germany in the pandemic, right, as a country that is so intertwined in especially global trade networks, that is so dependent on the global economy, then I think that's a huge field where Germany really needs to find, I think, based on, if you look beyond the classical global supply chain lines, the traditional industries, what is the role we're going to play in a future economy, in a global economy that's on an industrial side, maybe less globalized and more regional, more local, driven by the pandemic, driven also by climate change, which raises a lot of questions, where are things produced and consumed. But I think it also raises the question, how do we build cultural and political ties in the future? Because when we look at the trend we also see with national politics, it's often built on the back of less relevant economic ties. A lot of political relationships between countries in this world are built following economic ties that came first. And I think that's a trend that is not as obvious yet, and I think a trend in development. And based on what Grace just said, yeah, that's something we shouldn't wait until 10 years from now. We need to react on that. But how can we act on that beforehand?
True. I mean, there were a lot of things said, and I mean, you mentioned climate change, you mentioned the trade disputes. There's a lot of issues. What I would like to understand, and a thought that I recently had when I was preparing for this, is Corona was so sudden and was able to change a lot of systems very radically and very fast because of its urgency. If we look at the example you brought of climate change, for example, for me at least, the feeling remains that the change there is not at all as fast as it could have been, as we saw with Corona. My question would be, what do you think? And whoever feels ready to answer, just go ahead. What do you think is the reason? Why are we slower in creating systems of change for climate change, as an example, than for Corona?
Can I start? Oh, I don't know if Max wanted to say something.
Go ahead,
but yeah,
go ahead.
I think that, I mean, I don't know, I don't have data on this, but based on my experience, humans are very good reacting to urgent things. It's this running away from pain or running towards pleasure. And I think it's very easy to see a problem and solve it. While climate change, I think, especially in Germany, the effects of climate change on us are not super close to us. So we see, there's some natural disasters in some of the countries which might be related to climate change, but also there's a lot of people arguing against this. And I think that it is just a comfortable invitation to be slow, because we don't have to react on it now, because it will not affect our life tomorrow, but just maybe in 10 years or 20 years. While Corona was so sudden and so drastic that it affects all our lives tomorrow and the day after, because me, my family, my friends can all be affected by it. And I think that the difference there just how close we are to the topic and to the danger that comes out of it.
Yeah, I think building up on that, I mean, climate change is a lot more complex, right? It has so many loopholes. There's so much you can challenge or question. It's also so much unclear, as Svenja said, how will it affect me? While Corona is quite clear. If it affects me, how it could affect me. I think it is a lot easier to also build an emotional narrative around a pandemic for somebody who wants to lead in the crisis, than when you build that narrative around climate change. That's so much more complex, and that also ties into how we react to a crisis such as Corona. As on the other hand, climate change, that's also requires a lot more global action, right? A lot of people criticize that everybody was just going out on their own. In the beginning, fighting Corona took a lot of time until we saw more collaboration. And we still don't see the level we would like to see when we think about vaccines, countries buying up vaccine providers on their own. But it's a lot easier for a country to tackle something like Corona on their own than, let's say, tackle climate change, because the solutions you might have in Germany are not the most impactful for climate change. Where they would need to happen, let's say in the desert. Let's build huge solar plants in the Sahara. That would be a major impact on how we are approaching the climate crisis, but that requires a lot more global collaboration than tackling Corona in the first step, at least.
And I also think on top of that, which is so true and right, is also that the social media is playing a big part on it. So while Corona also has its personal effect right away in all of our lives, climate change doesn't, but also social media, Corona is just everywhere. Every single hour, there's some kind of new news breaking out. Well, not now at the moment, not that much anymore, but it was until a couple of weeks ago. And I think if social media would bring that kind of awareness to climate change or other topics, which are also so important to tackle, I guess that people would have a different kind of feeling and also awareness on those kind of things too.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Working for social media myself, the importance of truth in news, and social media is a new form of news, is indescribable. A thought that I recently had is we had so many decades to build up the systems and laws that are enabling or that are limiting media and controlling media. But then social media came up, and for this we didn't have the laws. And I don't think we are at a point where we build the right systems to control it in a way. It's my thoughts here, and maybe adding up to both Fenja and Max, you mentioned it in your answers as well. You mentioned the topic of the leadership that is required a lot. Max, what I found interesting in what you said, at first you were saying Corona is bringing us maybe in a more localized style, more localized society. At the same time, you were saying climate change, for example, is maybe not that effectively managed because it cannot be managed just on a national scale, but more on a global scale. And combining that with the leadership aspect, maybe it gives you some thoughts also for the second question that I would have, which would be, what type of leadership do we need? It means, what does leadership mean to you at first? And what kind of leadership do you think is required during the current crisis, the crises we had in the past, and which type of leadership will be required in the future as well? Since we started with Fenja last time, I would now start with Grace, then with Max, and then with Fenja. Feel free.
So, leadership for me means not only being led by others or leading others, and that's what leadership, well, that's what my thought of leadership was a long time ago. And I found out that leadership starts with an awareness that I personally play a greater role in society as a whole, because with every decision I make, I automatically influence my environment, and every decision, everything I live and exemplify has a direct impact, which in turn has consequences. So I am directly responsible for the circumstances and the events that happen in my environment. And so you can say that leadership means a certain kind of mindset or a specific attitude. And I see so many people around me who live with the belief that they have little control over their environment or events around them. But the fact is that you can change the situation, but just by reacting to supposedly uncontrollable circumstances. And I think that leadership so has a lot to do with a growth mindset, and also with awareness of that I personally can do something bigger.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Sorry, Chris?
Sorry, I was just saying I 100% agree with what you were saying, Grace. We'll come back to that again later. Max, what do you think?
Yeah, so I can connect to a lot of the points you mentioned, Grace. I feel for me at the heart, I always connect leadership to making change happen. And that can be on a very small level, it can be on a very big level. And that's why I like what you said, Grace, about at the heart is the realization that I can take action on something and make a difference. And I think leadership is too often connected to the big topics, and we connect leader to that big person up there, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King on the back, and many other examples, but leadership needs to happen on all the levels to make change happen. And it can be a small thing as standing up and approaching your team and saying, let's do how we do team meetings differently to make them more impactful, right? It can be something very small. And I think what that for me entails in being a leader is yes, I feel growth mindset is a key attribute here, to constantly seek out new, to learn, to look at possibilities, to approach things from a point of hope and not a point of fear. I think it also really means embracing discomfort and taking risk, because the moment you want to make a change, you take the risk that others will not agree, that others will not follow, that the way you communicate it, the way you bring it across, others will not see the necessity to also make the change happen. So there's always risk involved in leading and discomfort, and leaders need to overcome that to really be able to rally others around a small idea, a medium idea, a big idea to make change happen. And I think that to the second part of the question around how that ties into crisis, I think leadership doesn't change in a crisis in general. I feel a crisis accelerates or magnifies the need for leadership and exactly making change happen. So crisis is all about how do I act quickly, how do I change things quickly. So it's just a magnifier for leadership. In the current context, I think what leadership needs, and also looking forward, leadership needs to become more collaborative. I think in many ways, on a global level, yes, we need more collaboration, but also organizations are becoming flatter, less hierarchical. So we need more collaborative leaders within organizations, because it doesn't work in the old ways where it's just top down. And leadership needs to think more global, because even when we see a certain maybe trends of deglobalization in certain areas, a lot of problems we have global connections. So on many levels, I always need to think in a more global picture when I want to solve problems.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts, wrote them down so I can come back to them later. Fenja, before I come back to what Max said, what is your thought?
Thank you. Yes, so the LTPs who are watching know this, but for me, leadership is basically, I can sum it up in 2 words, and that's power and responsibility. And I think that if you have the responsibility to change something, it always sounds so heavy, like the word responsibility. But I think it's such a beautiful word, because it means that you are taking care of something or someone and you want to move it forward. And at the same time, the power that you have to change something, because the power is more like, do I see the power that I have or not? And I think Ray said it earlier, a lot of young people don't see that they have the power and always feel like kind of frozen in how they can act. And I think if you combine these 2 things, then you always see the power and the responsibility that you have to move things forward. Then of course it will be not always comfortable and it will not always be easy. And you need a lot of growth mindset to get there. But I think then connected to what Max said, the collaborative approach can really bring a lot of things further. And I think one last thing, maybe regarding the second part of the question, what we need is the sense of urgency, because I think the sense of urgency that Corona showed to us, if we would have this in the right topics, combined with the things that I said before, then also the right topics can be moved forward together. And yeah, it would be much faster than all the other things that we have seen in the past.
Perfect. Well, when you said power and responsibility before you explained further, in the moment I was thinking 100% disagree, but then I realized myself, I thought about formal power and the formal positions. There's a big informal power that you mentioned yourself. Who would have thought that a kid from Sweden can have the impact that she had? So 100% agree. Now, one thing that I would add to what you said, Max, and I will be a little bit controversial here, is you said that leadership needs to be more collaborative and less top-down. The question I would confront you with is, what do you see that collective decision-making lead to in the past? If we look at topics as Brexit or certain happenings that we see all around the world, what do you think needs to change in our collective decision-making process in order to enable this less top-down approach and more collaborative approach?
Yeah, it's a good question and a great example, right? Was Brexit a collaborative effort, or was it a very divisive effort with very little collaboration, but very much focused on what makes us different instead of where do we have common ground and how do we move that forward? So I think it's a perfect example of where leaders decided not to be collaborative, but be decisive, where leaders decided to be competitive instead of collaborative. And so I think it depends a lot on how you think about collaboration, right? It's not always about we have a full bottom-up process, but it's about reaching out to others. It's about practicing empathy, make an effort to understand another worldview, understand where others are coming from, and then look at where do we find a common ground on a solution that we move forward together. That can be you and another team member. That can be you and somebody else, completely else in the company. It can be you and somebody else in a different organization. It can be you and your neighbor. Or yes, that can be you as a head of a country and another head of a country. And I think that's what I connect to collaboration, a certain mindset on how you approach things, about compromise and common ground, and not about divisiveness.
Yeah, yeah. And again, one more thought I would have is very much connected to what Ray said earlier as well. Is if you want to have a collaborative process in a society, the base on which this collaborative process is happening needs to be based on truth. And I think that is, as you said, Grace, one of the underlying issues. And we talked about now a little bit about the leadership we need for the future and for the current times. Now, I would change this question a little bit to focus a little bit more on the skills, especially for young people, that is needed in the current times. We are talking here in front of an audience of young people. I know myself, I didn't finish university too long ago, and I didn't start university too long ago. And I remember how I went to that, to 1,000 websites trying to find the right university, the right field of study, and you have just so much choice, and it's very, very hard to decide what is it that I actually need for the future and what is it also that I'm good at. So my question to you would be, which skills do you believe are crucial for young people in today's society and economy? And now I would start with Max, then Fenya, and then Grace.
Cool. So big question. I try to frame it a bit more granular on the topic we just had, right, connected to leadership. Of course, there are many career paths, there are many opportunities I need to choose as I head into university, as I head out of university. But I think when you look at leadership, that's the beauty about it. It's timeless skills that I can develop in university, I can develop in my first jobs, I can develop in engagement outside of university that can carry me throughout my whole career. And picking up on what I just said, so I'm not going to go deeper into collaboration, learning how to be a collaborative person. I already said a lot about that. I think the second thing is really being able to practice empathy. It's something that's talked a lot about, but it's not that easy. It's really challenging to put yourself into very different worldviews. Now, when I think about, let's take Greta Thunberg as an example. I said earlier, right, leading change. She's engaging a lot of people and really created a movement with a lot of people who are synced with her. But a lot of decision makers who think differently than her and who are maybe not moved by those actions. So as a young person, how can I also put myself into the worldview of somebody that is 30 years older, that looks at the world very differently, and how do I come at them with their worldview to make change happen? And this is empathy. This is like empathizing with someone else to make change happen. I think another key skill is communication. You need communication to collaborate, you need communication to empathize, you need communication to lead others, but also to be a good follower. And as we move into a more and more knowledge-driven economy, I think this is a key skill for anybody to have. Growth mindset was already mentioned by Grace, so that was already there. I think the third thing, and that's, I think, perfect when you're a young person. So when I think back to my study years, I switched once from law to business. I took different internships. I started my own business. Try out different things. Learn how to take risks, calculate risks, because that's what you need as a leader. But also try to see what speaks to you, what motivates you, what drives you. As Grace said earlier, what is like that purpose that really speaks to you and that you want to work towards too. And especially when you're younger, it's so much easier to try out many different things. I feel, of course, you can do that when you get older, but it gets tougher to just jump into many different things. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Max. Fenja, you would be next.
Cool. Yes, I love the fact that you mentioned empathy. I think it's very underrated to be empathetic, and I think it's very important and very hard sometimes, especially if you disagree so much with the other person or the other opinion. But I think the history or current politics also show us that having no empathy doesn't bring you somewhere, at least not in the long run. So I definitely agree to this. I also think that there's a lot of flexibility required. I think for German, that's always a bit harder to be flexible and open-minded and easy to change things. But I think that it's very, very important to be able to improvise, to be able to change everything. Like, as we have seen also in the last half a year, everyone had to change all their plans for everything and create new plans and change them again, create new again, and all this stuff. It requires a lot of resilience, but you need to put your heart into it and continue doing it and be flexible to change it. And don't lose like why you're doing it, and don't lose the purpose why you're here, which is the next point, purpose. Because I think purpose can lead you in the best way, especially in a crisis, but also after the crisis when you see where it's heading now and how we can move forward. And the last one is humbleness. I think humbleness is very important. It's sometimes very hard to be humble, but I always see it sometimes when I see people discussing, I would like want to take the ego out of this conversation, but I cannot. And I think this can bring a lot of things forward. And then confidence, like especially for young people, also building up on the previous question with power and responsibility. If you don't feel confident to change something, you will never do it, or you will just do it halfway. And I know that a lot of young people, also me, struggle with this. And if you would just be able to work more with this and be more confident about where you can go, I think that there can be a lot of more things achieved as a team, as a company, or as Europe, let's say.
Amazing. Thank you, Fenja. Grace, what are your thoughts?
So first of all, I'm just totally in awe of these super answers, awesome answers, and feel so blessed to just be in the presence of such beautiful, great, smart, brilliant minds. And I feel so hopeful with people, you guys living in this time of period with me, and knowing just this is just so cool. So to the question, well, what other skills might be crucial? I really believe that we need people who are problem solvers. So we need skills of problem solving. So a lot of people, they recognize problems at this moment. And so they need to be a part of a solution to the big questions and challenges of the time. For example, Fridays for Future, young generations, they point out problem of climate change. That's a first step forward, and it's a good step forward. But a further action must then follow in the direction of finding a solution and bringing them out. So I guess that's a really important skill, to solve problems. And also, if you can, I don't know if it's like a skill, but I think that everyone has to have like this very critical examination of social media, because we already had news in some kind of way, radio, newspaper, and whatnot. But nowadays, the news situation, it changes hourly, and that's how the fake news phenomenon arises. And people just need to have that kind of skill of critical examination of information they get. And also what I think is that creativity is also a skill that that everyone must have more than ever, because there's no longer a blueprint for the new questions and challenges in this VUCA world. And and so you have to have room and make room for creativity.
Mm-hmm. I love all of your answers, and I will tell you why, because I just finished yesterday a book by Yuval Noah Harari, 21 Lessons for the 21st
Yeah, great one.
And he's the author of also Sapiens and Homo Deus. And he has been saying in one of his chapters, he was saying that education will need to change, as in the past, universities and schools were there to give access to knowledge. But now technology gives us access to all the world's knowledge. So what he's saying is maybe we should change to what he calls the four C's to educate is communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. And all four of those are reflected in all of your three answers. So that's why I love the answers. I would just take that a step further and ask, do you believe that we should actually, in universities and schools, not educate any kind of skills and knowledge anymore, and just focus on these traits of the four C's, for example, and the traits you mentioned? Or do you believe there's a certain set of hard skills that we still should educate also in our current educational system?
So I'm happy to go first here. So I think for a long time I was very critical of the education system, and I thought, what's the point of knowledge? Exactly what you said. We can access it everywhere, right? Let's just focus on skills. Let's focus on educating people and showing them how do I acquire and how do I process and use knowledge with critical thinking. But then I realized, I think, especially with the German education system, where we have so much general knowledge, where I think, like, what of that do I really need? Why did I have chemistry? Why did I have physics, biology? And now, many years later, I actually see the value that I have there's some nodes in my brain that can easily attach new knowledge to that. So I still believe it makes sense to have some focus on knowledge, not in the way maybe it's currently given and provided in our education system, but it's good to have a foundational set of knowledge, because these are the nodes, like just neurologically, you need to connect it to new information that you're gathering. At the same time, I feel we don't, at least when I was, it's not that long ago in high school and university, there was no focus at all on skills. Like, it was really just knowledge. So I think it's not about replacing one with the other, it's about actually adding a lot of skills to the curriculum. How do I do critical thinking? How do I become self-aware? How do I even know what I want to do in life? Like, I go out of school and don't know what is driving me. What am I good at? What am I bad at? So I think these are things that definitely should be added in schools and universities and get a lot more emphasis.
Yeah, I can go next. I 100% agree. I think that if you would teach only skills, which I really would have loved to learn when I went to school, I think it gets a bit out of context, because you still need to, like, put it in the context of the society, of the world, and everything that you learn to be able to apply them later. Because I think if you just learn the skills, then what do you do with them? I really think that the way we teach knowledge maybe should change, and maybe it can be combined, that you teach knowledge in a way that you learn the skills while learning also the knowledge. I don't know how this can look like. I didn't study this, but I think that there can be a way. And I really regret not paying more attention in history class or in politics or all these things that I would have loved to know now, that I really still think I realize that sometimes I'm missing this knowledge. At the same time, what I see more is that I'm lacking the skills that I didn't learn. Like what Mark said, what do I do after school? How many people don't know this, and just randomly choose whatever comes next. Or yeah, all the other things that you, self-awareness, like all the leadership skills that also ISEC teaches you. Why can't we learn them in high school already and be much more able to lead ourselves, and then smarter, better in what we choose to do later, and also better in the job that we choose to do.
Perfect.
Good. I want to just one example here from what Fenja said about how do you combine like skills with knowledge, right, in a cohesive curriculum. There's a high school in China, in Beijing. It's called Moonshot Academy, and they're exactly trying to do that. So how do I work not with teachers but with coaches? I thought very interesting to, like, whoever's interested, to take a look at that and see how could a very different educational curriculum look like.
Yeah, I actually heard about it as well. Sorry, my Siri just went on. I heard about it as well. It's super interesting. Can highly encourage everyone to check this out, Moonshot Academy. What I found when I was looking at the three of your CVs, you all have been shaping organizational cultures in a way, right? Fenja, we're leading a big NGO. Max, you as well, but you also build up your own startup. Grace, you're responsible for building the organizational culture of PwC. So I wanted to ask you in the direction of entrepreneurship, as this is what entrepreneurs do all the time. Do you believe that entrepreneurs are a role model for youth? And what is the role of businesses in addressing social issues? And how can new businesses and organizational cultures shape our future? That would be my question. And I think we would be back to the first order, Fenya first, then Grace, and then Max.
Yes, cool. I definitely think entrepreneurs should be role models for young people. Why? Mainly because of what I said before. I think that entrepreneurs and small young business show that there is a solution that's possible and that you can take ownership for making this happen. And I think like the more startups, the more people I see that do this, the more confident I get, maybe I can do this as well. And hey, this is a cool idea, why didn't I think about it? And so I think this is the first very cool benefit that you have if you get to know these people or groups or startups. And the second one, I think, is that if you finish school or university and you look for your first job, then what do you think about? Big companies, like I need to find a company with a good name in my CV so I can, I don't know, have a super good career, be a manager in 10 years and then have a lot of money. But maybe that's not the right way to see this. Maybe you should more think about what is the contribution I want to have to society. Maybe I can start working in a startup. Maybe I can found my own startup, or maybe I can find out what I'm passionate about to make this reality, which is what a lot of entrepreneurs do, and actually show young people that you don't have to be a manager in 10 years in a big company where maybe you will not even be happy. Maybe you will, that's fine. And maybe you will be not, then find something else that you want to do. And yeah, fight for the purpose that you have in life. So yeah.
Perfect. What are your thoughts, Grace?
So I definitely think that entrepreneurs are role models for youth just because they have to live every factor of leadership in order to be successful. And that's why they are role models for young people. In the past, it was a shame when you fail, but today it's no longer frowned upon to make mistakes. And I think that is something really beautiful in that, because it triggers a certain attitude. I don't have to stand still in a rigid system or fixed mindset, so I can fail upwards. And I think that's a very great motivation for young people, that they do not have to feel disappointed. Of course, you feel disappointed at some point, but they just can have the courage again and build up resilience to just go forward again and try again, even if you fall a couple of times. So I think that part of entrepreneurship is a really big part of being a role model for young people.
Thank you, Grace. Max, what do you think?
I really love the point you're making, Grace, about role models. And I think that's where entrepreneurs play a super important role to really show what is entrepreneurial mindset, what is entrepreneurial thinking. At the same time, I don't think everybody needs to be an entrepreneur, right? I think everybody needs entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial thinking, but no startup founder builds a company by himself. Every startup founder needs fellow entrepreneurs that follow him in building a company. Any company that wants to go big and make big change happen needs many, many people who think like entrepreneurs. Any organization that wants to change itself needs many entrepreneurs inside. I mean, we had the keynote this morning on entrepreneurship. That's exactly what it is. You need to have the same traits. You need to see yourself as a company of one with an organization that wants to lead change, that has internal customers, that has certain needs to fulfill and certain gains to bring to other people to make change happen. And I think that's an important takeaway as well, because I've experienced myself the pressure that a culture that celebrates only founder builds up towards that path. And that path is good for a lot of people, but it might not be the right path for everyone. And it's fine if you also find a different path for you, where you think like an entrepreneur, you act like an entrepreneur, but maybe you don't have the business idea that you really want to follow right now. And you rather join someone else in making their company big, making their idea successful, because I think that's what we need many people of, that also want to make other ideas successful and join into that success. And I think that also connects to the second point, and what's the role of businesses in solving problems? I mean, that's what, for me, that's at the heart of any business. Fenja said it. You start a startup to solve a problem. You grow a business big by solving a problem very well for very many people. And when we see maybe then businesses at some moment where we really challenge, are they contributing anything to society? It might that the problem they solved once very well, and that was once very urgent, is not a problem anymore that needs to be solved today. It's a different problem that they need to switch their path and to start solving that problem. And I think that's where we go to how purpose-driven is an organization, and is the purpose the right guiding light? And Grace, I took a look earlier at the PwC purpose and the values, and I really enjoyed reading that, because I think that's a perfect starting point to have that in place, and how you translated it also into very specific behaviors that tie a lot into leadership, those behaviors actually. And I think what we see, a lot of organizations are picking that up. A lot of organizations are becoming purpose-driven. They define a purpose. And I think the next step for many organizations is to also live that purpose, to operationalize it, to make sure that purpose is reflected in my business model, in the products I offer, in how I operate, and in how I measure success. And I think the more we see businesses like led in that way, the more clear it will be to a lot of people that business is a force for good and is a force for positive change.
Yeah, 100% love what you said, Max. There's a famous quote of Richard Branson when he was asked, what do you think makes you and your businesses successful, bringing up 8 companies that are all valued over $1 billion? And he said, well, I just bring the idea and the vision, and then I hire the people that are good to implement it. And as you said, Max, without these people, these businesses wouldn't scale. So it also is about joining another purpose, another vision that you highly believe in. 100% agreed. I would actually love to have a lot more discussion on this, but we are limited on time. So what I would ask you maybe to close this off is if you could maybe give a closing statement to our audience, and that if that would include maybe what's your any tips or any thoughts that you would want to leave with the young people that are listening here, what would you advise them? That would be nice just to hear as a statement. I think last time we started with Fenja in the last question, so now I would go again, Grace, Max, and then Fenja.
Did you say that I should start first?
Yes.
Sorry. So I guess, first of all, it's important for everyone to have a growth mindset, to find something what you're passionate about and where you can live up to a purpose. Not only exchange your time for money, that's what a lot of people do, it's working for a company and being attached to some kind of work which they don't really understand what it really means for them. And I think really critically to examine that thought and to find out, what am I good in? What are my talents? What can I bring in to be a part or play a part, a bigger role in the society and bring some kind of impact? And to have this kind of mindset that I am not too small to make a change. In fact, you do have a big role to play, and everything you do has an impact, influences someone or something in matter of fact, and that truly is something very important.
Thank you very much, Grace. Max, you're next.
Yeah, I will build up on that. So a quote I really liked, or an advice that Peter Drucker once gave to Jim Collins, both quite famous around leadership, is to not worry about how to be successful, but how to be useful to others. And I remember when I started out of university, I always worried so much about what do I need to do to be successful? What are the steps, mapping out long paths? And it didn't help me. It didn't lead to better decisions. But when I started thinking about, so what purpose do I want to serve? Like, what is the impact I want to bring? How do I want to be useful to others? Then my thinking was a lot more clear. And so when you worry about how to be successful, don't worry about that. Think about how can you be useful to others, and that will guide you in the right path. Connected what we discussed here, what we mentioned also earlier, especially now about when we talk about entrepreneurship, don't fall for labels. So don't try to leave university with a label. I'm a startup founder. I'm a consultant. I'm going to be an NGO leader. No, really listen into yourself. What are the things that drive you? What are your motivations? What are skills where you feel I'm really good at that? And then look for whatever's out there that fits that. Because if you do that, then you're going to be fulfilled and then you're going to be successful. And the last point is don't look for roles. Like don't look for specific jobs, but look for environments where you can grow. As Grace said, growth mindset. And the best way to grow is to really look for environments that naturally will challenge you, that naturally will require you to learn, to grow, to get better. And then that's the best spaces to be in when you get out of university.
Thank you very much, Max. Actually, I told the audience in the opening this morning that I'm going for my next play, and I will talk more about this in the closing. But actually, when I did, I was asking Max for advice, and it's good that you are saying the same thing that you told me about what is the environment that you want to work with in the audience now as well. So thank you, Max. Fenya, what would be your thoughts?
Yes, I'll make it short. For me, it's leadership is a choice. It's my favorite quote, and I think it's very true. It's a tough choice. It's a choice you have to take every day. But there's so many things. I think people need to be more conscious about when they do it, who they hang out with, where they apply for jobs. I don't know, what they put in their CV or whatever. Like so many things that can happen on the conscious level. And I really like the point that Max said with the environment that you grow in, because I think it's not a given thing. And it's something that you can be very, very grateful for. And also for the people who are in ISEC, I think that you can be so happy about having an environment that makes you grow and being in the organization. And if you are looking as an external and you're not in ISEC yet, then maybe you should join. Yes, so I think that yeah, leadership is a choice, and it's something that you can choose every day, sometimes more than once a day.
Thank you very much, Fenya. And also thank you very much to all three of you. I 100% agree with what Grace said. It's amazing the thoughts that you had. It inspired me myself. I will leave this panel now with a lot of thoughts. So thank you for that. And I'm sure our audience enjoyed it as well. Really, really enjoyed, and I'm grateful for your participation. And yes, I think next we do have an interview coming up. And with this, I would hand over back to Dennis, I believe.
Oh, we're not live anymore.
What? It's so hot.
Same here. I can't wait to switch into a t-shirt.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to actually the next session. And this time we will have a very interesting interview. And for the interview, David Wang will be joining us, who is the chief representative for Huawei. And we will talk about leadership and digitalization. And actually, when I asked him what youth leadership means for him, he gave an answer that is very connected to this topic of digitalization. Because what he said is young leaders, as digital natives, are the masters of digital society. So discovering this topic of digitalization will be very important. I'm very much looking forward to have this conversation with him. And with this, I want to welcome him to the interview that we will be having. Hello, David. It's very nice to have you with us. And it's a pleasure to have now the space to actually have a conversation together for, well, the next hour to just get a first impressions on you, how you perceive digitalization, to get to know something about Huawei and benefit actually from your long-term experience. In the beginning, I just already introduced what you are doing, but now I'm very much looking forward to hear more from you. So before we start, actually, can you shortly introduce yourself, your profession, and the main career steps that you made so far?
Yes, absolutely. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Isaac, a member, and Dennis. It's my great pleasure to participate in today's conversation. My name is David Wang. I'm the chief representative of Huawei Technologies in Germany. I joined the company 22 years ago. This is my first job and only job until today. I've spent 22 years with the company. My education background is microeconomics, and I spent 10 years in this company on business development, more on sales and business side. And another 12 years, I was more on the government relation part, because ICT industry become more and more a national strategy rather than a pure business. The public sectors has more and more attention on the ICT part. So the communication with the government, with the media, with the broad stakeholders become more and more important to the company. So I was the one who is in charge of this responsibility in Germany. So that's my background. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to listen to your question and share my view.
Great, and I heard actually that you brought a video for us. So actually we also want to introduce this video to you so, well, people can see a little bit more of Huawei, and then we will continue with the questions.
Yes, please.
Okay, welcome back again, and thank you for showing this video. It already shows a little bit about the environment, so people can get a first impression. And one thing that I would like to know is, just in general, maybe starting with something that I am particularly interested in, is you talked about the topic of digital transformation. So what does digital transformation really mean for today's business leaders from your perspective?
You can feel that our traditional lifestyle has moved more and more to digital platform. We are spending more time on this social network, on the digital platform. And the traditional business model has been transferred to the digital platform more and more. The value chain has moved a lot from these traditional industries to the ICT industry. You can see from this top 10 market value company, 7 of them are from ICT industries. And also the digitalization means the way the government communicated with their citizens has been so much changed. The social media become a more and more important communication channel between the authorities. The authorities listen to this citizens' voice, and citizens express their opinions through this internet. So in summary, that digitalization has occurred already and has quietly stepped into individuals' life, business operation, and even the government and society operations already.
Actually, one thing that I would like to dive deeper in, also when you talk about digital transformation, what opportunities does this new age bring that comes with digitalization?
Well, there are a lot of opportunities. I can say that since the Industrial Revolution, the human being society has enjoyed 200 to 300 fast growing of the industrial society civilizations. During the past 200-300 years, we create much more products and wealth more than historic time. But now this digitalization has started. It's not a small change, it's a significant change. I know most of the ISEC members are in this economy or business management part. We learned from economics textbook that all the economics theory are talking about one thing: with the limited resources, how we improve the efficiency by a proper public macro policy or micro business environment improvement. That's all about improving the efficiency with the condition that resources is limited. However, in the digital world, the resources looks like unlimited. You download the app once, then stop. The other people download another time. It's different from Coca-Cola. You drink one bottle, then the world got one bottle less. The more demand for Coca-Cola, the price will go up. But the more demand for one app, the app's costs will be slimmer, will be less. So the limited resource has been totally changed. And also in the industrial societies, the multi-brand and the multi-choice become something for granted. The more choice, the more brands will drive this competition. But in these digital areas, it looks like the winner takes all. Just take this social media, social network as examples. You want all your friends to use the same social contact app with you. You don't expect a group of people use Instagram, the other group of people use WeChat, or another group use something else. So that looks like the traditional economy rules has been totally changed in the digital areas. That brings the new challenges, that also brings the new opportunities. The recent news that Zuckerberg became the third individual person who owns more than $100 billion of wealth. Think about Facebook 15 years ago. Facebook started from a schoolmate address book, but within 15 years, they become one of the top 10 market value company. The founder become one of the 300 billion fortune owners. Now 5G and AI just started. It's always too early or too risky to give any predictions on the potential of 5G and artificial intelligence. This gives enormous opportunity to these younger generations to build up the future's world, to create a new business model, to build up new careers. I still use the Facebook as examples. Not everybody uses Facebook, Instagram, but would we use them for the next 10 years? Probably yes. Would we use them for another 50 years? Probably no. Right? What would be the next better alternative to today's apps, all these digital service we get used to? These are all put a question and also put an opportunity to the current younger generations.
This is a very intriguing topic, actually, especially looking into the future and not knowing where it goes, but at the same time, there's so much opportunity. And speaking of opportunity, I actually also want to give the first question to our audience. So right now I have a wonderful person who is actually showing me the questions. So I will just read the first one that we have. And it says, a strong, trusting, personal relationship is an important basis of leadership. How can these relationships be built digitally in the future?
Well, that is a very good question. So that is a big challenge for the entire industries. We have got used to this physical world contact. We get a benefit from thought leadership's light back to this 17th century or this 18th century. The philosopher gave us the guidance. How shall we integrate this physical world? People to people's relation, people to this environment's relation, and even people to the universal's relations. And under that philosophy's light, we develop an economy theory. Under economy theory, the government developed the government policy, and the industry developed industry criteria, and the society built up forged their own criteria. But when we're talking about this digital virtual world, so what should be the principle and what should be the philosophy we followed in the digital world? And in this digital world, you know, what under the philosophy, what type of the theory or policy framework or industry criteria, regulation framework should be built? This is still a very open question. For example, most of you, almost every one of you got a account in this digital or social media or game. You have a virtual character or figure in this virtual world. That may not 100% match with the character you are playing in the real world. Sometimes people's virtual character is a compensation to the life you are in the real world. So how to build up rules in that virtual societies, that is still an open question. At the moment, the industry or the academic sector doesn't have a perfect answer or perfect guidance to that. That may lay in your hands to explore how shall we set up the rules, how shall we build up this trust in this virtual world. This would be the foundation of the future's prosperity of this digital society.
is very interesting also if you're saying this is in our hand. So also one thing that we would like to know, also in comparison to leadership, is which skills do you think leaders need actually today more than perhaps 20 or like 10 years ago?
Well, 20 years ago or 30, 25 years ago when I was in the school, a big challenge for us at the time is there was no internet. The information was pretty limited. To get to know the external world is quite difficult. The information sources was the newspaper, magazine, or the books from libraries. So we don't know what is happening. For example, I was born in early 1970s. During my time grew up, we were always told socialism is a good system and capitalism is a bad system. Then when we grew up, we found looks like it's not the case. The Western world, the capitalism world still got something very attractive to us. Then we got confused that it takes a very long time for us to find out the good or bad things about two different systems. But today, the internet makes the whole world shrink to one small spot. So the distance means nothing. What is happening in the United States could be shared by the rest of the entire world immediately. You are facing another challenge that you are facing the flood of the information. Within this massive information, there are true information, there are also some fake informations. So that make you to have the ability to identify which is true, which is not true. So you are facing another challenge compared to what we have suffered a short message. You have facing oversupply the informations. So as a younger generations or young leaders, I think keep curious to the new things would be very important for everyone. You don't take anything for granted. Ask why or why not. A lot of traditional principles or rules will be changed in the future, maybe in the very soon, very near futures. So keep curiosity to the new things, keep an open mind would be very important. It would give you more opportunities to find something new and found something meaningful for the long-term futures.
Yes. It's very, very intriguing also when it comes to how information was distributed and to see like how this changed. At the same time, we are facing very similar challenges. They are just approached in a different way. And for this, I actually want to give a very interesting part that is kind of building up on this from our audience again. And the question that was asked there is, this is a statement by one of the watchers. I have the feeling that digitalization is not really present in university plans. For example, there are ECTs, which are for mechanical engineering in this case, and there's like not a lot of knowledge provided for the whole study experience. So the question is here, how can we as students get more knowledge and understanding and practicing about digitalization?
Well, it's a big challenge for these current students because every industries are facing a significant evolution from the traditional business models. So even the industry itself haven't have a perfect answer yet. So that's why a lot of knowledge you learn from classroom might be falling behind the industry even furthermore. I think the organizations like ISAC is playing a very important role to shorten the distance between the classroom and the industry realities that bring a lot of fresh air to the campus. So when you're still in universities, you are fully aware what is happening, what is challenged with these industries. So I think the company like Huawei will also put our effort on shorten the distance between campus and the industries. If some of you might be aware that Huawei has this digital seas program. We'll select these university students, bring them to China for 2 weeks to explore the digitalization there, let them see how ByteDance grew up within 8 years to become a $100 billion value company, how this TikTok was created by a bunch of young developers, and thousands, 10,000 apps being developed every day there. So I think there is no mature channels to get into this digitalization yet, but I do encourage everybody to find all the ways to get in touch with this digitalization, because ICT technology gonna disrupt every traditional industries. I would take one old example to further elaborate. For example, Kodak, they are still producing the best film. However, people doesn't need film to take picture anymore, right? Digital camera was so powerful. Even your cameras on your mobile phone can support you to take some professional levels of photos. You don't need a film anymore. So using another example is we are entering a automobile industries, but you are still try to build a better horse carriage. So that is a big challenge. So keep yourself open and keep yourself connected with the industry and participate in events like this to try to get in touch with what is happening within the industries that would shorten your gap with the real industries.
This is a very good point, and also the next question from the audience that I already saw is also going in this direction of digitalization, and it's also connecting to leadership here. So one thing I want to highlight before, because like especially for those also being from ISEC here, would be interesting to elaborate on this point. What David mentioned with the program is basically Huawei gives the opportunity for young students in Germany to go to China and learn more about digitalization. So basically, it's very close connected to what we also do, giving professional opportunities abroad, giving the opportunity also to dive into the culture, but also into a topic like digitalization. So just for those already part who know us, it's something where we have a very close connection actually, which also builds on the next question, because when you send people abroad, you also give them the opportunity to grow themselves, not only professionally, but also personally. And the question that is asked is, what needs to change or should change in leadership or leadership styles due to digitalization?
Well, digitalization gives the new opportunities. As I said, digitalization will disrupt some of the traditional principle rules or something, some theory, some principle we believe that is correct for 100 years. So for these new leaders, I think absolutely you need to keep open mind and also challenge yourself. Don't take anything for granted. Ask some more why or why not, because this future would be built by this new why or why not. Think about this mobile phone. When Nokia dominated 80% of the market share, everybody believed this is the best mobile phone already. No one can defeat Nokia mobile phone anymore. But suddenly when Apple launched the Apple III, almost overnight, they disrupt this market. People need another totally different user experience. Maybe you still remember that Plant and Zombies or cutting fruits. That is the totally brand new user experience to the mobile phone users. And also, I believe a lot of you read this book, The End of History, right, by Francis. He believes by some stage that the current system is the end of story. That is end of history. That is a perfect word. But very soon it's proved it's too early to say it's end of the story, end of histories. we're a totally brand new digital stage just to start. So keep yourself open, keep yourself curious to the new things, to explore the new business style, to explore the new opportunities, and to be a little bit tolerant to risks. So that will give you more opportunities to build up something leading the future's world.
Actually, listening to you talking about being open, moving forward, actually one thing that really interests me when getting to know you more was you're in Huawei for more than 20 years now. So what is Huawei doing right that you decided to stay and continue contributing to Huawei and Huawei's vision?
Well, Huawei grew up from very humble background. When the company was established in 1987, the registration capital was $3,000, which was 20,000 RMB only. When I joined the company in 1998, the company's turnover was $600 million. By 2019, last year, we touched $120 billion, which means within 21 years, the company's revenue grew up 200 times. So that's absolutely something very exciting to me. Looking back, what we did right. And Huawei, from very beginning, first, we keep the compliance very high. This, as a company, we respect the rules in every country we are doing business. The second is Huawei is different from a lot of listed company. A lot of listed company, every decision will take the stakeholder, will take the investors' benefit first. Huawei is an employee-owned company. Huawei is not a listed company. 100% share owned by the employees. So we put the customer first. In Huawei, the customer's benefit always take the higher priorities. We build our business by satisfying our customers' needs better than any other competitors. So that makes our business sustainable, and we get this support from our customers consistently. And also, Huawei invests heavily in research and development. Huawei has 190,000 employees at the moment. Almost 50% of them are R&D engineers. 2019, we spent $20 billion in research and development. That gives us the ability to serve our customer better than others. So all these elements are from Huawei's efforts. Of course, we benefited greatly from the development of this industry. Think about the past 30 years. Mobile service grew up from almost a 0% penetration rate to today's 80% penetration rate. 80% of the population in this planet are using the mobile service. So this gives us a big room to grow up our business. And of course, this market room is open for everybody. You must make sure you are doing better than others, then you can catch up these opportunities. So again, the right things everybody should do is to keep open and serve your customer better, because that is where your revenue came from, where is your brand from.
This is actually putting your customer first. Is something that we also do. For us, it's really important, because in the end, if we make our customer happy, we are driving what we are standing for and ensuring that our values come across. So what I'm interested in is, what kind of culture does putting customer first require in Huawei?
Well, in Huawei, the customer first is not just a slogan or a marketing strategy. is the genes burned into every Huawei employee's bone. I quote one of our customers' comments, that is his public comment. He said, whenever they met a problem, Huawei will send the engineer immediately to their sports. And when they send a similar request to other players in the market, the others might send them an internet link to them to go to the website, to register, to read this handbook by themselves. So this is the differences. So for this, a lot of listed companies, they want to harvest this profit, or they want to see the growth of the share price as much as possible, or the more the better. But in Huawei, we always maintain a reasonable, I would say 7 to 9% profit rate every year, and we invest the rest as much as we can into research and development. All these are showing that the customer-centric or customer-first is not just a mentality, it's more on this action, how you build up your strategic plan and your business plan to reflect your culture, that customer first. And you need to make your customer really feel they were respected and they are served by all your departments, especially in these high-tech industries. In the country like Germany, you didn't feel that much, but in the underdeveloped countries, when the customer, the technology, the knowledge was not advanced. So Huawei still play a humble way to listen to customers' requirement. Sometimes their requirement might not that reasonable, but they are the customer. You need to give them the total right to speak out what they need and listen to their requirements carefully. If you play another round, tell them you know nothing about it, I know much better than you, just take what I proposed. What I proposed to you is the best, don't ask why. Such kind of scenario did happen. And this will really hurt your customer. Maybe you are right. Maybe what you propose is best solution. But if you become a little bit more patient, a little bit respectful to your customer, that will make the result much better. So in Huawei, customer-centric, customer-first, this is the first principle for every employees across the world. Regardless in a developed country or developing countries.
Actually, for the next one, I would also give it to the audience. And in the beginning, you already talked about automatization, artificial intelligence. So actually, like, this is going in this direction. Because the question that the audience asks is, what are the digital trends that leaders should be aware of in the future?
Well, digital trends, I would say, from a few dimensions. The first of all, everything will be connected. Today, when we talk about devices, most of familiar devices will be smartphone, iPad, or smartwatch. So, but in the future, every electronics will be connected. Everything will be sensible. And this is one direction. The others is ultra broadband. 5G become a buzzword for everybody. Actually, 5G is just a wireless connections. Besides wireless connection, you still got a wired connection through copper or through fiber. After 5G, that would be 6th generation mobile services. So the connection will be everywhere, and the bandwidth for the connection will be wider and wider. And the cost for this connection will be cheaper and cheaper. And this is second direction. The third direction is intelligent computing will be everywhere. So now this with a massive connection with the devices, with a large connection bandwidth. On the top is the data center. There's a massive data collected by this network will be produced by this intelligent computing center. The data will be refined, and a lot of new business model or a lot of valuable service will be generated through this intelligent computing. Take it for example that professional doctors will diagnose patients through X-ray film or the other ultra B sound scan photos. Each doctor needs 20 to 30 minutes, even longer time to diagnose what is the problem through the X-rays. But the AI center with millions of this film trained, they can identify and diagnose the patient within seconds, and the accuracy and efficiency and the cost of this kind of professional medical diagnosis service would be almost zero. And also this type of service could supply it without any consideration of a physical distance, which means the people across the entire world, wherever they are, they can enjoy the medical service from Germany, which is the most famous medical service. The people living in Middle East, in Asia Pacific, in Africa, they can enjoy this medical service from German doctors, tier 1 hospitals here, and with their privacy and data being protected by the German authority, and they endorse and guarantee the privacy and the data protection by this medical service provided by German hospital or doctors. So you see, all this technology really drive the new opportunities. Maybe they can overturn the traditional business models. So I will say in a summary, the direction, the first is everything will be connected. The second is bandwidth will be bigger and bigger and everywhere. And the third is intelligent computing power will liberate a lot of new business models. And another thing in these industries is that steam engine remove the differences between the nature laborers. Let's say before the steam engine, a man always more powerful than a lady. But with a tractor or big trucks, either male driver or female driver, they can operate a huge truck or huge tractors equally good, right? The internet smooths the differences of the information. Right? As long as you access to the internet, either you live in Berlin or live in Africa or live in New York, you access the same information base. Intelligent computing will remove the difference between the IQ. You are a smart person, it's an ordinary person, but as long as there is a system, AI system, they will just produce the data as good as each other's. The best model, best algorithm will be put it and shared by the most of the people. That AI, artificial intelligence computing, can serve as a service. So these are all the major trends for the future. So a lot of new business model could be built based on all these new technical trends.
Actually, also building up on this, we talked a lot about like where are we heading on a digital level. So one thing that would interest us as students also, in ISEC, for example, we are always looking for what is the thing that fulfills our purpose, where we want to contribute to, where we feel passionate about. So actually, one thing we would like to ask you is, which advice would you give to a young talent searching for their passion and fulfilling employment?
Well, searching for the passion is, I think you need to devote yourself into these digitalizations. In Germany, I was always been told that this risk or that risk, the risk to stop people's innovative passion. So I would say as Generation Z, the future is in your hands. Right, you need to take this responsibility to explore the new business model, new lifestyle for the futures. Any new things come with the opportunity and with the risk. The risk should not be the reason stop us to explore the new things, especially for the younger generations. Let's say for the people gonna retire, they have enjoyed their glory during past 50, 60, 70 years already. And it's difficult for them to adopt the new technologies. But for you, you have just started your career. And I strongly suggest that the younger generations keep open to the new things, ask why or why not, try different methods. Don't let the risks to stop you to explore the new opportunities. When Zuckerberg started his schoolmate address book, he never think he could be one of the richest person in this world, because he's passionate that he feel there must be something easier to be used, to connect it with the schoolmate. Then he got today's progress. Maybe the future is Zuckerberg just around us, right? Some small ideas could lead to a totally new lifestyle or the business styles. Think about 200 or 300 years ago when this Grand Voyage time happened, when sailors departed from the port, they don't know what would be the other end of the ocean, but they still try to explore the new continent that pushed the industrial or civilization developed during past 300 years. So now we are at the start point of the digitalization. Don't think the digitalization be well developed. No, it's even less than 1% of the future's potential. It's just the beginning of the digital age. Nobody can predict the future's world would be. Just like Bill Gates once said, the 8 meg would be enough for the storage. So it's very risky and too early to have any predictions for the future's world. And the future's world is in your hands. You will create the future's world. Like it or not, 10 years later, 20 years later, the lifestyle, business model, and the government's running model will be totally different from today. And I strongly encourage you to devote yourself into this journey. Maybe you will face some failure, but doesn't matter. You can try again. And the world will move forward, and the people might enjoy the success and sometimes suffer the failure. But doesn't matter. That shouldn't stop you to explore the new business models, to explore the new things.
Yes.
That would be my suggestions.
That's a very important point, especially like this culture of being allowed to fail and move forward, growing up, and really learning from an experience. It's a very intriguing point. And also going to the insecurity of failing, it's often for young people when it comes to the job market. So this insecurity of how do I proceed? And for this we have a question from the audience, which is the following. What effects will digitalization have on the job market, and what evolutions can we expect on the job descriptions available for young people who are entering it now?
Well, that is a big challenge for this job market, because with this intelligent computing power, a lot of traditional skill, it doesn't need it anymore. For example, this calculator, some centuries ago, that was a job. For the people who doing the professional calculating job, they call it calculators. Just like today's driver, if autonomous driving become the only legal way on the road, driver will be a machine, will not be a job anymore. Recently, during past 6 months, during this pandemic, a lot of people take the online courses from home. You will find that when you get used to these online courses, you can learn as much as in the classroom, or even you can learn much more than in the classroom. Right? From your home, you can access the university crowd from all over the world. You can listen to the professors from every corner of the world. So maybe some years later, teacher It's not a job anymore. A teacher might be a machine or a service. So all the skills you learn today might be out of date, might lose to the machine very quickly. The only thing keep you survive and keep you defeat the machine is the innovative ideas. The innovative ideas was generated from your open mind and try the new things. Nothing will be for granted from very beginning. You must try. You try different ways. By some right point, you will get something. You will make a progress, right? You will make the progress based on the other people's progress, and somebody else might make another step of progress based on your effort. So this is how the way moving forward. If you try to reject this digitalization, you will be left behind. Suddenly you will find that something you are very proud of might out of date, just like what Kodak did. Kodak still manufactured the best film. Nokia still manufactured the best classic phone, mobile phone. But the market doesn't need it anymore. A new generation, a new totally brand products will take over the old opportunities. So in terms of job market, I think to keep an open mind and by your internship record can show you are a person who are very open to the new things. You have tried a lot of new opportunities. You have tried a lot of new models, and you have a broad interest on this a new latest development of this industry. That will give you a lot of credit. If I interview the candidates, I care less about the skills he has. I care more about the mentality of the openness and the future-oriented thinking.
Well, actually, this is very intriguing, and also seeing from the nice friend that helps me here. We have actually a lot of more questions for you. Sadly, we're already reaching the end of our conversation. So I would love to have you with us in the future as well, to maybe dive into all the other questions that we have. So the last thing, which I would like to wrap up this with, is looking at all of your experience you make. What is the one thing or the one advice that you would like to give to our audience as a, let's say, closing words from you?
Well, if summarizing one word, I still say the openness. And during the history, we have a lot of knowledge, but looking forward, the future is just a new digital age start. Nothing is granted. And there are a lot of new things would happen way beyond our imaginations. I would suggest that every young friend to keep yourself open and try the new things. And I wish everyone of you have a successful career and not only for your own successful career success, but also contribute to our planet. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, David. It was a pleasure having you with us. I hope you have a great day. And yeah, if you're more than welcome to also see how we're continuing with the Youth Leadership Day. But I wish you a great day. Thank you so much for sharing all this experience that you have. And yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be more from you two here in the future.
Thank you.
everyone. So for now, we are shortly back. As you know, we always give you a first teaser or introduction to what is coming next. And well, actually the next person that will be joining us will be Simon Böhnlein. He's leading a startup called Goodbye, and who is actually doing a very fascinating activities, which you will get to know in the actually next session that comes. It will be a live game called Impact Heroes. And yeah, it will be something that I already tried. It's very intriguing. So it will be interesting for you to see. And yeah, for him, youth leadership means that a new generation must be more sustainable and progress social development. So this is something that you can expect for the next session part. I hope you will have fun, enjoy your break, and see you in 5 minutes.
Ich bin Lisa Schinkel von ISEC und werde gleich ein kurzes Interview mit dem Simon halten. Aber vorher gebe ich erstmal an Simon ab für eine kurze Vorstellung und dann direkt einen Start in das Live-Spiel. Also Simon, stell dich gerne kurz vor.
Ja, danke schön. Erstmal zu meiner Person. Ich bin Simon. Ich habe vor, wenn man so ganz kurzen Lebenslauf umreißen müsste, mich vor 4 Jahren intensiv mit dem Thema Social Entrepreneurship auf einer wissenschaftlichen Ebene auseinandergesetzt. Habe dort mit 5 verschiedenen Social Entrepreneurs gesprochen, die globale, wirksame Innovationen entwickelt haben. Und das war quasi auch der Start oder der erste Start zu meiner persönlichen Liebe zum Thema Social Entrepreneurship und habe dann vor 3 Jahren angefangen, die ersten eigenen Arbeitserfahrungen zu sammeln bei der Plattform Good Jobs, wo man nachhaltige soziale Jobs finden kann. Aus dem Kontext haben wir dann 2019 Goodbye ausgegründet, die Social Entrepreneurs, die Produkte anbietende Plattform bieten. Also bei uns werden quasi nur Produkte von Social Businesses gelistet. Und auch in dem Zuge ist 2020 das Spiel entstanden, Impact Heroes, was wir auch gleich live spielen werden, dass ich quasi in der Zeit entstanden ist. Das ist ein bisschen ein Ergebnis aus meiner Masterarbeit gewesen und dem ganzen Thema Social Business, mit dem ich mich beruflich auseinandergesetzt habe, dass Social Entrepreneurship mal spielerisch erklären soll. Und ich würde erstmal kurz erklären, was Social Entrepreneurship eigentlich ist, weil ich glaube, dass wahrscheinlich nicht jeder mit dem Begriff was anfangen kann. Und da ihr ja auch alle in dem UN-Kontext arbeitet, habe ich natürlich mir auch die UN Development Goals rausgesucht. Und zwar sind Social Entrepreneurs immer Menschen, die Lösungen für globale Herausforderungen lösen wollen, anders als jetzt ein wirtschaftlicher Unternehmer, der eigentlich Profit machen will oder irgendwie über seine Dienstleistung ökonomischen Profit erwirtschaften will ein Sozialunternehmer gesellschaftliche Probleme lösen. So, und wenn man das definieren würde, würde man sagen, okay, es gibt eine Challenge, das heißt eine Herausforderung auf einer gewissen Ebene, die eigentlich in den UN Development Goals ziemlich gut erfasst sind, was das für Challenges sind, die wir irgendwie lösen wollen. Und die Frage ist jetzt, wie löst man das? Es gibt natürlich verschiedene Institutionen, die die meisten von euch kennen dürften, also auf politischer Ebene, UN-Organisationen, NGOs, natürlich auch Wirtschaft und zivilgesellschaftliche Akteure. Und daneben gibt es aber noch ein zweites Feld, das aber sich auch nicht ausschließt, und zwar das sind neue Ideen und Innovationen, die durch Social Entrepreneurs entwickelt werden, um quasi neue kreative Lösungen zu finden, wie man globale Herausforderungen löst. So, wenn man sich das jetzt genauer angucken will, was Social Entrepreneurship ist quasi Challenge, Solution finden und Impact haben. Impact heißt konkret, okay, welche Auswirkungen hatte meine Lösung? Und es gibt in dem Konstrukt meistens einzelne Personen, das sind dann die Social Entrepreneurs, die irgendwann eine Idee haben, wie sie zum Beispiel eines dieser Probleme lösen wollen. Hier sind 3 Beispiele, die ihr vielleicht kennt. Das ist einmal Ecosia, die eine mittlerweile sehr große also eigentlich ein gutes Google, die mittlerweile sehr groß geworden sind und die anders als Google nicht profitorientiert sind, sondern zwar eine GmbH sind, aber die keine Gewinne aus dem Unternehmen rausziehen und die einen großen Teil der Erlöse, die sie zum Beispiel bei Anzeigen verdienen, in Aufforstungsprojekte investieren. Daneben gibt es auch Fair Freak, das ist eine Schokoladenhersteller, die es geschafft haben, in Afrika, in Ghana eine ganze Schokoladenfabrik zu bauen und damit deutlich mehr Wertschöpfung im Land haben wollen. Was haben die gemeinsam? Das sind Unternehmen, die einzelne Personen aufgebaut haben und die ganz konkret auf ein Development Goal irgendwie auszahlen. Das sind aber nicht nur, soziale Innovationen sind nicht nur abstrakte, fancy, neue Social Startups, sondern es ist auch wichtig, dass man auch erkennt, dass es auch alte Sachen sein können, die Social Entrepreneurs geschaffen haben. Und da ist ein Beispiel, eine ganz alte Innovation, die in Deutschland entstanden ist, sind die Genossenschaften, also eigentlich auch eine andere Form von demokratischer, sozialer Wirtschaftsform. Genau, und wenn man sich eben dieses Modell anguckt, gibt es dann quasi die Solution, in dem Fall wäre Ecosia, eine Suchplattform zu schaffen, die Profit erwirtschaftet, um Aufforstungsprojekte zu finanzieren, die quasi die Challenge Klimawandel und Abholzung angeht. Und deren konkreter Impact ist zum Beispiel, dass Ecosia mittlerweile über 100 Millionen Bäume gepflanzt hat, was schon ziemlich beachtlich ist und eigentlich zeigt, wie groß und wie innovativ kreative Lösungen dazu beitragen können, unsere Probleme zu lösen. So, was ist jetzt Impact Heroes? Impact Heroes spielt sich genau da ab, wo die Personen ins Spiel kommen, die diese Ideen hatten. Also Impact Heroes ist quasi ein Rätselspiel, die Geschichten der Gründung, der Geschichte erklärt, wie ist jemand überhaupt auf die Idee gekommen, sowas zu machen. Und damit man das auch versteht, ist quasi noch ein Zusatzpunkt eingeflossen in das Framework des Spiels, das ist die Discovery. Also ganz konkret, wie hat die Person überhaupt, wie ist die auf die Idee gekommen, diese Innovation überhaupt zu machen. Das Ganze ist jetzt in einem Kartenspiel gemündet, was ihr rechts oben seht, auch relativ frisch, gibt es erst seit einer Woche und ich freue mich auf jeden Fall, das euch vorzustellen und ich glaube, das ist ein schönes Tool, wie man das ganze Thema, ein komplexes Thema Social Entrepreneurship spielerisch und spaßig sich nähern kann und zeigen kann, was Social Entrepreneurship alles sein kann und was man mit kreativen Lösungen erreichen kann. So, kommen wir zur Erklärung von dem Spiel. So, ihr seht links einmal, das sind quasi die Vorderseiten von Karten, da sind immer Bilder abgebildet mit einem kleinen Rätsel. Das Rateteam hat quasi die Aufgabe, anhand dieses Bildes und vor allem anhand dieses Rätsels herauszufinden, worum es eigentlich geht. Also welche Challenge steht dahinter, welche Entdeckung könnte dahinter stehen und welche Lösung. Ich bin in dem Fall der Quizmaster und antworte auf die Fragen im besten Fall nur mit Ja und Nein. Das heißt, das Rateteam stellt Fragen, mit denen ich auch mit Ja und Nein antworten kann. Und wichtig in dem Kontext ist auch, manche Geschichten sind auch, manche sind unbekannt, manche sind ein bisschen bekannter, falls das Rateteam das Gefühl hat, die Geschichte schon mal irgendwo gehört zu haben oder weiß, um was es sich handelt. Am besten Fall dann erstmal nicht mitraten, damit die anderen quasi nicht gespoilert werden und dann da den Spielspaß nicht verlieren. Genau. Und ich glaube, dann können wir auch anfangen. Und ich würde einfach mit der ersten Geschichte starten. Da seht ihr jetzt hier quasi einmal links euer Rätsel. Und auf der rechten Seite ist quasi die Rückseite der Karte, wo ich aber die Lösungen noch nicht abgedruckt habe. Und vielleicht guckt ihr nicht ganz genau drauf, weil man kann es vielleicht noch durchschimmern sehen. Also nicht cheaten. Und ihr dürft quasi jetzt anfangen, das Rätsel zu lösen. Das Rätsel lautet: Viele Menschen verdanken Ratten ihr Leben.
Genau, also ich erinnere mich, ich werde jetzt erstmal zurückhalten.
Hat das irgendwas mit Essen zu tun?
Nein, es hat nichts mit Essen zu tun.
Hat es damit zu tun, wie dass Ratten sich irgendwie bewegen und dadurch etwas erzeugen?
Nein.
Hat es was mit Hygiene zu tun?
Nein.
Hat das was mit Medizin zu tun?
Nein.
Hat es was mit Riechen zu tun?
Es hat was mit Riechen zu tun, ja.
Haben die Ratten vielleicht etwas gerochen, was gefährlich für Menschen gewesen wäre?
Ja.
Hat es mit Umweltverschmutzung zu tun?
Nein.
Haben die Ratten vielleicht irgendwas gerochen, was ja, giftig war in dem Sinne? Also giftmäßig oder irgendwelche Stoffe?
Nicht giftig, nein.
Hat das was mit einer Pandemie zu tun?
Nein.
Hätten es auch andere Tiere sein können?
Vielleicht, aber in dem Kontext wahrscheinlich eher nicht. Also es hätten vielleicht auch andere Tiere passen können, aber in dem Fall war es wahrscheinlich nur mit Ratten möglich.
Waren die Menschen vielleicht schon vorerkrankt oder hatten irgendwelche Krankheiten in sich?
Nee, es geht nicht um Krankheiten.
Hat es was mit der Größe des Tieres zu tun?
Nee.
Was können die denn gerochen haben? Hat das Leben gerettet?
Es hat Leben gerettet, ja.
Ach so, das ist ja auch die...
Also vielleicht versucht euch anzunähern, erstmal die Challenge zu beschreiben. Das heißt, Menschen sterben und vielleicht findet ihr erstmal raus, warum Menschen sterben.
Vielleicht leben Sie in einer Gegend, in der Sie konstant etwas ausgesetzt sind und das aber selber gar nicht mitbekommen?
Nee, es hat nichts Medizinisches, keine Krankheiten, kein Gift.
Okay.
Ein Gasleck?
Nee. Wenn ihr einen Tipp haben wollt, dann gebe ich euch einen. Vielleicht so ein bisschen aus dem westlichen Kontext rausgehen.
Wird es dann weltweit eingesetzt oder bezieht sich das auf eine bestimmte Temperatur?
Nee, es wird weltweit eingesetzt. Oder es ist weltweit vorhanden. Also weltweit sterben Menschen an diesem Problem.
Hat es irgendwas mit Krieg zu tun?
Ja.
Wie kommen denn da Ratten ins Spiel?
Ihr habt ja schon herausgefunden, dass Ratten gute Nasen haben. Wie kriegt man jetzt Krieg und Nasen zusammen?
Bomben?
Ja.
Also die
Nicht
Ratten
ganz.
haben irgendwelche Tretminen vielleicht?
Tretminen ist richtig, ja, das ist schon mal wichtig. So, was ist das Problem bei Tretminen?
Man sieht sie halt nicht und sie sind vergraben und wenn Leute halt drauf treten, dann explodieren sie und viele Menschen sterben.
Richtig, aber warum schafft man, also Minen sind ja ganz lange verboten, warum sind die nicht alle schon weg?
Weil man die
Aber
alle nicht
ich weiß, wo die sind.
Richtig.
Und Ratten helfen jetzt dabei, diese Minen ausfindig zu machen.
Richtig.
Question.
Also ihr bekommt erstmal den ersten Hinweis, also das erste habt ihr quasi gelöst und es gibt weltweit über 55 Millionen unentdeckte Landminen. Diese fordern täglich über 50 Menschenleben. Das Entdecken der Minen ist teuer und gefährlich. Um alle Minen zu räumen, bräuchten jetzige Methoden 500 Jahre.
Okay.
Und also bei Discovery würde ich dann sagen, also irgendeiner hat dann festgestellt, dass Ratten wohl Minen aufspüren können. Wie auch immer man das festgestellt hat.
Na, du hast ja selber gesagt, dass Ratten gute Nasen haben. Das ist ja wahrscheinlich dann bekannter, dass es das gibt.
Ja, stimmt.
Und bei der Person war es grundlegend so, dass die Person, was auch bei Social Entrepreneurship wichtig ist, eigentlich zu zwei verschiedenen Themen einen sehr starken Bezug hatte. Das heißt, er hat auf der einen Seite wahrscheinlich persönlich irgendwie was mit Ratten zu tun gehabt oder hatte irgendwie ein Faible dafür. So, ich sage euch das mal, damit wir ein bisschen durchkommen. Das ist die Discovery und die Solution müsst ihr dann noch erraten. Und zwar Bert Wietjens, das ist ein Belgier, bekam als Neunjähriger einen Hamster geschenkt und der da begonnen, sich mit Nagetieren auseinanderzusetzen. Später hat er beruflich im Kongo zu tun und hat dann auf einen wissenschaftlichen Artikel aufmerksam geworden, wo er nochmal den besonderen Geruchssinn von Nagetieren nochmal gesehen hatte und dann überlegt hat, kann man das nicht vielleicht benutzen, um Ratten zu benutzen, um Sprengstoff zu finden und Minen zu verhindern. So, was ist jetzt die Lösung? Also ich habe den Anhaltspunkt, okay, es gibt Minen, es ist teuer und gefährlich, die wegzubringen und ich habe Ratten, die Minen erschnüffeln können. Wie mache ich daraus eine Lösung, die die Welt besser macht?
Ratten züchten und in den Gebieten einsetzen, wo man noch Tretminen vermutet.
Und wie einsetzen?
Man belohnt sie damit, wenn sie oder man trainiert sie darauf, diesen Stoff zu erschnüffeln, der in den Minen ist und so dass sie dann dahin gehen. Also
Genau, das ist richtig. Aber meint ihr, also wenn sie da hingehen, dann würden sie ja vielleicht auch auf die Mine treten. Und dann?
Das soll ja eigentlich gerade nicht passieren, ne? Also
Genau.
ich denke, dass man die irgendwie trainiert, dass die halt nicht draufgehen, auch wenn das voll schwierig ist, aber dass man halt irgendwie versucht, dass die darauf trainiert werden, nur
den Ort, also das Lokalisieren, aber nicht direkt auftreten?
Sie können drauf treten.
Also Sie müssen da drauf bleiben.
Nee. Aber wie funktioniert denn eine Tretmine?
Die Ratten sind vermutlich nicht schwer genug, um die Mine auszulösen.
Richtig. Genau, das ist die Lösung. Und zwar in einem 9-monatigen Training erlernen diesen Hamsterratten bei einer NGO das Erschnüffeln von Minen. Durch ihr geringes Gewicht lösen die Hero Rats, so heißen die, keine Minen aus. Und die Methoden sind tatsächlich wesentlich günstiger, wesentlich schneller als mit dem klassischen Minensuchdetektor durchs Feld zu laufen. Und eine Ratte schafft es in 30 Minuten, ein ganzes Tennisfeld zu beschnüffeln. Und ein Metalldetektor bräuchte dafür 4 Tage, also deutlich mehr davon. Und über 100.000 Sprengsätze haben die Ratten schon gefunden.
Wow.
Cool. Ich hatte eigentlich jetzt noch eine Vorbereitung, aber ich glaube, wir sind ein bisschen weit in der Zeit. Deswegen danke euch schon mal. Ich hoffe, es hat Spaß gemacht. Ich werde jetzt noch mal ein bisschen was über das Spiel erklären und über Social Entrepreneurship. Und auf jeden Fall erstmal danke an der Stelle für euch als Mitspielen und wir steigen dann um.
Gerne.
So, da gehe ich jetzt ganz schnell rüber. So. Genau, falls ihr jetzt irgendwie gedacht habt, okay, cool, das interessiert mich irgendwie, hier nochmal ein paar Anlaufstellen für euch, wenn ihr euch mehr mit dem Thema auseinandersetzen wollt. Als leichte Einstiegsschwelle, glaube ich, ganz interessant, das Thema Podcast. Für alle, die Podcasts hören, sollten vielleicht mal bei Geil Montag reinhören. Den gibt es bei Spotify und allen möglichen klassischen gängigen Plattformen. Dort sind ganz viele Social Entrepreneurs zu Gast und erzählen, warum sie das machen, was sie machen und vor allem, wie sie es machen. Daneben gibt es noch die beiden Unternehmen, bei denen ich selber mitarbeite und gegründet habe, Goodbye und Good Jobs. Bei Goodbye findet ihr eben genau Produkte von Leuten, die über Produkte globale Lösungen finden. Und bei Good Jobs gibt es ganz viele Organisationen, nicht nur im NGO-Bereich, auch im Nachhaltigkeitsbereich, aber auch ganz viele Jobs bei Unternehmen, die von Social Entrepreneurs gegründet worden sind. Daneben noch die beiden wichtigsten Anlaufstellen, wenn man sich stärker mit dem Thema auseinandersetzen will, ist einmal Ashoka. Das ist die größte Organisation weltweit zum Thema Social Entrepreneurship. Die haben über 3000 Ashoka Fellows, also Social Entrepreneurs auf der ganzen Welt, die in einem riesen Netzwerk sind, die auch immer wieder neue Leute finden und denen helfen, ihre Ideen groß zu machen. Und in Deutschland gibt es seit kurzem einen Verband, der heißt SEND e.V. Das ist quasi der Social Entrepreneurship Verband für Deutschland. Da gibt es ganz viele Beispiele, welche Unternehmen es in dem Bereich in Deutschland gibt. Da kann man sich gerne mal irgendwie mal durchskippen. So, es geht ja hier eigentlich um das Thema Leadership. Und ich sehe mich selber jetzt nicht unbedingt als der große Leader oder whatever. Meine Message an euch ist vor allem, es ist noch kein Leader vom Himmel gefallen, es ist kein Gründer vom Himmel gefallen. Ich habe heute mein 3-jähriges Firmenjubiläum, wenn man das so nennen will. Und tatsächlich vor 3 Jahren, jetzt habe ich 2 Sachen gegründet in 2 Jahren und vor 3 Jahren war ich ziemlich frustriert auf Jobsuche und habe nicht gedacht, dass ich irgendwann mal in dieser Position sein werde, in der ich heute bin. Also für alle, die jetzt irgendwie denken und Vorträge von irgendwelchen Gründern hören oder von irgendwelchen Mitarbeitern in großen NGOs und man sich fragt, dass man da nie rankommen kann oder dass es so weit weg ist. Das geht manchmal schneller, als man denkt und jeder stand am Anfang genau da, wo ihr gerade gestanden habt. Und was mir noch persönlich wichtig ist, man muss nicht unbedingt immer was gründen, weil dieser Gründungszeit ist, glaube ich, auch nicht gut. Und man kann aber auch einfach, wenn man Bock hat, unternehmerisch zu sein, das heißt selber nach vorne zu gehen, Probleme anzugehen, man kann das auch immer in Organisationen machen, man kann das in Unternehmen machen, man kann das auch genauso bei der UNO machen, genauso gut wie man es bei einer Wirtschaftsorganisation machen kann. Man muss nicht selber was gründen, um Unternehmer zu sein. Ja, das wäre die Message, die ich euch gerne irgendwie vermitteln wollen würde. Und jetzt würde ich an Lisa abgeben, die jetzt in die Moderation überleitet.
Genau, ja, vielen Dank dir, Simon, auch für das interessante Spiel. Wir hatten alle auf jeden Fall sehr viel Spaß. Da wir langsam auch schon am Ende sind, wäre eigentlich meine letzte Frage noch, weil du auch schon so einen coolen Tipp gegeben hast. Welchen Tipp würdest du denn auch Leuten geben, die ein bisschen Angst haben, von diesen gesellschaftlich als sicher gesehenen Konzernen zu einer Karriere in Startups zu gehen, die ja doch größtenteils noch etwas einem unsicher vorkommt? Hast du da einen Tipp, wie man das am besten anstellen kann?
Ich glaube, das muss jeder persönlich für sich selber rausfinden, was für ihn am besten passt. Ich bin da auch ehrlich, also ich konnte den Weg gehen, weil ich nicht die finanzielle Abhängigkeit hatte, zum Beispiel, weil ich keine Kinder habe. Wenn ich Kinder hätte, wäre ich vielleicht auch einen anderen Weg gegangen. Grundsätzlich muss man sich, glaube ich, die Frage stellen, was ist einem am wichtigsten, Sicherheit und Gehalt oder vielleicht doch das, was mir Spaß macht, weil wir verbringen alle wahrscheinlich 1/3 bis 1/4 unserer Lebenszeit im Job. Und wenn man irgendwas macht, worauf man keine Lust hat oder hinter dem man nicht steht, wird man, glaube ich, in seinem Leben auch nicht glücklich werden. Und der nachhaltige Jobsektor ist bestimmt nicht so attraktiv, was das Gehalt angeht. Aber da muss ich ehrlich sagen, ich bin seit 3 Jahren noch keinen Montag aufgestanden und wollte nicht zur Arbeit gehen, sondern ich habe mich jedes Mal gefreut, auch wenn mein Gehalt vor allem am Anfang nicht gut war. Aber man auch immer weiß, warum es nicht gut ist und man auf jeden Fall nicht weiß, dass man nicht wenig verdient, weil irgendwie jemand dich ausbeutet, sondern weil einfach gerade nicht mehr da ist. Und eigentlich bei nachhaltigen und fairen Organisationen immer, sobald mir möglich ist, da auch das Gehalt dementsprechend angepasst wird. Der sichere Weg ist es wahrscheinlich nicht, aber man muss sich die Frage stellen, was man mit seiner Lebenszeit anstellen will. Und da muss jeder selber seinen Weg finden, wie er das am besten mit sich vereinbaren kann. Da kann ich keine universelle Empfehlung geben. Für mich war das die beste Entscheidung, aber ich glaube, da gibt es auch Menschen, für die das vielleicht nicht in Frage kommt, was man auch völlig nachvollziehen kann.
Okay, ja, vielen Dank dir dann für diese interessanten Insights. Dann würden wir damit jetzt zum nächsten Slot gehen und wünsche dir noch einen schönen Tag.
Wünsche ich euch auch. Dankeschön für die Einladung.
Welcome back, everyone. Actually, we just noticed that you didn't have the sound, so we wanted to continue, giving you actually the things that I said before, so you did not only see my lips moving, but actually know what I was saying. So in the beginning, thank you very much for the game. I said that I enjoyed it a lot myself playing it, and it's the best thing between like enjoying quizzes and at the same time learning something that can be meaningful if you really want to make a difference for yourself. And now the next guest that we have, her name is Kerstin Wagner. She is the head of talent acquisition from Deutsche Bahn, and she's actually a supporter of ISEC for quite some time. And we will talk about the implications of global crisis with youth leadership, and in general, we're very inspiring to have a position or like a female in a leadership position where we can also see how is this coming together. So she's a very inspiring person, and you can look forward to the interview with her. And when I asked her what youth leadership means, she said that youth leadership strengthens the knowledge to make a difference and the courage to empower oneself and others. So you can look forward to it. It is still a pleasure having you with us, and I'm very much looking forward to see you in 5 minutes.
Also ich sehe jetzt gar niemanden und jetzt steht dran, ich bin der Host. Okay. Bin ich, glaube ich, jetzt nicht, oder?
Ja, es ist eigentlich recht egal.
Alles läuft nach Plan, sehe ich hier.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Youth Leadership Day. And it's a pleasure to have you with us, Kerstin. It's very, very nice to see you being participant at the Youth Leadership Day and contributing with your insight and your experiences to this event. And the first thing I would like to ask you is, we already made a first introduction in the beginning, but still, can you shortly introduce yourself, your profession, and what actually brought you to DB?
Sure. So hello, everybody who is now in the call and follows us during the next 30 minutes. So I think I couldn't hear you in the first couple of minutes, so hopefully I don't miss any important part. So my name is Kerstin Wagner. I'm Head of Talent Acquisition at Deutsche Bahn, as you already mentioned. My background is business administration, which I studied at the ESB Business School in Reutlingen and also at the Reims Management School, so in France. And then I also did an MBA at the University of Ottawa for 1 year. So after all my study years, I started my career at Siemens, where I was over 16 years. And actually, I found my passion in terms of profession because I found HR, so as my field of my professional life. So I started as assistant of the former head of global HR of the telecommunications industry at that time. And then over the following years, I filled in a lot of a variety of jobs in HR. And I also found another passion that was recruiting. So I did recruiting in my former years, but also I was joining a kind of a restructuring phase. I also did the opposite, kind of restructuring people. And that was also over 6 years. So I developed an innovative placement concept, and as well as an in-house temporary temp agency. And my last role was head of talent acquisition on a global level, where I was responsible for employer branding and recruiting strategies, roles, and tools and concepts. And 8 years ago now, I was appointed head of talent acquisition at Deutsche Bahn, where I'm now responsible for employer branding and recruiting on the strategic side, but as well as on the operational side. So we do everything around innovative and modern talent acquisition. I started in 2012 with a small team, over 100 people, and now we grew up to nearly 800 people doing that business exclusively. Why so many people? Because we need to hire over 100,000 new employees over the next couple of years. And that's broken down to 1 year. So we have to hire around 20,000 new people, new colleagues per year.
That's huge. So this is something I would like to have 20,000 people to work with together. Actually, I have a question on this already, but I also heard that you brought us a video. So this is something that I actually would like to show. So we will show the video, and I would actually ask you, the question is already burning on my mind right now.
Wo wir stehen? Wir sind in Bewegung. Wir sind noch längst nicht angekommen, aber täglich einen Schritt weiter.
Wir sind über 300.000.
Und für den nächsten Schritt brauchen wir dich. Um mehr als 5.000 Bahnhöfe zukünftig auch digital zu erreichen. Um 100% Einsatz zu geben für 0% CO2. Wenn's sein muss, auf Biegen und Brechen. Und Schweißen, denn das hier ist kein Job wie jeder andere. Wir haben Mobilsein schon vor dem Smartphone erfunden. Jetzt wollen wir wieder Vorreiter sein. Auf 33.000 Kilometern neue Meilensteine setzen. Und wenn wir das Ende der Strecke erreichen, bauen wir sie eben aus. Bauen neue Brücken. Zwischen Stadt und Land, zwischen heute und morgen, zwischen ihm und ihr. Klar, wir sind nicht perfekt.
Aber genau daran arbeiten wir jeden Tag.
Wo wir stehen? Gerade erst am Anfang. Denn wir wollen immer besser werden.
Du auch?
Willkommen, du passt zu uns.
made our usual recruiting activities almost impossible. So our normal business relies on, you know, people-to-people interaction. So meeting people, enthusing people around, you know, what we can offer as jobs, to describe what we can offer, you know, and this interaction was not feasible anymore. From one day to another day was not there anymore. So therefore, we have to think, you know, what's our next step? Should we stop or should we continue? And yes, we decided to continue our activities, and we really wanted to be a reliable partner in the job market, that people and applicants can rely on us. Even during Corona crisis, we were still there, and we gave security. So therefore, there was no hiring freeze, there was continuity in terms of recruiting. And therefore, we had to kind of do things differently, completely.
So actually, what did you do completely different? Tell us more about it.
So first of all, we looked at our customers. And when I talk about our customers, I talk about applicants. And the customer is in the center of all our activities. And if you take that as a theme, you really had to look through the whole recruiting funnel, because we wanted to understand how applicants and their behaviors change. You know, what is important, what changed during Corona whenever you was to look for a job. And therefore, we really went step by step through that recruiting funnel, from the employer branding piece, what you currently seen with the film, for example, but also during through all our recruiting activities. And then we kind of recreated our whole talent acquisition strategy in 10 days, not in 10 weeks, not in 10 months. We really rewrote everything within 10 days. And that was phenomenal. That was enormous creative potential, which we could kind of initiate. And I just give you an example of virtual interviews. Normally, we do a lot of interviews on a person-to-person situation, like sitting in a room, in a real room. You know, with 20,000 people we have to hire a year, you have to calculate around about 6,000 interviews per month we have to do. So therefore, it was clear we have to do that on a virtual basis. But just to say, look, now we do it virtually, doesn't work. So we really have to enable all the participants at that process to be safe, to get accustomed with all the technical surrounding. So not only the candidate, which was you know, really insecure in terms of, you know, how should I dress, how should I behave in front of a camera, you know, how can I convince a future employer to really say yes to me as a candidate, but also on the other side, workers' council or the hiring manager, which were not used to do interviews on a virtual basis. So therefore, we wrote guidelines, for example. We installed a hotline for candidates, which you really could call somebody whenever you needed help in the process. That was the virtual interview piece. And also, you know, events. If I take events, we normally do around about 1,200 events during a year, you know, going to universities, going to schools, hiring, you know, people at job fairs. Not feasible anymore. So what did we do? We offered virtual events, for example, also finding out, you know, what do, for example, school leavers need. So we offered them virtual classrooms where we, you know, did like from 9 to 10 or from 10 to 11 in the morning, made an hour and described our jobs and what do you need in order to get to that job. Or we offered so-called masterclasses where experts from DB described their specific field, which they are experts in. For example, a 3D printing expert she was phenomenal. So she described, what she's currently doing in their specific job, and also how she got to that job and how she learned all these new techniques. And so that gave, potential interested people, potential candidates, a good insight of what we do at Deutsche Bahn. Also something we tried, a very new thing was, had you had the situation, you are interested in a job and you ask yourself, the hiring manager, I would like to know how she or he is, before I apply. And that was the situation we took and said, okay, let's try out that for some jobs you could kind of click on a live chat for an hour where you can meet your future hiring manager before you apply. So that was also something we just tried out. And last but not least, a very important topic, that is the pre-boarding phase. The pre-boarding phase, meaning the phase between you decided that you want to join a company and your first day. And normally it takes some weeks or also some months between the one milestone and to the first day. And then in the Corona crisis, we have seen that a lot of people were very insecure. So they called us, oh, are you sure I could still join during Corona? Are you sure it's good that I join? And so we took that, and therefore we really focused on this phase and kind of onboarded our future colleagues on a very, very early stage, and that was a very important thing.
It's very interesting, especially considering that Deutsche Bahn is a very big company, and listening to the things, the adaptations you made, and even making the whole wrap up. I know from our organization, we are globally strongly connected, but it's still 10 days it's impressive. So actually the thing that I would like to know here is, how do you manage this actually to make quick decisions and kind of drive innovation in these times? But also, maybe to build up on this topic, also I mentioned female leadership and leadership in general. How do you feel as the leading executive in this, bringing this forward and kind of going through the stage and needing to make fast decisions and clear decisions that can make a difference in these times?
Absolutely important question. That was a really also challenging time in terms of leadership. When we went into that Corona crisis, it was clear, first of all, that we want to continue the business as I described, but secondly, that we have to do it completely different. So I definitely needed completely new ideas, approaches. And third, I have 800 people sitting now in home offices, and that was my third part, which I really had to focus on. So how did we do that? First of all, kind of participating everybody, kind of embracing everybody. I have 800 people, 800 bright minds, which can kind of contribute to our new way of doing talent acquisition. So therefore, we kind of asked everybody to kind of contribute to that new way. That was very important, to kind of use the idea of your team. And actually, it doesn't matter, which hierarchy you are. It is important. The ID counts. And actually, it doesn't, never ever say, oh, that idea is too crazy. It is, there is no idea which is too crazy. First of all, collect the ideas, listen to people, and then all of a sudden you have a really, really creative process. So that was very productive to us. And always think out of the box. That is very important. And then speed. I mentioned 10 days. Speed and pragmatism was important. So every day we came together as a board, like my direct, so 15 people. Every day, normally in the afternoon, late afternoon, we came together and we kind of steered from day to day. We decided things from day to day. It was an insecure time also for the leading team, but it was a very good process because we were very speedy, because we could decide every day. And motivation of the team, to motivate people to be very close to your own people. In my opinion, it was the most important thing. You have to be very visible as a leader during crisis, especially during situations like that. To be very visible, to be close to your people. And actually, we had a rule as executive team and my team, my leadership team, that each and every employee gets a piece of information every day. So therefore, there we could kind of manage that everybody felt well informed, felt really close to the topic. And that was super important. So be very speedy, listen to your team and create a lot of ideas.
Actually, this is very interesting, especially like showing ownership. Also, as an executive team, is really important. We also saw this, like especially when it comes to leadership, how important it is to, in these times, to not only look at this, like where do we need to do what, but actually being connected to the people you work with and showing them this is a joint effort. It's not something that like only we do or you do, but really seeing this as a, well, teamwork effort, if you could say it this way. And yeah, it's very interesting to hear. The next thing actually that goes in this direction of, well, being a team player and giving, well, let's say wisdom and knowledge to both sides. As you know, we are all young people. We are all very driving for knowledge, and we all have the same question when it comes to people who have so much experience like you do. So what we say is the one advice that you would give to us in these times, but also in general based on your life experiences.
Interesting question, I try and answer. And in my opinion, it's not the only thing. I would say there are, let's phrase it, 4 things. First of all, for me, it was always important to have your own vision. To have your own vision. You have to find your passion, but you also have to find your way. You know, what do you want to achieve? You know, where do you want to go? And you know, don't limit yourself in that way, in that vision. It's your turn. It's your task to kind of steer your way to that vision. It's only you. It's only you who can steer your way, and you're responsible for your own career. And therefore, find your vision and believe in your vision, and work on that pathway to that vision. And sometimes, you know, look left or right, and sometimes there are opportunities which you don't see in the first view. But also try it out, and sometimes the path is a little bit, you know, around the corner, but it helps you to find your way. Secondly, for me, and I see it also for a lot of young people, be brave and ambitious. Be brave. You know, kind of go new ways, rethink things you currently do. You know, create new ideas, try out new things, and also, you know, get better and better every day. That was also always my theme: get better and better every day, and learn every day, and also. On the other side, take responsibility, be ambitious, but also take responsibility. And third, be authentic, be very authentic. Don't be artificial and you know, do not put on an act. Be who you are, and stay true, and stick to your own values. You know, that's your kind of lighthouse, your values, and that makes you very approachable, but also, you know, very, you know, people really want to then work with you because they know, you know, who you are, and that always helped me. And last but not least is something you're currently doing with IASEC, build your own network. Build your own network from the beginning. You know, the network starts with IASEC, for example, during study time, but also that network can grow over years. It will change over years, but you also have to invest in your network. And therefore, my fourth advice would be build your network.
It's very, very interesting. All of them are very intriguing. Having a vision, having a clear goal, where to go, it makes such a big difference. We also had a story that I shared personally before. I feel very connected to this one. Brave and ambitious is something we hopefully strive for also in this organization. But I think this will make a big difference. Also being authentic. I think currently in this world, especially when there's like a lot of, how are you perceived, and with social media, I think this is a very undervalued quality to have. And then actually, if all of these come together, it will also benefit the network, not only building your own, but actually enriching the networks that are enriched by you. So I think these are very great closing words. I really, really want to thank you to have you with us. It has been a huge pleasure. I also want to thank you for supporting us, so for supporting our cause. It's deeply appreciated. I think you're a great role model also for our viewers. So I wish you a great day. I hope you enjoyed your stay with us and the Youth Leadership Day. And yeah.
As always.
Great. So thank you very much. And yeah, we will see each other in the future.
Okay, see you. It was a pleasure. And have a great afternoon or evening and happy weekend.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So everyone, this was the interview. I hope you enjoyed it. Kerstin has a lot of things to share, and I think it's great that we also demonstrate female leadership in this context as well. So we address leadership, but also in which ways it can come. And the next thing, or the next session that you can expect, it will be from Teach First. It will be delivered by Nicolas Erdmann. He is a referent for recruiting and cooperation. And the keynote that he's delivering will be through a video. So you can see what he's saying, and then we move forward from this point. It's about taking responsibility for change, and when we ask him what youth leadership means, is youth leadership is relevant, because every person has the potential to make positive changes. And Teach First is an organization, as the name implies, that actually is very focused on teaching people and sending people before they go into their professional experience abroad and discover what it means to teach people before engaging in your own endeavors. So with this, we will directly jump to the video that you can see, and I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, see you in a few minutes after the video finished.
Hallo, mein Name ist Nicolas und ich bin Teil von Teach First Deutschland. Ich freue mich heute mit euch hier zu sein auf dem ISAC Youth Leadership Day, denn Leadership ist etwas, was nicht früh genug anfangen kann und etwas, wovor viele Leute sich vielleicht fürchten oder ein bisschen zurückschrecken, weil das etwas für Leute ist, die ganz weit oben sind. Tatsächlich ist das nicht so. Doch bevor ich da reinkomme und euch darüber was erzähle, müsst ihr wissen, woher ich komme und warum jemand von einer Organisation, die sich Teach First nennt, etwas mit Leadership zu tun hat. Teach First Deutschland ist eine Bildungs-NGO, die sich in Deutschland für mehr Bildungsgerechtigkeit einsetzt und gemeinsam mit mehr als 50 anderen nationalen Organisationen sind wir im gemeinsamen Netzwerk Teach for All global unterwegs, um Bildungsgerechtigkeit zu erzeugen, um aus Bildungsungerechtigkeit Gerechtigkeit zu machen. Und das Thema ist auch hier in Deutschland sehr wichtig, denn wir denken oft, ist doch alles fair, alle haben Schulpflicht, alle gehen in die Schule rein und kommen oben irgendwie wieder raus. Doch tatsächlich passieren sehr viele Dinge auf dem Weg und oft hat es damit zu tun mit Faktoren, für die die Kinder und Jugendlichen gar nichts können, die von außen kommen. Und das sind oft sozioökonomische Faktoren, also wie viel Geld hat meine Familie, um mich vielleicht zu unterstützen im Rahmen von Forderung oder Förderung oder ähnliche Dinge. Also das sind Dinge, Faktoren, die einen Einfluss haben auf den Bildungserfolg, für die das Kind gar nichts kann. Und das ist ungerecht. Und dagegen wollen wir was tun. Ganz konkret machen wir das, indem wir Hochschulabsolventen aller Fachrichtungen, egal ob das Sozialwissenschaftler sind, Ingenieure, Betriebswirtschaftler, Chemiker, Juristen, all diese Leute für 2 Jahre an Vollzeit als Fellows in unserem Leadership-Programm, ja, da kommt schon das erste Mal Leadership, an Schulen bringen, die mit besonderen Herausforderungen zu kämpfen haben. Dort sind dann die Fellows im Unterricht, aber auch im Ganztag für die Schülerinnen und Schüler, aber auch für die Lehrkräfte eine Unterstützung und sorgen dafür, dass wieder Selbstvertrauen und Selbstwirksamkeit in den Kids wächst. Wie ihr seht, wir haben sehr viel mit Lernen zu tun, sehr viel mit Lehren, mit Bildung, aber ich habe ja gesagt, Leadership ist wichtig, Leadership-Programm, und das kommt daher, weil Leadership unsere DNA ist. Ohne Leadership würde unsere ganze Arbeit und die Arbeit der Fellows niemals funktionieren. John F. Kennedy hat mal gesagt, Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. Und darüber möchte ich heute mit euch sprechen. Ich möchte mit euch zusammen erörtern, warum Leadership und Lernen oder auch Lehren so eng miteinander verknüpft ist und welche Konsequenz das hat, weil dann ist Leadership etwas für jeden, also auch für euch, und man kann gar nicht früh genug damit anfangen. Wenn wir jetzt gleich reinstarten, müssen wir vorher einmal nochmal in unseren Köpfen das Wort Leadership aktivieren. Sagt euch das mal innerlich, Leadership und Leader. Horcht mal in euch rein und guckt, welche Bilder, welche Eindrücke, welche Emotionen in eurem Gehirn erstellt werden. Wir werden wahrscheinlich alle ganz unterschiedliche Bilder haben. Es wird aber so eine Key-Essenz geben, die allen ungefähr gemein ist, dass alles ungefähr sehr ähnlich ist. Nämlich Leader, die Leadership machen, das sind ganz tolle Persönlichkeiten, die stehen meistens am Kopf einer Organisation, einer Gruppe, die gehen jeder Herausforderung lächelnd ins Gesicht, scheinen also mutig zu sein, sie haben so ein bestimmtes Set an Qualitäten, alle Leute vertrauen ihnen, sie scheinen die richtige Antwort immer zu haben auf alle Fragen, sie gehen voran, übernehmen da etwas, tun Dinge und sind oft in einer Hierarchie ganz weit oben. Und egal, ob wir jetzt an Managerinnen gedacht haben oder Politiker oder auch an fiktive Leader, die wir ja kennen, mit denen wir sozusagen sozialisiert werden, zum Beispiel Prinzessin Leia als Anführerin der Rebellen oder Aragorn als Anführer der Gefährtenschaft des Rings, immer sind diese Leader besondere Einzelpersonen. Am Kopf einer Organisation mit einzigartigen Qualitäten ausgerüstet und sorgen alleine dafür, dass etwas gelingt. In der Realität denkt man dann, hat das gar nicht mehr so viel mit mir zu tun. Denn ich stehe weder am Kopf einer großen Organisation, ich habe anscheinend kein großes Set an krassen Kompetenzen, ich habe keine große Macht oder so. Und meine Herausforderungen sind zwar wichtig, aber da hängt auch nicht so viel davon ab. Und das bringt uns von Leadership ganz oft unseren Vorstellungen auseinander und weit weg. In der Realität ist es aber eigentlich so, dass Leadership nichts überhöht Großes ist, sondern Leadership ist eigentlich oder kann etwas sehr Kleines sein. Leadership ist auch nicht weit weg, da wo irgendwelche Menschen etwas tun, sondern Leadership ist immer ganz, ganz nah. Es ist immer bei euch. Und Leadership ist auch nichts für jemanden alleine, was man nur kann mit bestimmten Qualitäten. Leadership ist etwas für jeden und dadurch ist es etwas Gemeinsames. Wenn wir jetzt einmal angucken und sehen, okay, dann haben wir in unseren Köpfen ein Bild gehabt von Leadership als Qualität. Als eine Ansammlung von Eigenschaften, von Fähigkeiten. Und die Sache ist mit Qualitäten, man besitzt Qualitäten, man hat sie. Man kriegt sie im Laufe der Sozialisation, des Heranwachsens, vererbt, in den Genen, angelesen, alles Mögliche. Aber egal was es ist, man hat sie. Und Qualitäten zu haben, das bringt nicht viel. Stellt euch vor, ihr findet ein großes Stück Gold in einem Fluss in Kanada und es ist hochqualitatives Gold. Es bringt euch in der Situation nichts. Ihr müsst damit etwas tun, ihr müsst es umwandeln in etwas, was euch wieder was bringt. Das heißt, Leadership als Qualität, das kann es nicht sein. Leadership ist nämlich keine Qualität, sondern eine Aktivität. Ja, denn Leadership ist etwas, was man tut. Leadership ist etwas, was man machen kann und alles, was man machen kann, das kann man wiederholen. Und alles, was man wiederholen kann, kann man auch lernen. Ihr seht, Leadership und Lernen haben eigentlich ganz viele Überschneidungspunkte. Wenn wir jetzt aber sagen, okay, Leadership ist die Aktivität, na gut, welche Aktivität ist denn das jetzt? Ist es die richtige Antwort auf alle Fragen zu haben? Ist es etwas zu tun, damit einem alle vertrauen? Was ist denn dieses Leadership? Und Leadership bedeutet eigentlich, wenn man wirklich auf den Kern des Ganzen geht, Verantwortung für Veränderungen zu übernehmen. Verantwortung für Veränderung. Schauen wir uns diesen Satz mal an. Gucken wir da mal rein. Veränderung. Veränderung impliziert in der Regel, dass wir einen Zustand haben, der nicht so ideal ist, denn wir wollen ja eine Veränderung bewirken. Wir sind also nicht zufrieden damit. Und wir haben aber gleichzeitig einen Gedanken, dass es auch besser sein kann. Also wir wissen, es gibt eine Alternative dazu. Deswegen denken wir, eine Veränderung wäre sinnvoll. Und das kann in jedem Alltagsfeld passieren. Im beruflichen Feld, im privaten Feld. Wir sehen, etwas ist nicht so gut, zum Beispiel in unserem Team bei der Arbeit. Unsere Chemie stimmt nicht so, wir sind nicht so produktiv dadurch, aber das könnte besser sein. Man studiert, man schiebt Hausarbeiten immer mal wieder auf oder das Lernen für die Uni. Auch da wissen wir, eigentlich sollten wir das anders machen, es könnte besser sein. Auch bei anderen Dingen, ganz großen, wir wissen, Klimawandel, Umweltverschmutzung, es könnte alles besser sein. Und auch wir bei Teach First, wir sehen der Zustand Bildungsungerechtigkeit und wir sehen, das könnte viel, viel besser sein, Bildungsgerechtigkeit. Und das wissen wir nicht nur, sondern wir haben auch Praxisbeispiele dafür. Das ist also real. Und deswegen wollen wir das halt verändern. Das bedeutet, die erste Sache, die mit Leadership zu tun hat, ist zu erkennen, dass es eine Alternative gibt, die besser sein könnte. Gucken wir weiter in den Satz und da sehen wir nicht nur Veränderungen, sondern auch aktiv übernehmen. Wir sollen also aktiv dafür sorgen, dass wir aus dem Zustand, der nicht so ideal ist, zu dem Zustand kommen, der besser ist, um diese Veränderung zu erzeugen. Jetzt ist es ein sehr großes Talent des Menschen, wider seines besseren Wissens zu handeln. Wir wissen, etwas ist nicht gut, wir wissen, etwas könnte besser sein. Wir haben vielleicht auch alles, was man braucht, damit es besser wird, aber aus irgendeinem Grund schaffen wir das nicht. Und denkt einmal an Silvester und Neujahr. Wir alle haben immer gute Vorsätze, gesünder zu leben, besser zu leben, fit zu sein, uns auf Karriere zu konzentrieren. Und irgendwie, wir melden uns vielleicht im Fitnessstudio an, aber so konkret ist es sehr selten, dass etwas passiert. Und da kommt etwas, wo viele dann denken, ja, das ist das, was Leader machen. Das ist dieses Leadership. Die reden nicht nur, die kommen von dem, was sie doof finden, zu dem, was sie gut finden. Die sind Macher, die tun das. Und ja, das stimmt. Aber das ist keine magische Superpower, das ist keine Qualität. Das ist etwas, da steckt eine Sache dahinter, die jeder haben kann. Und die in all euch schlummern kann. Denn nämlich, es ist eine Vision. Ihr habt eine Vorstellung davon, wie die Situation besser sein könnte. Den Blick nach vorne. Und diese Vision, die müsst ihr so konkret wie möglich machen. Ihr müsst richtig ins Detail reingehen und sehen können, wie das euch verändert, wie das eure Umgebung verändert, wie das eure Teams verändert, eure Mitmenschen. Und ihr müsst es euch so richtig konkret und richtig juicy vorstellen. Und dann ist es etwas, was euch zieht, was euch bewegt und euch Energie gibt. Ihr müsst euch das vorstellen, als ob ihr die ganze Zeit auf dem Meer unterwegs seid mit einem Ruderboot und es ist super anstrengend, gegen die Wellen anzukommen. Und jetzt nehmt ihr die Vision und die Vision ist ein Segel. Ihr spannt euer Segel auf. Und dieses Segel wird dafür sorgen, dass alle Energien, die um euch herum sind, jedes laue Lüftchen, aber auch jeder Sturm, jeder Orkan sich in diesem Segel fängt und euch vorantreibt, euch Energie gibt und euer Boot übers Meer zieht oder schiebt. Und ihr könnt dann noch den Kurs bestimmen, wo es hingeht. Und das ist es, was eine Vision macht. Sie sammelt Energie und bringt euch voran. Jetzt gibt es aber oft die Situation, dass wir vielleicht eine Vision haben, also ein Segel an unserem Boot haben, dann gucken wir raus aufs Meer und die Herausforderungen sind doch irgendwie ein bisschen zu groß. Zu viele Stürme, zu viel Unwetter. Wir bleiben besser hier im Hafen. Das ist viel, viel angenehmer. Und dieses Leadership, das können andere machen. Wenn wir das tun, dann passiert nichts. Wir wissen vielleicht, wir könnten etwas verändern, aber wir trauen uns nicht. Dann gibt es auch genau das Gegenteil. Wir sehen also, wir haben eine krasse Vision, die ist riesengroß, die ist total bunt und da ist alles drin und deswegen gehen wir raus aufs Meer und dort sehen wir dann im ersten größeren Sturm, dass unsere Vision leider nicht konkret genug ist, nicht ausgefeilt genug und dann zerreißt unser Segel und wir erleiden Schiffbruch. Das bedeutet, das, was uns oft davon abhält, diesen Weg zu gehen und von A nach B zu kommen, ist, dass wir Angst davor haben zu scheitern oder dass wir einmal die Erfahrung gemacht haben, gescheitert zu sein. Und das ist etwas, was in unseren Köpfen oder auch in unserer Gesellschaft oft sehr, sehr negativ konnotiert ist. Und dabei ist eigentlich Scheitern mit eins der besten Dinge, die passieren kann. Denn wenn wir uns voranbewegen wollen, dann müssen wir lernen. Und nur aus den Misserfolgen, aus dem, was nicht gut gelaufen ist, was schief gelaufen ist, daraus können wir lernen. Stellt euch vor, jeder Misserfolg reicht euch die Hand, um euch wieder aufzuhelfen. Und es ist an uns zu unterscheiden, nehme ich diese Hand an und lerne aus meinen Fehlern und mache es beim nächsten Mal anders, oder bleibe ich liegen, ziehe mich zurück und sage, nee, ich habe damit nichts mehr zu tun. Und das ist es, was so besonders ist und was wichtig ist und was auch wieder eine Sache ist, die für Leadership dazugehört. Ehrlich zu sich selbst zu sein und aus seinen Fehlern zu lernen, eine Fehler als etwas zu sehen oder seine Misserfolge als etwas, was gut ist und deswegen vor denen man sich nicht fürchten muss. Weil man dadurch immer wieder etwas Neues hinzubekommt und es beim nächsten Mal erfolgreicher wird. Und das ist etwas, was wir auch ganz viel mit unseren Schülerinnen und Schülern machen. Denn auch die haben irgendwann, wenn die ganze Zeit 4 und 5 und 6 kriegen, in ihren Köpfen den Modus eingeschaltet, ich kann das nicht. Und ich kann das nicht, also brauche ich hier auch Schule nicht und ich mache hier ein bisschen meinen eigenen Fun und es wird nichts. Und das Wichtigste, was unsere Fellows machen können, ist in diesen Köpfen den Schalter umzulegen von ich kann das nicht in ich kann das noch nicht. Und das ist auch etwas, was zum Leadership gehört. Diese Einstellung. Zu sagen, ich kann das noch nicht. Damit seid ihr ehrlich zu euch und damit seht ihr Misserfolgen auf eine ganz andere Art an, nämlich als die Hand, die euch gereicht wird, um sie zu nehmen und dann weiterzumachen. Das heißt, traut euch mit euren Visionen aufs Meer, habt keine Angst vor dem Scheitern und nutzt es als Gelegenheit, um beim nächsten Mal noch weiterzukommen. Ihr seht jetzt also, Verantwortung für Veränderung übernehmen bedeutet von A nach B zu kommen, mit einer ganz speziellen Kraft, mit Vision, mit Energie und den Mut zu haben, es auch zu tun, weil Scheitern eigentlich nicht schlimm ist. Jetzt habt ihr aber bestimmt schon gedacht, okay, das klingt alles erstmal richtig gut, aber an vielen Dingen bin ich ja nicht nur alleine beteiligt. In vielen Dingen stecke ich ja mit anderen drin. In Teams, wenn die Teamstimmung doof ist, dann liegt das vielleicht auch an mir, aber wir sind ja alle in dem Team. Wenn meine Firma nicht so gut ist und nicht genug Performance oder Ergebnis erzeugt, dann hängen wir da ja alle drin. Und beim Klimawandel, ich kann zwar Dosen und Müll am Strand sammeln, aber es gibt dafür 3 Leute, die wieder was hinschmeißen. So. Und jetzt kommen wir zu dem Punkt, warum Leadership nichts ist, was man alleine macht. Denn wenn ihr euch vorstellt, was wir uns ganz am Anfang visualisiert haben, immer diese heroischen Personen, die ganz oben alleine stehen, das gibt's zwar, aber das ist nicht besonders effektiv und funktional. Denn Leadership ist etwas, was gemeinsam passieren muss. Denn die Veränderung, die ihr erzeugen könnt, wenn ihr Verantwortung für Veränderung übernehmt, die sind natürlich oft sehr praktisch, Dinge, dass etwas besser wird, aber die wichtigste Veränderung, die ihr erzeugen könnt, ist in den Köpfen anderer Menschen. Es bedeutet nicht, Menschen zu manipulieren oder zu irgendwas zu drängen oder ihnen Befehle zu geben, dass sie Dinge tun, sondern in den Köpfen anderer Leadership anzustellen. Und da sind wir wieder beim Lernen und Lehren. Denn Leadership auszuüben bedeutet auch immer, Leadership weiterzugeben. Andere dazu zu befähigen, es ebenfalls zu tun. Denn wenn ihr das schafft, wenn ihr bei euren Mitmenschen, die mit euch in einem Problem sitzen, in deren Köpfen sehen lässt, ja natürlich, ich hänge hier mit drin und ich finde die Situation, wie sie gerade ist, auch nicht so gut. Und deine Vision, die ist richtig super, super spannend und ich möchte daran mitarbeiten, ich möchte sie zu meiner Vision mitmachen und lasst uns den Weg gemeinsam gehen. Wenn ihr das schafft, dann habt ihr die wichtigste Veränderung erzeugt, die man im Leadership überhaupt erzeugen kann. Ihr habt Menschen begeistert für eure Idee und ihr habt Menschen stärker gemacht, als sie vorher waren. Ihr helft also, Leadership zu teilen. Und wenn ihr euch jetzt vorstellt, Leadership ist etwas für jeden, wenn jeder Verantwortung für Veränderung übernimmt, dann braucht es keine einzelne Person, die vorangeht. Dann braucht es einfach Personen, die Dinge tun, weil sie davon zu überzeugt sind, dass es besser sein kann. Und diese Saat zu teilen, das ist eines der wichtigsten Dinge, die einen Leader auszeichnen. Das ist die wichtigste Sache, wenn ihr aktiv Verantwortung für Veränderung übernimmt, Verantwortung für die Veränderung in den Köpfen aller anderen zu übernehmen. Denn wenn ihr euch mal alle Leader anguckt, die ihr so kennt, so als positive Beispiele, das sind nicht Menschen, die alleine vorangehen und befehlen, das sind Menschen, die andere begeistern können, die Potenziale und Stärken von anderen aktivieren können und gemeinsam für etwas Großes, für eine gemeinsame Vision einbringen. Das ist es. Wenn wir uns jetzt nochmal angucken, wo wir herkommen. Wir haben gesagt am Anfang, Leadership ist etwas, was man lernen kann und was ganz viel was mit Lernen zu tun hat. Und ich hoffe, ich habe euch das gerade so ein bisschen klar gemacht. Leadership bedeutet Lernen, Leadership bedeutet Fehler machen, Leadership bedeutet, dass es eine Aktivität ist, also etwas, in dem man besser werden kann, und Leadership bedeutet, dass man es auch weitergeben kann, also lehren kann, damit andere genauso sind. Und das alles zusammen, das ist nichts für Managerinnen und Politikerinnen mit Mitte 50. Das ist was für jeden. Und deswegen ist so ein Leadership Day, ein Youth Leadership Day wie hier von Isaac, so ungemein wichtig, weil er euch Mut macht und euch befähigt da drin ein Stück weit, jetzt schon Verantwortung für Veränderungen zu übernehmen. Da, wo ihr jetzt seid, in euren Klassen, in euren Schulen, in euren Universitäten, für Dinge, die euch begeistern, die euch am Herzen liegen, für Vereinsarbeit, für Umwelt, Fridays for Future. Es gibt so viele Dinge, für die man sich in jedem Alter begeistern kann. Und wenn ihr dort sagt, das ist mein Thema, ich übernehme Verantwortung für Veränderung, dann zeigt ihr jetzt schon Leadership. Und dieses Leadership, das ist nicht anders als das Leadership, was irgendwer mit 50, 60 in irgendeinem Vorstand macht. Vielleicht ist es sogar ein bisschen besser. Denn aktiv Verantwortung für Veränderung zu übernehmen, das kann jeder, das könnt also auch ihr und da, wo ihr jetzt seid. Ich möchte das ein bisschen abschließen mit einem Zitat, was ein Fellow von uns, der jetzt ins Schuljahr startet, seine 2 Jahre beginnt, auf Instagram, auf LinkedIn gepostet hat. Dort hat er nämlich geschrieben, was er tun möchte jetzt in den nächsten 2 Jahren, hat also sein Netzwerk informiert darüber, was jetzt passiert. Und der hat unter anderem geschrieben, und das finde ich genau, das bringt es auf den Punkt, Many people talk about education and how it should be changed, but I don't just want talk, I want to do. Because doing is like talking, just way more awesome. Und genau das möchte ich euch als letztes mitgeben. Probiert euch aus. Fallt auf die Schnauze, lernt daraus, übernehmt aber jetzt Verantwortung für Veränderung, weil wenn ihr das macht, zahlt sich das für euer ganzes Leben aus, nicht nur weil ihr selber wächst, sondern weil ihr auch Spuren in der Welt hinterlasst. Und Spuren, die positiven Einfluss auf vielerlei anderer Leben haben können. Also engagiert euch, bringt euch für eure Themen ein und übernehmt jetzt Leadership, denn ihr seid jetzt dazu fähig und in der Lage. Ich freue mich, dass ich heute hier bei euch dabei sein konnte und euch da ein bisschen drüber was erzählen konnte und wünsche euch noch eine schöne weitere Veranstaltung und wie gesagt, immer schön Verantwortung für Veränderung übernehmen. Macht's gut!
Welcome back. And this was actually the video of Nicolas that he sent us. Because for Teach First, it was also very important to showcase on how to take responsibility, how to engage in projects, how to learn, how to teach before being taught. And this is something that, we wanted to highlight and showcase. And with this, moving forward, we will go to the closing of this event. The next part will be in English again. So everyone that is also watching in from international background or that wants to go with our common language that we have in ISEC, you will have the opportunity to tune in again. And besides this, I hope you enjoyed the Youth Leadership Day so far. It has been a pleasure having you with us on the road, and you can really look forward to the closing, which will be done by Christian Ulot, and then I will also say a few last words to you. So stay tuned, stay with us, and let's go into the final sprint of the Youth Leadership Day. Okay, welcome back everyone. It's very nice to have you here. Right now we are approaching actually the closing of our Youth Leadership Day, It has been a very long day, it has been a very interesting day, and it has been very intriguing to hear from so many different partners and great personalities what leadership means, the role that youth has, and what we can learn from this and how we can move forward together as one voice of youth, aiming for a better future and aiming for projects or tasks that we can take on to tackle the needs of the future. And now I actually give it back to the person who also did the opening with you, the person I told you that for me embodies also the spirit, and this is Christian Ulot, or Chris as I call him. So Chris, I give it to you now.
I just realized I'm muted. Very sorry for that. Thank you very much, Dennis, for the introduction. Everyone can call me Chris, by the way. I'm way more comfortable with that name. And yeah, today we are wrapping the session or this day up. I've been seeing you in the opening and in the panel, but I know there's been a lot more valuable spaces, the keynote that we had with Deutsche Bahn, the workshop from PwC, the interview with Puma, then the panel, of course, but also the interview with Huawei, the game with Goodbye, the interview with Deutsche Bahn again, and the keynote with Teach First. Now we arrived here in the closing. And I know there's a lot of spaces and a lot of content that you will have to process. So I can only recommend after this, maybe have a dinner, maybe take a break, but after you have some time, reflect and get back to every space that you attended and see what did you learn from it, what were your main learnings, because that is actually super important to grasp. Learning always consists of first the learning action itself, and second the reflection about it, and that is why the reflection is so important, and why we also ask you a few questions of what you learned already during the session. And the ISEC team was nice enough to share some of them with me. So what I read was, for example, that someone thought it was really inspiring how Kerstin from Deutsche Bahn talked about female empowerment, and the person said, it encouraged me to stand up for myself as a woman. And I think that's amazing. That's super beautiful. I was reading that someone was writing, it was very inspiring to connect with Simon and other like-minded people and listen to his advice. Especially the notion that everybody can make a positive contribution to the world, even rats, as we learned in the game. And you don't necessarily have to found your own business. For that, definitely gave me good food for thought. Another person said, my highlight was the interview from Huawei and to learn about the work environment in a highly digitalized and modern company. I was reading that it was great to see that PwC cares about values as much as we in ISEC do. And I was reading that collaborating and helping others building their own businesses is helpful for them and for me, because it will help me to investing and developing my entrepreneurship idea and project in the future. And whoever that wrote, I wish you all the best with that company, that project that you're having, because I'm sure it's supposed to have a positive impact, and so it's worth it to work on it. But it's also worth it, as you said, to learn from others on how to build it. I read that due to globalization, we are all connected, and we will be more in the future. The world is changing faster, and that requires more openness and creativity to stay competitive. And that is super true. The world is changing in a super fast speed. And maybe what we learn today won't be relevant anymore in 15 years. And we will need to relearn, unlearn, relearn, and continue learning throughout our whole life. That is definitely something that is changing in our times. And lastly, two statements I read. First, becoming leader requires courage, risk-taking, and authenticity. And second, in the Puma interview, I learned that sometimes you have to trust your choice when facing uncertainty. And that is more than true. So I saw a lot of great learnings. And again, I encourage you, after this day, take some time, reflect about it, reflect about every space, and see what did you learn. to close this day off, as we call it Youth Leadership Day, I wanted to give you a little story and a little understanding of what is the leadership that AIESEC aims to develop, and how did it develop me? So to make it more graspable for you on my own story. Well, some of you might have seen this already. It's the leadership qualities that AIESEC tries to develop in all of its experiences, be it membership, be it exchange, and it's basically consisting of 4 elements. The first is to be a world citizen and be aware about what is happening in the world, where is leadership needed, and what can we do about it. The second is solution orientation. I love that one because solution orientation for me means not to see problems mainly, but rather see the solutions to it. When you see a problem, ask yourself, what is the solution, other than stopping by the problem and being frustrated by the problem. Third, self-awareness, being aware about your own strength, but also your weaknesses, and understanding how to leverage your strength in uncertain environments. And this part of leading through uncertainty is a big thing here. That is something that I can only highly encourage to do all the time. I write it in your learnings. We live in an uncertain world, and this uncertain world needs good leadership. And lastly, empowering others, the ability to inspire others for a common vision and a common goal, and get them amazed by it, get them working for it, and inspire people for positive change. These are the 4 qualities that AIESEC tries to develop. And I, throughout my path in AIESEC that you heard about in the opening, definitely in every station I have at some point developed all 4 of them. But there are certain characteristics of this leadership model that were majorly present in each of the stations. And I wanted to talk you a little bit through how each station and each experience I had in AIESEC shaped me into the direction and towards this leadership model, and what it did with me also afterwards when I joined business, and what it will be doing with me in the future. And I'm starting with the time that I was president in AIESEC in Frankfurt. And for me, the major characteristic that was majorly present here was self-awareness. When I was LCP, what we call an AIESEC, president of AIESEC in Frankfurt, that was in the year 2015 and 2016. Now, what happened in that year is we saw a lot of changes in the world. We saw ISIS coming to power in the Middle East. We saw Donald Trump being elected in the United States. We saw Brexit happening. And we saw all these changes that, in my personal opinion and thought, were, like, for me, they were reflecting that borders are being built up. Borders are being built up between countries, between religions, between societies. And it was something that I, in that moment, got highly aware that this is something I want to change. And how the moment where for me was that ticking point was actually when my president of AIESEC in Germany at that time, Max, that you all saw in the panel, he was giving a session about the history of Germany from 1948 to today, to the year of 2016 was when the session was. And he was connecting the history of the country to how what we at AIESEC do can help solve certain issues. Because what we do essentially is sending people abroad to intercultural experiences and develop leadership that is helping them develop an understanding of the world, become a global citizen, and bring this understanding of tolerance, equality, and understanding back into their society. And that for me was a click moment of why our purpose makes sense, but also it was a click moment of why I do what I do. And it gave me that deep awareness that what do I want to do? And it helped me, for me, that was the taking point where I was just like going through the roof, and all my effectiveness, everything I did in AIESEC became a lot better afterwards, because I realized why I did it. And that's where I understood that one of my biggest purposes, one of my biggest intentions is to help people realize their potential. And the biggest strength that I have to get there is to inspire others. And that is what I learned in my LCP, my president experience. And that is that first role. Now, that time in AIESEC in Colombia, last time we spoke, I had this background from my experience in Colombia and the social project I did there. And obviously the number one criteria here, and the number one quality I learned was world citizenship. And the reason why is because I went on this project in Colombia, and I went there with a group of 30 people from 18 different nationalities. And we came to a city called Medellin. And that city was actually in the 60s, the most dangerous city in the world. People that might have seen Narcos know that this was the city of Pablo Escobar. It was extremely dangerous at that time. And it took a massive shift over the last decades. And it became, from the most dangerous city in the world, the most innovative city in the world. The government did a lot of things right, and the city government drove initiatives on inclusion, education, and building the city's environment and ecosystem up. So the project that I participated was actually a project that was built up in a combination or in the cooperation between the United Nations, AIESEC, and the government of Medellin. And it was an education project. It was supposed to, we would go through universities of underprivileged students, and we would educate on responsible consumption, we would educate on the sustainable development goals itself, and we would educate on why sustainability and sustainable living is important. And that project for me was game-changing, because when I talked to these students, I realized that everyone that you see in this picture, there are, I would say, at least half of them, probably more, are a lot smarter than me, but they don't have the same opportunities that I do, just because they might not be white, they might not be male, they might not be heterosexual, they might not be European or Christian, or all these other attributes that unfairly make me more privileged in the world and give me more opportunities. And that moment when I realized that was actually a conversation that I had with one of those students, when this guy was telling me that, you know, the mountains around us, and with that he meant the mountains around Medellin, for us are the limits. We don't know how to go beyond that. And when I heard that, it shook me, and it made me realize that this is the number one thing I want to change. I want to contribute in my life to equal opportunities for everyone. And that is why this exchange, this experience in Colombia has been so incredibly important to me, because it shaped every decision that I did afterwards towards contributing to that purpose. So that is how world citizenship was developed in my experience in Colombia. Now, as president of AIESEC in Germany, the number one thing I learned was empowering others. And empowering others in terms of how to empower my team that I had. Here you see my national team, the board that we had that was leading AIESEC in Germany. But also to empower the network, the 1,500 volunteers that we had to lead, that we had to inspire every day, and that we were aiming to develop throughout the year that we had with them. And it's not always been easy. I faced a lot of challenges in my team. I had to let go of 2 people in my team, had to hire new ones. I had several setbacks with the network. We had so many crisis moments, but in the end, I am extremely happy, extremely proud, and extremely grateful for this year, because each of these individuals did an incredible job, and I had to learn how to deal with super different characters, with super different networks as well, and how to drive people, unite them behind one goal, and do everything to achieve it, and build a culture that helps them to achieve it. And that is something I will never forget. And I love all of these people in this picture. I love the network I was able to work with, and that is how I learned how to empower others in my time as president of ISEC in Germany. The last quality is solution orientation. And I don't have to tell you a story here, because that story I told you this morning already. That story, that experience that I had with Electrolux on how to look beyond, find solutions to problems that others are facing, and build middle ground, find the sweet spot. That is a quality that I will always cherish, because it made me a lot more efficient in my work. It made me a lot more solution oriented also in my personal life. It helped me to stop going and freeze when I'm facing problems, but look for solutions. Right now, we are in the COVID-19 situation. We're in the Corona crisis. My company, LinkedIn, has laid off roughly 1,000 people just a few weeks ago. And I'm here on my vacations, by the way, in Greece at the moment, with only people that, with a lot of people working for LinkedIn. And a lot of people also working in other companies, because all of them are impacted, right? All of them are facing uncertainty. And for all of us, it's a very uncertain time at the moment. But what I love about everyone that I see that went through the ISEC experiences is that no one lets the situation put them in freeze. No matter how long people need to look for a job, no matter how many rejections they get, they always think about the solution rather than the problem. They always think about what else can I do? And this mindset is worth so much. And that is why I'm super grateful to have learned that last quality of solution orientation in our leadership model of ISEC. But the question is, I know in ISEC we always tell ourselves how amazing these qualities are. I know that we communicate to companies, we communicate to our own members, we communicate everywhere that we think this leadership model is the answer. But why? But how does it actually reflect in the outer world? We always look inside, but what does it mean for the outer world? And I wanted to show you one thing, just one thing that I thought reflects a little bit of how this leadership model is actually relevant in the outside world as well. Because what I did is, I'm in LinkedIn now with many other ISEC alumni, working there. We're having a great time. LinkedIn is an incredible company that I love and has a great culture. And I love that LinkedIn was always valuing these four qualities. LinkedIn always focused on hiring great talent from ISEC as well. And they get rewarded for it, because I did a study and I was checking what is the average goal achievement in LinkedIn, and how does the goal achievement of ISECers working in LinkedIn compare to that. And what I found is this. This is just a few ISECers that have went through the ISEC experience just like I did, and their goal achievement over the whole time frame that they are working for LinkedIn. And that's an average, it's around 120, 130%. And that compares to an average of 85% in all of LinkedIn. And I just wanted to show you this just to give you a little bit of trust that the leadership we are developing in ISEC actually makes a difference for your life afterwards as well. And it definitely made a big difference for my life. And because it did, I took that next step that I was telling you this morning about, where I left that question mark, and I will tell you now what it is that I'm going to do next in my life. And that is, I will be joining a company that I find incredibly exciting. It's a company that's called MongoDB. And what MongoDB does is, the product itself probably is a little bit too complex to explain now. The purpose makes it a lot clearer. The purpose of MongoDB is to free the genius within everyone by making data stunningly easy to work with. What MongoDB does is building the underlying infrastructure for anything that requires big data and processing data fast. An example would be connected cars. Connected cars need to process the data from the traffic news, from the lights that the cameras grasp, from the traffic. They need to process this data within seconds to take decisions if they hit the brake or don't hit the brake. And that infrastructure that is required for that is what what MongoDB does, and that is what I'm so excited about, because really data is the new oil. Our future is shaped by data, and the question is, how do we treat it? Do we treat it responsibly or not? Do we leverage the potential that data gives us, like for example connected cars or Siri or online games? Do we leverage the potential that data gives us, or do we let it threat us? And I always wanted to work in this direction because I really think this is the future, and this is what I can contribute to, especially because remember what I told you about these kids in Colombia. If one of these kids, and there were many they had so much, they were all able to develop. The only problem is they didn't even have access to the opportunities of where developers are needed. Now they can develop whatever the app they want on an infrastructure that is already given to them, and make a difference with that app, with that program, whatever they want to develop, and all that for free. That's what MongoDB does, and it's giving them more opportunities in their life. But I told you now that I'm joining MongoDB as a company. But I didn't tell you the position. I didn't tell you the role. And the thing is, in MongoDB, I will step out of building partnerships myself, and I will get into a leadership position and be a manager in MongoDB. With the age of 26, I found a company in MongoDB that values the leadership that I developed throughout my ISAC experience well enough to offer me a leadership position and join the leadership team, influencing the direction of the company and managing people that will be, that I hope to empower, that I hope to develop to be at their best. And understand their strength, become self-aware, become solution-oriented, empower others, and become a world citizen. Because I intend to develop the leadership that I got to learn from ISAC in the team that I will be managing at MongoDB as well. And as I'm looking always for new talent already now, if you are interested at one point to join that company, write me on LinkedIn, just search for my name or click the link below. And I would be happy to have a conversation here. But I wanted to leave you with one more message, because I talk now through my ISAC development, I talk through what I'm going to do in the future. And one thing that I wanted to make clear is not everything is easy. I mean, if I look back at these experiences, the pictures I showed you, how I explained you how I developed, it sounds as if everyone was super easy. But I promise you it was not. I had so many challenges, so many setbacks on my way in each of these stations. I know that I will have a lot of challenges in MongoDB as well, and I will struggle. And I want you to understand that you will most likely struggle as well with whatever path you will choose to go. And that is okay. And why I wanted to close with this message now is because at one point in my time in ISAC, I saw this picture and I saw this quote, and I saw it once and I hung it up in my room, and I was always reading it, always reminding myself about it in everything I did. And that's why I wanted to share it with you, because it's so important to me. And that quote is by Neil Donald Walsh, and it says, "Challenges are what you came for, and you are never ever given a challenge you cannot overcome. The purpose of life is to give you a chance to be the greatest version of the greatest vision ever you held about who you are. When challenges arrive, then move straight to clarity that this is what you came for. Now rise to this occasion and know that you have every resource with which to create the right and perfect outcome." That is the last message I wanted to leave you with. And with that, I thank you a lot. It was great to be in the opening, be in the panel, be in the closing, and I heard amazing learnings. So I'm sure it was an incredible day. Thank you all for attending, and have a great day.
Okay, everyone. First of all, Chris, thank you a lot for being the moderator, leading us for this day. It's very much appreciated, and also listening to your story now. I already saw in the chat a lot of great reactions to it, and it's just inspiring to see how to move from this idealism and from learning on how to be a leader that we had in our organization, moving forward and taking actually responsibilities after this time. So using this AIESEC in this case as a platform to discover who you want to be as a leader, taking it forward to the area that you want to make a difference and continuing to do so. So thank you very much for sharing your story. Thank you very much for leading through the panel. And thank you a lot for just being here and contributing to what the Youth Leadership Day is about.
Thank you, Ben.
So the last words I want to leave you with is just that the Youth Leadership Day is a day that was built by us to give a voice to youth. As the name implies, currently we are in a stage where we do not have the possibility to physically meet up in different countries, to engage in the way we were used to. And there are a lot of questions that are open, a lot of unclarity in terms of how does the future look like? How do we learn from this stage? What will change in society due to the topics that arose here? And this is what this day was for. This day was there to give an opportunity to AIESECers and youth across Germany and globally to get insights in who they want to be as a leader, where they want to take responsibility for, and to learn from people who already had a long journey behind them and who can give this knowledge, this experience to help us making better decisions, informed decisions, and clear decisions for the future. And this is something I highly appreciate. And the thing that you can see always when we talk about leadership, leadership is something that should always connect it to something that has meaning, that actually creates an output, something that has an impact. And Chris already shared his story about Colombia, and there are so many more stories where just small actions can lead to big results. It can be meaningful for people. You may not know how, and you may not know how much, but you still have an impact that you leave behind. And I also really like the quote that I have, and actually it inspired me to also give you a quote that is very dear to me. It's actually one, I hopefully still know it by words, but I should have it also on my laptop as it's a screensaver for me, because it helps me in my journey. It's success is no accident. It is the hard work of perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing. And this is something that for me embodies this the best, because success, what is success? Success only means that the things you care about come to fruition, that the things that are important to you become a reality, and you can be the person and you can have the impact that you aspire to have. But as youth, it's something where we have to take responsibility. We have to show that the things that were built in the past, if we like them or not, are now our responsibility to improve on, to change, or to build something entirely new. And this is what we are getting together here, to actually bring this impact, to think about it and see how you can bring this to the world. So we sincerely hope, I sincerely hope, that all of these great partners that we have with us, which I'm deeply grateful for actually, because they took the time to share this knowledge, to share what they learned, to give us these insights. I'm deeply grateful for having them here, and I hope for you it has been an inspiration, it has been knowledge that you gained, an experience, just a few things that you can take ahead to make decisions for your own future. And continue to spread the message that it's our choice, it's our time as youth in Germany, youth globally, to take responsibility and move forward. This has been the Youth Leadership Day. I thank you very much for being part of this event. I thank you a lot for taking ownership for leadership in Germany, leadership abroad, and I wish you the best for the day. I wish you the best for the weekend, and I hope you will take the next step to have ownership for your future and move forward and whatever you aspire to be. Thank you, and have a nice evening.